It's day 7 of Wimbledon. It's the first Sunday of the tournament. In a week's time, we will have the final, but it's the 4th round here today. And let's go and join the Centre Court Radio of the Wimbledon Radio Network, who will take you through today's action.
Including the footfalls, the serve clock is
well, you can hear the voice of Nico Helvert, the German umpire.
That use green and purple for you today. Green for you. If you need more towels, please let me know. And a reminder, in case there's a tie, first 2 sets are normal tiebreak to 7. And last but not least, I need to please absolutely no damage to the grass courts. Any questions? Anastasia, you want heads or tails? Heads. Tails for you. Tails. Receive. Okay, have a good match.
So Sonny Cartel won the toss and chose to receive. She's in her trademark white tennis cap with a peak at the front and a kind of baggy overshirt. Pavlyuchenkova to our left, warming up in front of the royal box, has a white visor on. Sonny Cartel, very noticeably, Lucy, is wearing quite a lot of bandaging on the right knee. One hopes that would be precautionary. You can see on our monitor, actually, it's raining very hard outside now. That clap of thunder did indicate the start of quite the downpour. So the covers are on all around Wimbledon and the roofs are on centre and number 1. That'd be a little concern to have the knee strapped up as in the way that it is.
Yeah, she's feeling a little bit from it. Had the strapping on yesterday in the doubles, second round doubles that she was playing with Jodie Burrage. They actually lost to Siegemund and Haddad Meyer. So yeah, hopefully it hasn't got any worse overnight, but she was moving okay in the doubles yesterday. So the taping helps. Obviously on the grass that can be a bit of an issue. Often see that with the players with the knees, because the amount you're twisting and turning, having to get down low, and that sort of transition having come off the clay as well. So just something that she's just feeling at the moment.
So Sonny Cartel, it's probably the biggest day of her tennis career. I think we can say that. The first appearance in the round 16 of a major, and the first time for her on centre court. She was coming into these championships as the British number 3 player, ranked 51 in the world. She's 23 years of age, and her rise up the rankings over the last 12 months has been extraordinary. She was ranked 298 coming into Wimbledon last year, where she admirably qualified and then went on to reach the 3rd round before being beaten by Coco Gauff. But here she is at 51, so not far shy of 250 places in a calendar year. It's an extraordinary rise. She beat Elena Ostapenko, the number 21, in the 1st round. It kind of just cleared the path a little bit in this section of the draw. Was very comfortable against Victoria Tomova in round 2, and then beat Diane Parry of France, the qualifier. From 4-1 down in the opening set, she won 6-4, 6-2
Ladies and gentlemen,
in that 3rd round match, and she was particularly solid from the baseline in so doing. Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, 34-year-old, turned 34 actually on Thursday, ranked 50 in the world, just a single place higher. She beat Ayla Tomljanovic, who's played very well at the championships in previous years, in the 1st round, having dropped the 1st set. Came past a seeded player in Ashlyn Kruger in the 2nd round, 7-6, 6-4, and then came from a set down again to beat Naomi Osaka on the number 2 court, 3-6, 6-4, 6-4. At her 16th Wimbledon, this is just the 2nd time she has made the round of 16. And for all we've spoken already about the way Cartel has come through and how admirably she's done so, there's a pretty impressive mini CV at the championships from Pavlyuchenkova as well.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a great CV, hasn't she? It all started when she was very young. She was world number 1 at 14. I think then kind of the pressure, the expectations she definitely struggled with over the years, but finalist at Roland Garros, 11 in the world's been her highest, and she's won 12 titles, so she's coming in with by far more experience, knows how to play well on a grass court, on all surfaces really. She can adapt her game. She's obviously going to be the power player out here, aggressive ball striker, and kind of, you know, a bit more the opposite of what Cartel is all about. Moves brilliantly around the court, Sonne, and is looking to be more aggressive, but, you know, she doesn't miss. So she's, you know, going to have to get the balance right, because, you know, if you can get Pavlyuchenkova to move, you can make a lot of balls, then she can start to overpress. So it's going to be interesting. I think first and foremost, you know, how will Cartel maybe just deal with the occasion out here? If she can settle, play some of the tennis that we've seen so far, then this will be a tight match.
And the fact that she has risen so far up the rankings, and she won her first title on tour in the last third of last year in Monastir in Tunisia. You know, she's getting used to the idea that she can compete at this level. I mean, that's apparent, the way that she was able to adjust in the third round after a sticky start with, you know, more eyes on her at her home Grand Slam event than ever before. But in the glare of that gaze, was able to adjust, cope with the pressure, find her rhythm, find more of a calm, and then start to play. Well, it suggests that she's got a real emotional maturity that will serve her well today. Let's see how it goes.
Ready? Play.
So Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova to get us started in front of the royal box with the rain falling on the roof, and a first serve down the tee, which Cartal returns into the net. So the first point to the much more experienced player, 11 years the senior of Sonne Cartal. Coming into this, the British #3. Were she to win today, Sonne Cartal, for the first time, she'd become her nation's #1 player. That won't have escaped her attention. Somebody will have asked her about it along the way. She makes a return here off the backhand side, and then puts a second backhand into the net from a couple of meters behind the baseline, just feeling the ball on the strings on centre court for the first time. Makes a different sound with the roof closed as well. Lots of different things to come to terms with. She is looking directly into the royal box from that far end. Under her white tennis cap, just twiddling the racket. Pavlyuchenkova, the taller player as well, strikes a forehand cross-court for a clean winner. If you drop the return short, she will be aggressive, as she was there.
Stepping in there, I mean, she can produce a lot of pace off both sides. With the forehand, she's got a brilliant backhand, times that so well, particularly the backhand up the line.
First 3 points to the player from Russia, and an excellent first serve there, which flies off Cartal's strings.
First game.
Clearly out for an easy hold for the 34-year-old, 5'9", 5 inches the taller of Sonne Cartal. As Lucy was just saying, for our listeners on centre court, Pavlyuchenkova has been as high as 11 in the world. She's won 12 singles titles on tour, although none since 2018. In that intervening period, though, she did go all the way to the final of Roland Garros, where Barbora Krejcikova beat her in the final 4 years ago. First service game for Sonne Cartal. She'll be feeling it right now, won't she?
Definitely. I mean, there's going to be some nerves, isn't there? First time out here. Having, you know, played a couple of times on court #1, but it is different on centre court. This is what players dream of, trying to come out here, particularly the home players. So there will be definite nerves.
Cartal serving for the first time and serves an ace. Her first serve on centre court struck the sideline, a puff of white flew up, and the crowd roared. How about that for a memory?
That's a good start. Nice little short slider out wide.
Pavlyuchenkova to the right of the net as we look down, looking towards the umpire's chair from our lofty perch high up on the 5th floor of centre court. The roof sloping down, so we can't see the sky or the struts of the roof that is closed. Backhand return on the angle there from Pavlyuchenkova, and a slice into the net from Cartal.
Too much pace on that serve, and that's going to be something that Cartel's going to need to do well. She's going to have to land a good amount of first serves, try and play with the variety as well. Not allow Pavlyuchenkova to get a strike on the ball.
Good deep first serve, but a Good strike from Pavlyuchenkova on the return. The forehand, good and deep. The Cartel rushed in her forehand. Goes 15-30 down. First little round of applause to encourage the British player. That's what the spectators feel is necessary right now. Cartel with the racket raised high prior to the delivery. Cracks her first serve into the net. On tour, the stats say that she's the second best player on the whole of the WTA Tour this year at defending second serve. She's going to need to defend it here. Didn't need to defend it. Pavlyuchenkova attacked the return and missed it. It was a bit of an escape for Sonia Cartel.
Well, it was. It didn't miss by much at all. I mean, she's a good sort of metre and a half right inside the baseline, taking that at the top of the bounce, just almost launching herself into that backhand, but just finding the tram lines.
Pavlyuchenkova's been around, knows how to exert pressure. Cartel misses the first serve again. So Pavlyuchenkova almost got her toes on the baseline here and moving forward for the second serve, as Lucy suggested. The backhand return, the forehand from Cartel, whipped across court, and then the angle ball is out from Pavlyuchenkova. So she's just given Cartel a couple of errors here, which might help the British player settle somewhat.
That's good play from Cartel there. I mean, she was able to absorb that early return. Played actually back in behind Pavlyuchenkova with a little bit more shape, and that just caught her off guard. She couldn't quite then get into the position.
40-30 as Cartel puts another first serve into the net. The worn patches either side of the centre mark on the baseline, but the rest of the grass court completely pristine. Second serve, the backhand return cross court. Cartel is there, going down the middle. Pavlyuchenkova gets her on the run, then goes back behind beautifully. Lovely forehand to win the rally.
Yes.
A good strike again, and yeah, it's something Cartel doesn't want to find herself too deep behind the baseline. It's not as easy to defend on this court, particularly you then got Pavlyuchenkova, who's pushing herself forward all the time, gives her more options to be able to hit the winners.
Love one and Deuce. Cartel's only made 2 of 7 first serves so far. That's contributing to the pressure that she's under in this opening service game. Backhand returns a clean winner from Pavlyuchenkova. She got on top of the bounce there and drilled that backhand.
She's not holding back at all, is she? I mean, the pace is 75 miles an hour. It's pretty much been the pace of all the second serves from Cartel, and Pavlyuchenkova is really taking advantage of all these second serves at the moment.
First serve landed that time, but the return on the baseline from Pavlyuchenkova. Deep, though, from Cartel, who's neutralised to some degree. Now she goes cross-court with extra spin, and the miss hit from Pavlyuchenkova. She did well to extricate herself there.
Yeah, good work on the ball, and Pavlyuchenkova a couple of times just struggled with that slightly spinnier ball jumping into her, jumping up off the courts.
Cartel then with strapping on the right knee and a sweatband on the right wrist. Serves into the net again. After the ace in the first point of this service game, it's not been quite as straightforward thereafter. Another second serve. Will Pavlyuchenkova be as aggressive here? It's a forehand return deep into the forehand corner. Cartel defends well, then has to reach forward for a forehand down the middle. Good depth from Pavlyuchenkova, and that's forced the error from Cartel.
Yeah, under real pressure, pretty much straight away in the point, and Cartel be a little concerned. And again, if she can just try and find a few more first serves, the contrast between the first and the second, quite a big difference. She's well over 100 miles an hour when she lands the first serve. That'll give her a chance to not be in defence straight away.
Landed that one, but the ball came back on the angle from Pavlyuchenkova. It's opened up the court. She tries drop shot, but Cartel is there, lobs well, and Pavlyuchenkova deals with it brilliantly. A high backhand that dropped beyond Cartel and down the line for a winner. That was a really well improvised finish.
It was. I mean, I actually thought it was a smart decision from Cartel there with the drop shot just going up high, but Pavlyuchenkova able to somehow get the ball on the strings up high on the backhand side, which we know is never an easy shot to deal with.
Yeah, that was, she wasn't leaping, it was kind of behind her, and she threw the racket up and managed to manufacture a winner. So 2-love for Pavlyuchenkova, who serves down the centre. The backhand return from Kartal and the forehand into the net from the 34-year-old. I mean, her experience is so valuable. She's played on centre court. She's played in a Grand Slam singles final. And she'll recognise that she's up against a British player on centre court who's coming onto this court for the first time. And that feeling of being aggressive from her and putting extra pressure on Kartal might just make her feel a little stuffier, a little shorter of breath. But Pavlyuchenkova's route forward there was complicated. The passing shot forcing a volley error from the Russian.
Yeah, she ended up being not quite close enough to the net. It was a difficult ball to deal with, just dipping down at her feet. Just didn't quite open the racket face enough to get the volley over.
So love 30. Pavlyuchenkova having broken at the start of this match. Serves looking towards the royal box. The forehand return deep at the server. And the backhand error from Pavlyuchenkova. She didn't have long to set herself there. It was a good return.
Good returning from Kartal and pushing herself to be aggressive, trying to get that strike in. Certainly she's been able to do that so far in this game.
Kartal bouncing on her toes, a long blonde ponytail sticking out from the back of her tennis cap. Pavlyuchenkova serves wide. The backhand return on the angle, the backhand line from Pavlyuchenkova. Kartal's movement, though, is good. She's covered it, and she's in the rally. Now she goes backhand on the angle herself. The attempted drop shot from Pavlyuchenkova did not even reach the net, and Kartal jogged with real energy and enthusiasm to the chair. No sooner had she been broken than she breaks back, and it's 1-2 in this opening set on centre court. Well, with all the doubt there was about the first service game, and the crowd were clearly a little concerned on Sonny Kartal's behalf, that was a superb return game.
Really good game, and I think, you know, she's quickly been made aware that if she doesn't look to step up and be more aggressive out here, she's going to be under pressure. And, you know, having been broken, having, you know, seen her serves been dispatched, really. I mean, not enough first serves, so Pavlyuchenkova able to step in and hit the second serve, but that's exactly what Kartal then looked to do herself. Good aggressive returning, getting herself up the court, maybe going for more than perhaps she normally would. So a good sign to be able to respond that quickly.
Yes, the clap of thunder to which the players walked onto court hasn't produced any ill omen for either player. Grey sky is still above Wimbledon, and the roof's shut on centre and number one. I'll just check to see whether the covers are on the outside court still, or whether the rain has in fact passed. Yeah, covers still very much on outside. But inside, we have tennis. Coming into this match, Kartal had been broken 6 times in the championship so far. Pavlyuchenkova on 10 occasions through 3 rounds. Lucy, can you guess the female player who'd been broken the fewest times at the championships?
Let me have a think.
Have a little think. Here's Kartal serving from the far end. Good deep return from Pavlyuchenkova, but a high spinning topspun forehand from Kartal. Now backhand to backhand they go. Good depth from Pavlyuchenkova, who now goes drop shot, but Kartal was expecting that and finishes down the line. Superb movement. Pavlyuchenkova's gone to the drop shot 3 times maybe in the opening 12 minutes.
15 love.
And I don't think it's been successful on any of those occasions.
It was just one occasion, wasn't it, with that backhand?
Oh, yes.
But she's going to have to hit a good drop shot, because Kartal moves so quickly around the court, quick off the mark, and has good skills as well when she gets up to the ball.
Lands a first serve there. The return comes back down the centre. An off forehand from Kartal, who now goes backhand cross on the angle, forcing Pavlyuchenkova wide. A defensive ball, an off forehand from Kartal. Now counter-attack from Pavlyuchenkova, forcing the slice long from Sonny Kartal.
15-all.
We had a look down the draw sheet.
I'm just checking the draw sheet.
Okay, need a little more time. That's okay. I'm sorry. This is I threw this on Lucy. Everybody, I did not brief her beforehand. The thing about Lucy is she knows so much about so much. You kind of expect her to come out with the answer instantly, but She's just checking the draw sheet. Who has been
Is
broken.
it a surprising answer?
I don't necessarily think so.
Oh.
It's an interesting answer. Well, I think. Backhand to backhand they go here. Third point of the fourth game. And it's Pavlyuchenkova who nets, just trying to change the angle, trying to change the direction, going from cross court to up the line, and she struck her backhand into the high part of the net.
Samsonova?
No, you see, it's not as obvious, I suppose, in a way as that. No, it's Iga Swiatek.
Oh, I was going to say Swiatek, but
only
then
twice
I was then thinking against McNally that she might have been, well, she was broken twice in that match, was she?
Must have come through twice without losing serve. There's a forehand pass from Soné Kartal as Pavlyuchenkova came forward to a short ball with a cross-court forehand. Kartal saw the gap up the line and found it beautifully.
Does like a target, and she just actually held her court position. She was expecting that the approach shot was going to go into the forehand, was able to move over there, got down low, nicely balanced to hit that pass.
So 40-15 points for 2-all in the opening set for Soné Kartal from Brighton. Second serve is down the centre and attacked by Pavlyuchenkova. She just pulled the backhand into the tram lines. And it is a relatively comfortable hold for Soné Kartal. Do you think the prospect of becoming the British #1's a factor here? I mean, I would think the prize of reaching the Wimbledon quarter-finals was probably a more obvious one in someone's eye line.
Definitely. I mean, I think, you know, a nice bonus as well. I mean, they're all pretty close, aren't they? Raducanu, Bolter and Kartal. Raducanu losing points from last year, so she just slipped down slightly.
Backhand return here from Kartal, and a forehand a little wild from Pavlyuchenkova, looking to be aggressive but pushing the forehand a good metre long. And we see this sometimes when attacking strikers of the ball are up against players who defend particularly well, that you start going for lines and playing deeper than you're used to, and the mistakes can start to flow. You need to stay calm and stay measured. But these things are always far more easily said than done from up here. Can't do any of them. Love 15, second serve in the middle of the box, and backhand return. Forehand was really well hit by Pavlyuchenkova, but Kartal's defensive ball from that forehand corner was superb. The attempted drop shot's a good one. Kartal's up to it and dinks it onto the baseline. What terrific hand skills there from Kartal. That was a super drop shot.
Well, the speed as well. I mean, it was a brilliant drop shot. I wasn't sure if she was going to be able to dig it out. She was able to get up to it, and it was the response as well, the depth that she got. She was able to just guide it up the line, pretty much bang on the line. Pavlyuchenkova was just, her arms going everywhere, trying to just suddenly backpedal. Didn't expect that shot at all.
She was windmilling around down there, that's right. Backhand return here from Kartal's a short ball, and she had to try and dig out a slice and couldn't quite do so.
That was her only option, wasn't it? As could play, and didn't quite get enough racket head speed to get that extra bit of ball speed to get it up and over.
Well, I think we can say that Kartal has settled on centre court.
She absolutely has settled out here.
First serve into the net from Pavlyuchenkova, who knows that she is in a game. Any thoughts that she might have of intimidating and blowing a slightly green opponent, maybe off the court, have vanished. Kartal makes the forehand return here. Cross court goes Pavlyuchenkova with a heavy ball, and another one to the forehand of Kartal, who's there with good length, and Pavlyuchenkova goes long. And here are a couple of break points for Soné Kartal.
Kartal doing a great job of just getting that balance right. She's making a lot of balls, but they've got good pace, good depth on them. So just, I guess, Pavlyuchenkova trying to do a little bit more to get the ball through Kartal at the moment, and she's over-pressing.
15-40 from the Royal box end. She serves wide. Kartal attacks with the forehand. Pavlyuchenkova gets well there with the backhand and goes cross-court, but Kartal with good depth with her slice. Pavlyuchenkova's forehand, Kartal's high spinning forehand, Pavlyuchenkova's miss on the forehand cross court. And 3 games in a row for Sonny Kartal, who is all of a sudden finding centre court very much to her liking, and she's got a break advantage now.
Oh, what a response after being 2-love down and, you know, being outpowered really, and just the way that she's settled in here. She's sort of pushed herself to try and be more aggressive. We saw that in that return game to get the break back, then does a better job on serve, landing more first serves, and now we're starting to see Pavlyuchenkova make a lot more errors. And you know, sometimes it's difficult, isn't it? Because, you know, she's coming out here knowing, right, I've got the experience, I want to get off to a good start. Kartal's probably going to be nervous. That's exactly what happened. But I don't think she maybe expected how quickly Kartal then settled down and is starting to really feel comfortable out here on centre court.
Longest rally so far, 8 strokes, which is not especially long. Of the rallies between 0 and 4 shots, 8 apiece. Kartal 7-4 in the rallies of 5 to 8 shots. So just a little bit of an advantage when the rallies are getting prolonged.
I mean, I think the thing is, the reason why, you know, the 0 to 4 shots are even is because Pavlyuchenkova is either hitting a winner or missing. And at the moment, she's up to 10 unforced errors, just 4 for Kartal. That's the key number. So you know, Kartal will be aware that just try and extend the point.
So, from the Royal Box end, at 3-2 with a break, Sonny Kartal in the 4th round of Wimbledon for the very first time, in the 4th round of a major for the very first time. But hitting to a good length until that moment where she just spun a forehand a fraction beyond the baseline.
I think Pavlyuchenkova just pleased that another error came from Kartal's racket. There's nothing worse for her than she's up against an opponent who's just able to constantly put the ball back into play.
An ace down the tee from Sonny Kartal. He moves to 15 all. If she glances up at the Royal Box, not only will she see Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, the multiple Wimbledon men's wheelchair doubles winners, but she'll see Brian Lara in there, the famous cricketer from the Caribbean. From Trinidad, I think, Brian Lara. As Pavlyuchenkova goes along with a forehand. I mentioned because Sonny Kartal played a lot of sports when she was younger, and said that she played a bit of cricket and basically just tried to tonk her backhand with a cricket bat, so she played cricket left-handed. I think she said she played golf left-handed as well, but plays tennis right-handed. Serves to the backhand here of Pavlyuchenkova at 30-15. Attacking inside in forehand, though, from Pavlyuchenkova, who really enjoyed that. You heard the little scream of defiance from her. She's certainly on the back foot a little bit. That did her some good.
Yeah, just trying to get herself fired up. She knows that, you know, got too much support out here and aware that, you know, this match is quickly gone the way of Kartal. She's got the momentum at the moment. It's an important game for her just to resettle here. 30 all. Backhand return was good from Pavlyuchenkova, who can step into a forehand here now, and she's missed it. That was a very, very makeable shot. And she's looking at her box with disbelief. Yeah, she got the ball she wanted, shorter in the court, but just trying to go too big again. Kartal's already ready at the baseline. She's no nonsense, Kartal. Ready to go once again. Holds the racket up high in preparedness to serve, in preparation to serve. And missed the target, as you heard. So, a second serve for the British player. Into the box it rolls, and an attacking forehand from Pavlyuchenkova, and a volley, a dry volley to follow that up as well. That was all business. Yes. A huge return there. I mean, Kartal did well just to be able to get the ball back into play, but her only option was to put it up high, and that was a good finish that time. Better target with the drive volley. So deuce in what feels like a big game in the context of this opening set. First serve missed by Kartal. Couple of bounces of the ball.
And the racket held up once again. Pavlyuchenkova on the move forward here. Oh, she absolutely skewered that forehand. That was a beauty. She had her whole body weight moving through that, anxious to strike it, and it came right out of the middle. Whistled past Kartal. The second serve very much under pressure. Break point, break back point. Kartal serves at the body. Miss-hit return from Pavlyuchenkova. The angled backhand from Kartal. More angle from Pavlyuchenkova. Slice up the line goes Kartal. She's on the run here. Hooks a forehand back into court. Now has a lot of ground to make up. Slices back into court marvellously. What a rally this is. She's still defending, but a backhand volley winner from Pavlyuchenkova to break serve. An extraordinary rally. Amazing defence from Kartal, but it still was not enough. And they're back on terms at 3 games all.
I mean, unbelievable movement and defence from Kartal there. I mean, credit to Pavlyuchenkova there to just keep her focus, keep her nerve there. I mean, it can put you off. You then suddenly can miss a bit of a sitter. But she did well just finally being able to win the point with a volley in the end.
Had there been line judges there, they would have been in the way of Sonia Kartal. She was that far back in the court. Terrific rally. 12 strokes, longest of the match so far. 3 games all. 4 breaks of serve in the first 6 games. Pavlyuchenkova looking for a wide serve from the deuce court, puts one in the net. Kartal settles in front of the royal box in her return position, just twiddling the racket. It's another wide serve and a fairly poor return from Kartal halfway up the net.
I think probably just trying to get her heart rate back down, get her breathing back to normal, because she certainly got the steps in there. I mean, that was side-to-side stuff for Kartal. Just having a look at distance covered on court, I'm sure she's going to be well ahead at the moment.
Good wide serve there from Pavlyuchenkova at 15-love, and the backhand cross court into the space. Kartal had come scampering back towards the centre. So Kartal, as we speak, distance covered 667 metres. Pavlyuchenkova 592. Average distance covered per point 17.5 metres. Kartal. It never sounds like a long way, does it? But you're doing it all at speed and changing direction all the time.
I think that's the thing as well. You then have the short points, don't you, where you haven't really moved at all, so that brings it down.
Kartal thumps a forehand return. Pavlyuchenkova gets down on one knee to hit the forehand, and then all the backhand into the tape. That was some good striking from Kartal.
To get herself into the point as well, because certainly I think the first couple of points she was still just trying to recover from that epic rally that they have, and you don't have long, do you? You just got to, try and then reset. Heart rate must have been pretty high then.
3-all, 30-15. Pavlyuchenkova, a second serve coming. 25 seconds from the moment the umpire calls the score. That's how long you've got to serve. Well, the first serve, anyway. Second serve clips the tape. You've got as long as you like, pretty much, for the second serve, haven't you? Nobody's really counting.
Well, you have.
You can take your time.
Yeah, and similarly, if you get a time violation, then you always get a bonus, however long you want, just to settle.
Oh, that's a double fault from Pavlyuchenkova. The second a little bit too deep. So here we are at 30-all. Yeah, I mean, some players, I think particularly towards the latter stages of matches, have just sort of stood there and taken the time violation, thinking, yeah, okay, I'm getting a bit low. I'll wait for you to give me it. Okay, now I'm going to settle and take my time again.
Absolutely, and sometimes they'll just throw the ball up and then catch it just to give a few more seconds as well.
First serve missed there by Pavlyuchenkova. Great big puff of white came up from the sideline, but beyond the service line. So a second serve at 30-all. This is a big point at 3-all in the first. Kartal with a forehand return. Pavlyuchenkova there with a shorter ball. Kartal had to reach for that, and now moves to her right to hit a forehand down the middle. Attempted drop shot, Pavlyuchenkova into the net. And she's looking for ways to end these points early.
30-40.
It's a little hit and miss.
It is, and I think the temptation as well, because obviously Kartal does have a deeper position behind the baseline, so she's thinking the drop shot then can be a good tactic to play, but you've obviously got to get it over.
It's Quite hot and humid with the roof closed here. It's a warm, humid day to begin with. Kartal with a forehand that, well, sits there for Pavlyuchenkova to drive away. It was short, the return from Kartal. And Pavlyuchenkova moved forward very swiftly and crushed the forehand cross-court. Gets her back to deuce. That was a big point. Well saved. So 3-all and deuce in the first set of this fourth round match on centre court. A few years ago, this would have been part of Manic Monday, but the fourth round now spread over this middle Sunday and the second Monday of the championships. Second serve, Kartal runs around to hit the forehand return, gets it into the corner, and Pavlyuchenkova makes the error again. That's the 16th unforced error from this opening set. She's hit 10 winners too, Pavlyuchenkova. Kartal, 4 winners, 6 unforced. So there's the match in a nutshell.
Yeah, it's not quite the right ratio, is it, for Pavlyuchenkova?
Another break point for Sonny Kartal as we move into the second half of this opening set. Fine wide serve. Kartal got a racket on it. Nearly managed to persuade the ball to come down from the heavens and drop on the baseline, but it was too long. Good serve.
Right in the corner. Not her biggest serve, but 107 miles an hour. Really good accuracy and placement.
Bounces the ball a couple of times. It's a nice, elegant service motion. The chipped backhand return from Kartal. The backhand down the line was well directed from Pavlyuchenkova. Kartal has lobbed. It's landed awkwardly on the baseline. She's back in the rally. Attempted drop shot again from Pavlyuchenkova. Kartal is there, goes down the line. Pavlyuchenkova lobs, but that's going long. And again, Kartal's movement there won the day.
And she's going to the same spot when she gets there. She just kind of cuts underneath the ball, keeps it pretty low, keeps it deep as well. That's key. That was the only real option there, was to try and attempt to play the lob, but didn't have the feel, didn't have enough spin to keep it in play.
I think Kartal's seeing that drop shot coming, don't you?
Oh, she's aware that it is going to come, and she's quick, isn't she? And she's fast off the mark, and she trusts her skills.
Backhand return here is good from Kartal at break point to the British player. Slice backhand down the middle. Big off forehand from Pavlyuchenkova. Kartal moving well to get there and to get to her backhand. That she's missed one cross court there and just bangs the ball into the grass in frustration. She missed it by about an inch or so. She felt like she was just starting to turn that point in her favour. Yeah,
she was in the point, wasn't she, when you're in that type of exchange where, you know, it is 50-50, particularly against an aggressive opponent. You know that you can't afford to miss those type of balls.
Back to deuce we go. Pavlyuchenkova, the taller player at 5'9", serves. The return down the middle from Kartal. Has to go to the slice though. Pavlyuchenkova moving in. She had a simple volley there, and she's put the simple volley into the net. Puts her hand to her face and begins the slow trudge back to the baseline.
I think that's the type of pressure that she's feeling. She's aware how fast Kartal is around the court, so she's feeling she's got to hit an unbelievable drop volley just to make sure that she gets the point done.
Yep, really trying to cut underneath it and just got too much backspin. So, break point once again to Kartal. The serve comes down the centre. The high top-spun return from the British player on the run again, but using the height to just give herself a bit more time. To be fair, Pavlyuchenkova dealt with that height really well. A terrific forehand blow.
She's able to really hit down through that ball. It was, you know, up sort of around shoulder height, but she's got that ability to then get right over the top of it, flatten it out, and then it's going to move off the court quickly and allow Kartal to keep herself in the point.
Deuce once again. The off-pace serve, and Kartal looked to go back with the extra angle that the serve had almost offered, but the return in the net
took a lot of pace off it. Just 89 miles an hour, a little fader out wide, which kind of then just keeps drifting away from you. And Kartal was aware that she then had to swing at the ball pretty quickly to generate enough pace to make it effective.
Big serve out wide this time from Pavlyuchenkova. Forehand behind it, hits the tape, gives Kartal a chance to pass. She doesn't take it, hits the net, and Pavlyuchenkova gets away from that service game with some relief. She saved a handful of break points and moves back in front at 4-3 in the opening set.
Oh, it's a long game, wasn't it? And obviously Kartal a little frustrated that she didn't take her opportunities, but I think sort of, overall, if we look at this match, Kartal's ahead in some ways with how she's been able to put pressure on Pavlyuchenkova, who's gone to the ice town now. That was a long physical game for her, and that's kind of what you want to do against a big hitter, an aggressive player. You want to try and make it physical, try and make the points longer, keep them under pressure, keep them having to come through long games, and that certainly was a long game. It would be interesting, this next game. You would feel Pavlyuchenkova will be trying to be aggressive, get the first strike in, and not have the long points. That's not going to favour her at all.
There's definitely the technical side where Kartal is speedy and elongating the points well. There's also the fatigue point with Pavlyuchenkova, who's definitely feeling it out there, as you've said. Fascinating first set. It has gone one way and then the other, and now maybe back again. Pavlyuchenkova a break-up, winning the first 2 games, then 3 in a row, including 2 breaks to Kartal. But Pavlyuchenkova broke again in the 6th game to level at 3-all, and she's just saved 4 break points in game number 7. So here is Kartal looking towards the royal box at 3-4 in this opening set, and immediately Pavlyuchenkova finding the mark with a brilliant return right into the corner.
Huge return. Didn't hold back. I mean, I think this is what we expected after such a long service game. She's going to want to make this game pretty quick. She's going to look to be aggressive.
Forehand return, hard hit again from Pavlyuchenkova. Kartal forced back a little behind the baseline, but Pavlyuchenkova overplays that one. She's the one looking to try and add the extra power. Kartal with her speed and defensive skills, looking to try and extend these rallies and tire out the older player. The player who's going with more aggression. Kartal serves down the center. That's a fault, narrowly. So a second serve at 15-all. 3-4. Middle of the box, the backhand return pulls Kartal to her backhand side. Then into the backhand corner goes Pavlyuchenkova. She's got another short ball to attack, and she pulls that into the net and bends down low in frustration, as if she can't believe she's missed it.
15.
Yeah, real frustration there. I mean, again, that's a really makeable shot for her, but of course maybe there's indecision when she's thinking about which way to go. Ended up getting a little too close to the ball as well, which never helps.
19th unforced error of this opening set for Pavlyuchenkova. Serve to the backhand from Kartal. Now Pavlyuchenkova attacks into the forehand corner. Kartal's defending again. Good depth from the Russian, but Kartal gets her ball short, gets her ball deep as well, and then pummels a forehand of her own from the center into the forehand corner, and Pavlyuchenkova did not even move for that.
Didn't see it, didn't expect it at all. Kartal continued to do a good job just making these points a little longer, but she was so quick to see that there was a chance, there was a space to hit the forehand into. Great strike from her.
So 40-15, as she puts the first serve into the net. Both players using a lot of height over the net in that previous rally. Second serve. Backhand return, hard hit from Pavlyuchenkova onto the line. I mean, when the second serve lands, they're short points. It's either going in for a winner or it's going out.
Yeah, it's as simple as that, isn't it? Pavlyuchenkova is not holding back. She's taking it as early as she can. Handles that ball up at shoulder height, is able to hit down through it.
First serve lands, a hard hit return. Kartal off the top of the net. Pavlyuchenkova readjusting in the rally, and Kartal misses. That's a rare unforced error from her in this opening set.
I think actually the fact that it just hit the top of the net helped Pavlyuchenkova out Just gave her a little more time to then make the adjustments with her feet, get herself in position, and then get that strike in once more.
The Wimbledon radio channel here live from centre court. Middle Sunday, 4th round encounter between Sonia Kartal of Great Britain and Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. Return in the net there from the former French Open finalist. So a game point, another game point for Kartal here for 4 games all in this opening set. An intriguing clash of styles. First serve is a let. Pavlyuchenkova was wrong-footed by the let cord, so sent the ball flying high up into the air. Neatly gathered by the ball boy next to the umpire's chair. So it's a redo on the first serve for Kartal, who goes hard down the middle. Pavlyuchenkova was onto that, timed her return well. Attacks with a forehand cross-court, the high defensive ball from Kartal again, who then shanks a forehand. And we're back at deuce. We've got a series now of very competitive games. 4 break-point chances for Kartal in the previous one. Game before went to deuce as well. It's paper thin, the margin between these players at the moment. Kartal from the far end serves an ace down the middle. That's brilliantly timed from her perspective, her 3rd of the match.
Ahead by 2. Hitting her spots well. So consistent speed of the first serve, around 107, 108. Second serve drops down a little more.
So game point for 4-all again. The backhand return from Pavlyuchenkova, short down the middle. Kartal played with angle. Pavlyuchenkova attacked down the line. She's got a short ball here and she makes no mistake. She's a terrific striker with the ball.
Continuing to commit as well. Even though there have been errors, she's aware that is something that's going to happen with the nature of how she does play. It's still been a few too many errors, but almost double the amount of winners to Kartal.
There's another ace from the deuce court from Sonia Kartal.
Same spot, bang down the tee. And that helps, doesn't it? Because you get a quick point like that. Give yourself another opportunity to level things.
Kartal with a couple of bounces of the ball, raises her racket and then reaches up, serving a fault down the middle. Pavlyuchenkova bows her head, moves back to her left in her return position, crouches and begins the move forward to attack this second serve. Didn't time her second serve return, but now plays a forehand cross-court into the empty space to win the point nonetheless.
Yeah, just didn't quite do enough with that backhand up the line, Kartal, and then of course he left quite a big space exposed there.
4th deuce in this 8th game of the set. Kartal doesn't quite serve the ace from that deuce court this time, but goes deep forehand behind a good first serve. She's got a short bouncing ball, goes forehand into the corner, up goes the high ball from Pavlyuchenkova, and that's dropping wide. That was almost the pattern in reverse there, with Kartal doing the attacking and Pavlyuchenkova in defence.
Pavlyuchenkova, she was caught pretty deep behind the baseline. Just seen her just stretching out her leg there. Seems to be the right glute. She's feeling something. She's had to work hard so far in this match. The opening set has been pretty lengthy.
First serve missed by Kartal. I mean, this thing about a Grand Slam event. It's a real physical examination over a fortnight of intense matches. To get to the end, you've got to last the course. And a return long from Pavlyuchenkova there to the second serve. Not by much, by about an inch, in fact. But it's a match evidently of small margins, this.
4 games all.
As you can hear from Nico Helvert in the chair, it's bang level after 8 games. I mean, it's the odd error here or there. Maybe it's a slight physical advantage if one player is feeling it more than the other. There's very little in this, Lucy. It's a winnable fourth round match for both players.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, Cartel doing a great job to find a way through that game. There have been the disappointment of having not converted the break points in the previous game, particularly at this stage in the set. That's when we see players, you know, start to get a little tight, shot selection, you know, that then becomes a bit of a concern, but not Cartel, you know, able to just bounce back, navigate her way through a tough service game and level things. And you do feel that maybe she does have the slight edge at the moment.
I think physically she's got the edge at the moment. Pavlyuchenkova, just from her body language, this has been a draining opening set. 43 minutes for 4-all. She served a double fault there for as point of this 9th game. Clubs a forehand inside in. Cartel defends, but it's a short ball. And now she's got a chance to pass. Pavlyuchenkova plays the volley on the angle, and she's missed it wide.
Good strike, good pace there with the backhand from Cartel. And once more, you just feel that she's feeling that extra bit of pressure, thinking that the volley's got to be very good. If she's playing the drop volley, it needs to be short in the court, otherwise Cartel will be able to chase it down.
Love 30 at 4-all here. Pavlyuchenkova under a bit of pressure. Serves to the forehand of Cartel. It's a terrific deep return. Pavlyuchenkova handled it well. Runs to her right to hit a forehand cross. Now steps in to hit a forehand winner. Well, she defended that brilliantly because Cartel hit a marvellous return.
15.
Yeah, did do well, and continuing to play the way that she knows makes her effective, not holding back. Strike that one perfectly, well timed.
Just taking time to compose herself and get her breath at 15:30 in this 9th game of the first set. Puts the first serve into the net. Cartel just saunters closer to the baseline, trying to apply some pressure herself here to the second serve. Pavlyuchenkova puts the second serve into the net. She's feeling that pressure. Second double fault of the game here. This is a different type of encouragement for Sonny Cartel. Right at the start of the match, it was, come on, we'd like you to settle, we'd like you to get a game on the board. Now it's, we'd like you to win the set and the match.
Pavlyuchenkova there just losing the ball, bouncing it off her foot, having to turn and get another ball. She's feeling the pressure.
15:40, she serves, was into the corner, tries to go back behind, but Cartel is there with a good deep forehand. Defensive ball from Pavlyuchenkova was good and deep, and Cartel missed a backhand that she feels she should have made.
40.
She went for it though. She looked to have more intent in that point. It was a great strike off the forehand. And I think that's the sort of mentality that she's got to have, that she's trying to take things into her own hands here if she gets the opportunity.
Pavlyuchenkova saved 4 break points in the previous service game. She's facing a second break point here at 30:40 from the Royal box end. She serves to the backhand of Cartel, good serve. It sailed off the strings of Cartel, 110 miles per hour. That was the hardest hit serve of the match.
Yeah, that's been her biggest. It's been mixed in terms of the first serve, the pace, and actually Cartel's second serve's been quicker so far.
Deuce in this 9th game. Serve down the tee, well placed by Pavlyuchenkova. Just when we thought she might be feeling it, she's come up big the last 3 points.
Just stepping up, using her experience out here.
She's been there before. 16th Wimbledon. Her 65th Grand Slam appearance. That's a heck of a career. Heck of a lot of experience. Serves out wide and misses. Game point for Pavlyuchenkova. Cartel up on the baseline for this second serve return. Ball toss wasn't quite in the right place. So in the silence of centre court, she'll go again. Backhand attempted drop shot return. Was it she brought Pavlyuchenkova in? Well, I'm not sure it was quite what Cartel was intending, but Pavlyuchenkova stuck it in the net anyway.
Well, certainly the surprise element there. I mean, that was just hit and run from Cartel. And, really, Pavlyuchenkova should have been able to put this backhand away. I mean, she did slip as she came up out of the serve, but then was able to regain her balance and got herself in a good position, it has to be said. But I think she was shocked at what shot Cartel had played.
Short return here again from Cartel, and Pavlyuchenkova didn't deal with that well either. She slices into the tram lines in a slight brain fog the last couple of points.
You'll take it, won't you?
Well, Cartel certainly will. She's the one that has swirled the mist from her wand there and caused the confusion in her opponent. So another break point here. Had two at 15.40 and couldn't make either tell. First serve lands, miss hit returns dropping short again. This time Pavlyuchenkova goes drop shot and it's too good. A little dink over the net. And Cartel was too far back in the court to get there.
Yes.
Great touch. I mean, she was in a good position in the court. She wasn't actually too far away from the net, so it's just a question of just tapping it over. And yeah, not much pace on it, so it didn't really give Cartel any real chance of digging that one up.
Everything's missable at this stage, though, isn't it? It really is. 4-all, and back to deuce we go again. Series of long games. Forehand return here from Cartel. Big backhand from Pavlyuchenkova. Comes in behind it and puts the volley onto the baseline. Up goes the lob. Pavlyuchenkova does really well with the overhead. Moving backwards in the court. There was time there to worry, but she didn't.
Really calm, composed there. The volley was excellent as well. Just sort of hit through there. Was able to keep it deep, and she was then aware that that was probably the only sort of option that Cartel had. But finished it off brilliantly, just shaking out her right arm there. So she's definitely feeling a few things physically.
Game point, serves out wide, backhand return from Cartel. Tape goes Pavlyuchenkova. The backhand looked to be long from Cartel, but there was no call. Pavlyuchenkova stopped. Stop. Cartel puts the point away. Right, there was no call of out.
Ladies and gentlemen,
but Nico Helvert is saying...
We're going to just quickly check if the system was up and running, because there was no audio call for this ball on the base.
Well, there was no audio call, so the point continued, and Cartel won it, but Pavlyuchenkova had stopped. To my eye, I must say, looking down on the baseline, Cartel's ball was out. Well, what do you think?
I think so as well, and that's exactly what the umpire thought. So he's then wanting the machine to be checked. I mean, obviously with the machine, you know, if it doesn't make the call, and we see, I mean, it's well out. We see a replay there.
It's Pavlyuchenkova's point and Pavlyuchenkova's game, I think.
I mean, that's good umpiring, isn't it?
I mean, did he call stop before Cartel put the point away? I mean, what's the protocol now here?
Well,
if we got a replay, if the system has registered the ball out somewhere,
it's out.
It's out. If the system fails in the middle of a point, then presumably the point has to be replayed.
Well,
I mean, we're watching the replay
have been
of
affected, though.
No, we're watching the replay of the ball land 3 or 4 inches beyond the baseline, and there was no audio call of out. Even in the midst of the rally, sometimes crowds can get excited, and the audio call can be drowned out, but there wasn't one.
There was no call there, so it didn't function. I mean, I have to say, I've not seen this before. I haven't seen it where the umpires got involved. I don't know whether the stop was initiated by the umpire or whether the stop happened because it went wrong. Yeah. If you see what I'm saying, that the machine didn't work, so then it comes in and corrects itself.
Because it seemed to be, the stop seemed to be an electronically generated voice rather than the umpire himself.
It was electronic.
So
I don't know whether the umpire,
whether
it came from the system or whether the umpire's got an option where he can press that.
Why wouldn't he just say stop himself?
Well,
I mean, yes.
Good point.
I mean, we've got this unique situation then. Cartel's standing there on court waiting. Pavlyuchenkova's talking to the umpire. This is quite a lengthy delay now. In the middle of the game. I think he's saying that they're going to have to replay the point.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. The electronic line calling system, unfortunately, was unable to track the last point, so we will replay the point.
Well,
that's
that
amazing. I mean, that was out, and
that's a serious injustice for Pavlyuchenkova, I have to say.
Advantage.
We've seen the replay, and the ball was a long way out. That's very difficult for her to manage here, and both players have had to manage the delay. It's one of those things. Computer failure can happen at any time. But still, here we go. The resumption, it's game point Pavlyuchenkova, 4-all, and her advantage. She serves well and then blazes a forehand drive volley out of the court and claps her racket as if to say, well, thanks very much. The serve landed on the very outside edge of the box. The forehand drive volley after that was wild.
It was a clean strike.
Well, yeah, but it nearly went over the back fence. Deuce then. Pavlyuchenkova lands with the first serve. The forehand cross return from Kartal, who now goes backhand to the backhand of Pavlyuchenkova. Good length from both ladies. Pavlyuchenkova doing well to pick one up off the baseline there. Now goes cross-court with the angle. Slice from Kartal. Lots of side spin on that. Now she goes cross-court with the forehand. Heavy strike from Pavlyuchenkova, just moving Kartal further back behind the baseline here. Pavlyuchenkova's got the court position, and Kartal couldn't quite cope with it. She tried to counter up the line and missed.
Yeah, not always easy as it's changed direction off pace, but she was going toe-to-toe there with Pavlyuchenkova. I mean, big ball striking from Kartal, another physical point.
What's interesting is that Pavlyuchenkova is on the baseline and Kartal is 2 or 3 meters back behind it, and yet she still seems to have a play at winning the point even from that position. Pavlyuchenkova game point. Kartal with the return down the middle of the court. Now goes forehand, very good to the baseline, and that forced the error from Pavlyuchenkova. That got up off the baseline awkwardly, I think, and this already long and troubling game for Pavlyuchenkova has been extended by the malfunction with the electronic line calling.
Yeah, nearly 12 minutes this game.
Including the break.
Including the break.
The unscheduled break. Deuce, 4-all. Pavlyuchenkova serves down the centre and misses. There have been 3 break points for Kartal in this game. This is the 5th deuce. 55 minutes on the match clock. And still we're a ways off somebody winning this opening set. Pavlyuchenkova with a big forehand strike, but it's gone long. Whoa. For Kartal here, another break point chance that perhaps she shouldn't have had. This will be very hard for Pavlyuchenkova to get over, even with her experience, if she gets broken here.
Yeah, you feel it will have an impact. A huge point here.
4th break point in this game at 4-all in the first set. Pavlyuchenkova serves down the centre. Short return from Kartal, but it was awkward for Pavlyuchenkova. Kartal's bringing her in again. She goes cross-court with the backhand. Now the volley in the net from Pavlyuchenkova. And Kartal, with a giant dose of good fortune, has broken serve at 4-all and will now serve for the opening set. What a blow that is for the Russian player, who unsurprisingly is in conversation with the umpire. You took the game away from me, were the words she used there, and she's expressing now a lack of faith in the system.
Yeah, they stole the game from me. They stole it.
Well, you can hear what she's saying, and she's very upset, as you would understand. It was game point for Pavlyuchenkova. Kartal struck the ball. It seemed to all of us very clearly out. The replay in real time demonstrated that it was, but the Hawkeye system, or the electronic line calling system, had stalled in the middle of the point. So it didn't call the ball out, and because it had stalled in the middle of the point had to be replayed when Pavlyuchenkova would have won it and therefore won the game with it. As it was, the game continued. Kartal has taken a chance, Lucy. Now she's going to serve for the opening set.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? You have to say, I mean, Pavlyuchenkova, you can understand her frustration. She's got to quickly regroup here, and Kartal's got to try and take advantage of where her opponent might be at right now.
We've all been there. Sometimes the computer says no, doesn't it? And you've just got to move on. Kartal serves down the centre here at 5-4. Well, Pavlyuchenkova is not going to slow down with her ball striking now. You would imagine she's got plenty of frustration that she's going to be taking out on these tennis balls, and she wins the opening point of this 10th game.
And it's making sure she gets the balance, isn't it? Doesn't want to become reckless and use her frustration negatively.
This is the Wimbledon radio channel. 4th round, and the drama is starting to increase. 2 minutes short of an hour on court. Second serve, Pavlyuchenkova steps into that, drills the backhand, and the forehand volley is beautifully put away on the angle. 2 very good points from Pavlyuchenkova. Given how upset she was at the changeover, she's resetting well here.
She is. I mean, she's channeling things brilliantly. Great move forward. We've seen her miss a couple of volleys, but footwork there, making sure that she got to the ball as soon as she could.
Love 30, a test for Kartal, who is serving here for the opening set, and that is a quick point for Kartal. First serve got up off the court, and Pavlyuchenkova did not time her return.
Good body serve there, just swinging into Pavlyuchenkova, who made the decision, perhaps the wrong decision, to try and use her backhand, and ball just kept swinging into her.
15-30. Kartal serves down the centre, the forehand return. Backhand goes Kartal, another miss hit from Pavlyuchenkova. That was almost a shank off the backhand side, really. It landed beyond the doubles alley. Kartal 2 points away from the opening set.
Still just too many unforced errors, up to 30 now.
30 in a set of tennis. That's an awful lot. Kartal serves at the body. It's a forehand return deep from Pavlyuchenkova, but Kartal is there. Goes forehand down the centre. Pavlyuchenkova hits a backhand winner. That was a terrific stroke. From a central position, the off backhand towards the sideline for a winner.
Well, her 20th, that's where it's quite difficult. You're up against this type of player, because sometimes you don't actually feature in the point. You've got to accept that, you know, you're going to struggle to keep and get your rhythm at times.
Both players have shown a lot of mental toughness, I think, in this first set. Kartal serves at the body, and the returns in the net from Pavlyuchenkova. She was really trying to step in and take time away with that first serve return.
Smart serving, just jamming her up. She knows that she's going to be looking to take a swing at the serve, so it can be a good tactic just to try and swing it into Pavlyuchenkova.
Deuce yet again. Serve down the tee. Good backhand return from Pavlyuchenkova, and Kartal has hooked the forehand wide of the sideline. And for the first time today, really, quite an extended reaction there from Sonny Kartal. Just gives you an idea of how much she's feeling it. She knew what a big point that was. Clearly at 5-4 and deuce, 2 points from the opening set. And she hooked the forehand into the tram lines by a whisker and stood there looking up at the roof for a couple of seconds. Break point. Serve down the middle's a good serve. And the return in the bottom of the net from the world number 50. This is tremendously tense. And you get 2 relatively evenly matched players with this big opportunity in front of them, a Wimbledon quarter-final. And invariably it produces terrific drama. Serve out wide from Kartal. Now she goes back behind. Pavlyuchenkova was waiting for that, though, and drills the backhand cross. That's long. That's long. And Pavlyuchenkova's there with her hands on her hips. You know, that didn't land in a dissimilar spot to the one that wasn't called out in the previous game.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, just slapping her leg there, the pure frustration as to the position she's in.
How about this? Sonny Kartal, who this time last year was ranked just inside the top 300, is a point away from taking the first set in the 4th round of Wimbledon. She serves to the forehand of Pavlyuchenkova. It's a big return, gets Kartal on the back foot. Attacking forehand again from Pavlyuchenkova, and the floated ball is long from Kartal.
Yes. Good pace from Pavlyuchenkova, good depth as well, and Kartal just couldn't quite cut down the back of the ball. Chose to play the slice, but it just ballooned off the strings up over the baseline long. So from 3-2 onwards, every game's gone to deuce and beyond. Kartal serving for the set at 5-4, and it's deuce again. Here comes the second serve. We know Pavlyuchenkova is going to be threatening this.
Second serve, middle of the box. The forehand return is a beauty right into the forehand corner. And right in Kartal's eye line, the Pavlyuchenkova team all stood up there to applaud and recognise the quality of that return.
It's tough, isn't it? You don't know what you're going to get. I mean, this game, another long one over 5 minutes.
She's got to land the first serve, Kartal. Break point down now. Does land the first serve, but the backhand return cross-court is in, and the forehand line behind it is a perfect combination. And Sonny Kartal had a set point there, but couldn't clinch it. And Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, who suffered the not far off heartbreak of losing the previous game, has broken back for 5-all in a pretty dramatic first set here.
It is dramatic. I mean, over an hour now we've been out here, and you've got to say, that's a tough mindset from Pavlyuchenkova to just be able to reset, get herself back even here. I mean, you would have understood if she just couldn't quite get her focus back, but she certainly has.
The Wimbledon radio channel here, live on centre court. If you weren't with us a little earlier on, Taylor Fritz is through. Jordan Thompson retired on the #1 court, and Karen Hachanov made fairly short work of Kamil Majczak on the #2 court. Those are the results we've had from the singles today. 5-all in the first set on centre court as Sonny Kartal of Great Britain nets with a backhand. Struck from her usual kind of spot on the court, namely about 2 meters behind the baseline. But she seems very comfortable there. And I wonder if being on a big court like centre court with a great big surround to it gives her extra space in which she can run and defend balls. So maybe she's starting to like it down there.
Oh, you do have that, don't you? The run back so much bigger than the other courts. Sometimes you got to make sure that you don't sort of lose your bearings out there.
Second serve at 15 love here for Pavlyuchenkova. An excellent combination, the wide serve and the forehand cross, and she really stepped in quickly into court and took the time away.
Didn't back up again. Ben Reeves, Sonny Kartal's coach, just leaning over the coach's box, shouting instructions to Kartal.
30 love. The wide serve, the forehand return deep is long from Kartal.
He took a big swing at that return, and it didn't miss by much, just slightly wide.
So 3 game points for 6-5 for Pavlyuchenkova, who was a point away from losing this opening set. She's had to contend with quite a lot in the last 10-15 minutes, but she seems to have got herself back on an even keel. Serving, looking towards the royal box. The second serve, deep. The return from Kartal down the centre. A huge forehand from Pavlyuchenkova. Kartal dug it out, and Pavlyuchenkova didn't finish with the forehand line. It just missed.
Only
by
just.
Goodness me, very little. That is the old triple zoomer. And it was, what, a centimetre wide?
If that. I think Kartal was looking at the line. She was wondering whether it was in or out.
Still 2 game points for Pavlyuchenkova. 5-all, 40-15. Misses looking for the wide serve, taking the speed off it. Just putting that thought in Kartal's mind. Kartal with the white cap, knee taping on the right knee. Moves to hit a forehand return. Pavlyuchenkova, low backhand over the centre of the net. Now Kartal goes up the line. The forehand cross from Pavlyuchenkova. Kartal has to hit that with height to try and get herself back in the rally. But Pavlyuchenkova dominating there from the baseline and holds. She's won the last 2 games. The ebb and flow of this first set has been extraordinary. Pavlyuchenkova back in front, and Kartal, having served for it, will have to serve to stay in it shortly at 5-6. What do you reckon, Lucy?
I think a great couple of games from Pavlyuchenkova after all that she went through, the way that she was able to just keep her focus, keep her head out there and be able to bounce back and respond. Obviously, Kartal will be frustrated not to have been able to convert that break point, but you know, it's been an intriguing opening set, hasn't it? It's been a long first set. that's kind of gone back and forth. We've got contrasting styles, which always then makes it even more interesting. And, you know, you can obviously look at the numbers and the winners and the unforced errors, and we know for Pavlyuchenkova that she's got to try and keep that ratio relatively even. But I think you've got to take into account the fact, you know, when you're up against someone that makes so many balls, moves well around the court, that probably the unforced error count is going to be higher than maybe it normally is, which it is. It's 33, 23 winners. So just wants to try and get that gap a little bit closer. Pavlyuchenkova and Cartel, I guess maybe a few more unforced errors than she's used to playing. So it's interesting, that balance and dynamic. You know, Cartel knows she's got to maybe be a little more aggressive, and Pavlyuchenkova knows that she's got to rein it in. So it's that dilemma as to when you do it and, you know, on the key points.
Two politicians fighting for the middle ground, aren't they? Who's going to come out on top? 5-6, Cartel serving, and there's a case in point from Pavlyuchenkova, who went hard at the return and missed it long by a couple of inches. Margins.
Shadowing what she should have done, get down a bit lower so she can get the cover on the backhand that she needed.
But an hour and 8 minutes for this first set. You know, the legs are starting to feel it, aren't they? It's a little more difficult to get low and spring from that lower position.
Absolutely. You know, this has been physical. They've both had long games. They're both going to be starting to feel it with the amount of serves that they've had to hit.
It's been great stuff. I've enjoyed every moment of it so far. 30 love here, Cartel, who goes backhand on the angle. Pavlyuchenkova makes ground. Drop shot from Cartel. Pavlyuchenkova is up to it, goes down the line. Attempted lob Cartel, but that's right into the wheelhouse of Pavlyuchenkova, who spanks it away for a winner.
Just smiling to her team there. I mean, it was a good pickup, good hand skills there. Just, you know, kind of just held with her racket and sort of giving the impression she was maybe going to hit it short, and then she nudged it back in behind Cartel. Good play from her.
30-15, the first serve into the net from the British number 3. The second serve is onto the centre line, and the slice return drops long. Well, that was well-directed second serve from Cartel. It may have just checked on the centre line. Either way, it was an improvised, unconventional return from Pavlyuchenkova, which disappeared beyond the baseline. So here are 2 points for Cartel to take us into a tiebreak after an hour and 10 minutes on centre court. And the ace from Cartel, a puff of white emerges from the grass that tells us that serve hit the centre line. A fifth ace from Sonic Cartel. And after 70 minutes, we still have a tiebreak in front of us to decide this marathon and intriguing opening set. Who's going to take it? Is Pavlyuchenkova going to make just slightly less unforced errors? Is Cartel going to be successful with her search for a tiny bit more aggression? In which way is the pendulum going to swing? Pavlyuchenkova then begins the tie-break from the royal box end. Forehand return back at the server from Cartel, and then a backhand that's long.
1-0, Pavlyuchenkova.
We have to say it does deserve a tie-break, doesn't it? The way that the set's gone, how we've got to this point. Cartel obviously has had that set point opportunity. It's gone back and forth between the two of them.
So, love one, Cartel serves to the backhand of Pavlyuchenkova. Shortish return, but angled, it was awkward. Then an attacking backhand from Pavlyuchenkova. That was a terrific strike. A whistling winner.
Right on the front foot, wasn't she? Real commitment to that strike. Really does hit through the ball well. Extension with the racket, just to make sure that she gets the depth, gets the accuracy, as well as the pace.
25th winner, but only the 5th off the backhand wing for her today. Love 2 in the tie-break then. Cartel serves the second serve, the backhand return, putting Cartel under pressure. Forehand nudging Cartel further back behind the baseline. Hits with spin and height, but it's long. And that's the first 3 points in the tie-break for Pavlyuchenkova.
I think just slightly mistimed that forehand, Cartel. She's trying to generate some pace, trying to be aggressive if she has the opportunity, but too much of a swing there. Didn't manage to centre the ball.
So 2 mini breaks to the good after the first 3 points for the Russian. Cartel twiddles the racket. First serve bursts through the tape, and they'll go again. Pavlyuchenkova decides that she'd rather have a different tennis ball. A swift exchange with the ball boy, standing tall down below us. First serve to the backhand of Cartel, lands on the service line, and an aggressive forehand that she's missed by a fraction. Cartel's fortunate there because that again was right in the strike zone.
And it was a good strike. I mean, it only just missed.
When she does miss, she's not reacting with any kind of frustration. She's accepting that that's the way it's going to be.
That's her game.
You have to be, don't you? 3-1, serve down the middle. The backhand return again is short. The off forehand gets Cartel on the run. It's a high ball. Is it dropping long? It is. Cartel looks up at the umpire for confirmation, but he's got the finger up to say, yeah, don't you worry. There's no malfunction there.
Well,
that was out.
It doesn't make any difference, though, does it? If there is a malfunction, then he can't do anything about it.
The umpire says doesn't matter. We found that out, yeah. And he was saying to Pavlyuchenkova, going back to that call, yeah, I thought it was out as well. But he couldn't.
Makes it even worse,
yeah,
doesn't
it's
it?
funny. It's really odd. 1-4, Cartel serves down the centre and misses. So a second serve here coming for Pavlyuchenkova, who's already got this 4-1 lead in this first set tie-break. She's on the move forward here, clubs the forehand. Cartel does well to get a racket on it. It's dropping by the baseline. Awkward. They're into a baseline rally. Cross court goes Pavlyuchenkova and long. What a big tick there for the defensive skills of Sonny Cartel, because she should not have won that point, but she managed to hang in there, and she's hanging in this tiebreak just about.
Big point as well. You know, it is big difference seeing 4-2 compared to 5-1 there, and just able to make that extra ball, which is the key goal, really. Just try and lengthen these points, try and keep asking the question.
So Cartel with one more serve to come at 2-4. They've swapped ends. Cartel's now in front of the royal box. What drama will the rest of this tie-break provide? Or have we had our maximum drama quota for this opening set already? There's a good wide serve from Sonny Cartel. That wasn't especially dramatic, but it was very well executed. A wide serve taking the Russian further and further away from the court. And a simple point in the end.
Oh, a nice point, a quick point to have. And she's done a good job just closing the gap here, making this a lot tighter.
4-3, Pavlyuchenkova with two serves to come from the ad court, looking towards the royal box. She misses with the first serve. Ball boy comes skittering on to collect the ball. Cartel on the baseline. It's a good second serve. It was really deep. That was really brave from Pavlyuchenkova. And that's what brought about the shanked return from Cartel. You could hear the sound. It was an odd sound off Cartel's racket.
Yeah, right off the top of the frame there. Just didn't quite space herself enough away from the ball.
2 points from the opening set. Remember, Cartel had a set point earlier in the piece at 5-4. Pavlyuchenkova sweeps a backhand into the backhand corner. High ball here. She's underneath it. Cartel can't defend that. And Pavlyuchenkova moves to within one meaty strike of the opening set herself. 6-3 up.
Just taking a bit of extra time as well, as she always does. Just turns to the back of the court. Just jumps around a little on her feet, gets herself ready.
She'll be very proud of herself if she takes this opening set, having overcome the frustration of the line call that wasn't. 3-6, backhand return Pavlyuchenkova. Cartel, good depth on her own backhand. Moves round to attack with the forehand and misses it. The inside-in forehand in the tram lines. She looks round disappointedly to her box, but Pavlyuchenkova, having been broken when she thought she'd won the game earlier, The line call that wasn't has overcome that disappointment, and she takes the opening set in a tie-break after an hour and 17 minutes by 7 points to 3. Well, oh, it's a lot of fun, Lucy. The contrast in styles, the drama there surrounding the electronic line calling, and a supremely competitive set where the margin between both players was paper thin.
Well, it was. I mean, there's only a couple points in it in the end, and yeah, the big numbers obviously for Pavlyuchenkova, and you know, she's going all out. That's how she plays. She backs herself, and you know, at times she was over hitting, but you know, in the end, when it mattered, she was able to come through. I think, you know, the adversity that she went through, that was not easy, because that was a big point. I mean, that was the game for her to sit down at 5-4, and then suddenly, you know, Cartel's got the opportunity to try and serve it out. So, you know, I think you've got to give her a lot of credit that she was able to just use her experience there and navigate her way through. It's going to be interesting now in the start of this second set, you know, whether she can almost just run with things now, whether Cartel's disappointment gets in the way, whether she's able to put that to one side. But I mean, that was a long opening set, wasn't it? I mean, we're seeing it a little bit more now, where opening sets on grass are over an hour, and that was well over an hour, which, you know, you kind of feel is unusual, but maybe not with the way that players move around the court. And you know, we see longer and longer points. We saw a lot of long games going back and forth, juice advantage. Both of them had so many breakpoint chances, so putting each other under so much pressure.
A couple of quick hellos to some friends who were in centre court today. Hello to Helen, Harry and Laura Wrigley, who are out there amongst the seats somewhere. Hi to you guys.
Hello.
And to Tracy and Eaton Simpson, who are here today. Hello to you both as well. We're underway in the second set here on centre court. And, well, what a first set it was. I wonder if the second set can possibly match it. Well, Pavlyuchenkova starts with an outstanding backhand lob on the run to win the opening point. But physicality is part of it now, isn't it? Have you got the endurance to go the distance here?
We saw a Sharapova lefty forehand as well from Pavlyuchenkova before that lob.
Wow, it's all there. Love 15, Cartel serves, and the forehand comes back pummeled by Pavlyuchenkova, who moves forward in the court. Cartel with a chance to pass, but two good volleys from Pavlyuchenkova. The second one's there for Cartel, a reaction volley from her. But Pavlyuchenkova holds on to win the point.
I mean, such good net coverage there from Pavlyuchenkova. I think she was all over the net, read it quickly, was then able to reposition herself, and Cartel did have an opportunity there to get the ball past her up the line, but that was such a good finish from her.
Love 30. Can Pavlyuchenkova build on the winning of the opening set? How much of a disappointment is it for Sonny Cartel to deal with? She certainly had a long, hard look at her coaching box after the first set was concluded. Missed return there from Sonny Cartel. Of course, you know the Cartel coaching team very well, but I'm struck by the story of her meeting Julie Hobbs at a local tennis club, the Pavilion and Avenue Tennis Club in Brighton, when she was 6.
Julie Pullen, of course, former player,
right,
who coaches at the club, and she sat in the box.
And she met Sonny at that very first practice, and has been with her ever since.
Doesn't travel with her now, other than the domestic tournaments. Really, Ben Reeves is the coach that's in charge of that. Martin Reeves as well. He's been heavily involved. They all coach at the club in Hove.
So it's Hove rather than Brighton. I've got to get that right. That's important
Hove,
down there.
actually.
Yeah, the twin towns down there. Driving backhand return here from Pavlyuchenkova to get to 30-40, a break point in this opening game of this second set. Cartel again with the racket held high before the serve, misses with the first at 92 miles per hour. Here's a chance for Pavlyuchenkova right at the start of the set. There were 6 breaks in the opening set, mind you, but she's trying to get a first one here. Cartel defending, now attacking with the backhand line. Pavlyuchenkova does well with her own forehand to dig that out. Now goes drop shot. Cartel's having to do a lot of running. Flicks it down the line. Up goes the lob. Cartel's been beaten by this one. Tries to hit it over her shoulder, but it's out. And that is the break of serve at the start of the second set for Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, who has done well in the latter stages of the first and immediately breaks at the start of the second.
Oh, brilliant point there. I mean, such good movement from Pavlyuchenkova there, all over the court, and again finishing with her second topspin lob of the point. And a good start for her, and next game's going to be important for Cartel. A couple of times she's just looked back up to her box. She'll be heading down that way now. I'm sure she'll be getting some feedback from them. This is a big game, just to try and stay close here.
Just a word, we're playing under the roof here on centre court. If you are just tuning in, we had a shower of rain. In fact, we had more than that. We had thunder as the two players were walking out onto court. An enormous, great clap of thunder as they walked onto court, and then a downpour not too long after that. The covers came on the outside courts. Centre and number one, of course, playing under the roofs, but play is back underway and has been for a little while. On the outside courts, number 2 court, Solana Sierra, the lucky loser against Laura Siegemund, is in the 4th game on serve there. And on number 1, Jari and Norrie are going at it in the opening set. On serve again, Jari 3-4. So the last remaining British woman in action here on centre court, and the last remaining British man in action on the number 1. As I say, winners earlier today in the singles, Taylor Fritz. Poor Jordan Thompson, who's been battling injuries for ages, got through to the 4th round of Wimbledon for the first time and then had to retire midway through the second set. And Karen Hachanov has beaten Kamil Majchrzak of Poland. So Hachanov is into the quarterfinals as well. Pavlyuchenkova here at 15 love. The backhand return from Cartel, and then the missed forehand from the Russian.
15 all.
Cartel is short in stature, so when she does come forward, the lob is an obvious option for an opponent, isn't it? I mean, it's just a fact that there's an awful lot of space to either side and over the top of her.
Yeah, it's difficult, particularly when she's brought forward. You then feel that it can be a little vulnerable, even though she has got incredible hand skills.
Yeah, she has. That's the forehand cross-court wide from Pavlyuchenkova. Cartel looked at that and just glanced as the ball was in the air, glanced at it and started walking across to her return position. She'd picked that up very early as a mishit from her opponent. So 15-30. Pavlyuchenkova in her white visor reaches up and serves a fault by quite some distance. Few empty seats at the start of this second set. People went out after that long first set to grab a bit of refreshment, quite understandably so. Second serve is returned by Cartel, but then the forehand's long by Pavlyuchenkova. I mean, her kind of undulating form in this match continues. A string of winners, a few unforced errors, and round we go again. 28 winners now and 39 unforced. Cartel 8 winners, of which 5 have been aces, and 18 unforced. 15-40 then, 2 break points. The forehand return from Cartel back to the server. Slice from Cartel, it's a short ball, it died on the court, and it meant Pavlyuchenkova could not reach forward and get underneath it. And that's an instant break back for Sonny Cartel.
1 game all.
And the pattern of this match continues, really.
Second set.
Holds of serve are very valuable indeed.
Well, it's another good response, isn't it? Because it's just a sense that maybe there was going to be a bit of a hangover after the opening set, but it's not been the case at all. She's bounced back well.
Cartel to serve then from the Royal Box end. She cracked the top 100 for the first time last October. Peaked at around 40, well, peaked at exactly 49 last month, but Her live ranking before today's match was 44, so she's heading for a career high as the off backhand return is in the tram lines from Pavlyuchenkova. Were she to win today, that would jump up to 33 in the world. I mean, this is a rough estimate at this point with a few results still to affect the rankings, but that means she'd be in with a real chance of being seeded at the US Open later in the year. As the return goes long from Pavlyuchenkova again, and as we've mentioned, of course, she would overtake Emma Raducanu and Katie Bolter and become the British #1, which would also be the first time in her career. So exciting times ahead for Sonné Cartal, almost irrespective of what happens here, as she serves an ace, wide out, a slice serve from the deuce court to move to 40 love.
She has mixed the serve up well, which is important when, you know, you're up against someone who's going to have a big swing at the return.
Serve to the backhand. Oh, and Pavlyuchenkova was completely deceived by the speed of that or the bounce off the court and barely got contact on it at all. A quick hold of serve for Cartal. I mean, there has not been a quick hold of serve for anybody, it feels like, since the start of the match. We've had constant deuce games and ebb and flow, so a quick service game will come, I'm sure, as a great relief for the British player. And I think important for Pavlyuchenkova to let her know in the early stages of the second set that she's not going to run through the second set. You know, just because you've lost that Titanic first, you're not going to subside in the second, which often you see a 7-6, 6-1, don't you, in a match. But Cartal has clearly given her the message you're going to have to work just as hard to win this second set, which may not be appealing, given how hard she has worked already.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, still using the ice towel, feeling the, you know, the heat in here, which, you know, can get quite humid with the roof on. But that's a really good couple of games from Cartal, and it does send that message back. And as you say, I mean, we do often see it, long opening set, and then, you know, the person that wins that can then keep the momentum and almost run away with it. But that's certainly not going to be the case now.
Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, who, as Lucy said at the start, an outstanding junior. She won the Australian Open girls title as far back as 2006. Her opponent today was just 4 years old at the time.
She's had a long career, hasn't she, Pavlyuchenkova, and, you know, came through so young as such a good junior. Had a lot of issues with the knee, has missed, you know, long chunks of her career, but still motivated and wanting to get her ranking back up to where she's been before.
Her live ranking, by the way, she came in today ranked 50, but her live ranking has her at 35 in the world, and she'd be top 30 again, there or thereabouts, if she wins this match. So again, same story for her, really, about being seeded for the US Open, potentially. So as with a lot of these matches, you know, they're forks in the road for the players. One close match and something really special can start to happen. Your ranking can start to take off, and who knows what doors will open further down the line. Pavlyuchenkova then at 1-2. No player's had a 2-game lead in a set since 2-love in the opener for Pavlyuchenkova. Since then, it's been really close as she gets the serve and forehand cross combination going to win a comfortable point.
Yeah, mixing up that second shot really well. Either goes into the space or back in behind. Cartal, you know, at times has had to just almost guess which way she might go.
15 love, and the serve at the body, the backhand return. And then the backhand cross missed by Pavlyuchenkova, who's playing her 16th Wimbledon. First played here in 2007. Reached the quarterfinals in 2016. Played on this court, on centre court, and was beaten by Serena Williams. This only the second time, the first time since that day, that she's made the round of 16. Chip return here from Cartal down the middle of the court. The forehand cross from Pavlyuchenkova, who steps in and really nails a forehand. She really got everything right there, everything transferring through the ball, as clean as a whistle. She's a lovely striker of the ball, isn't she?
times the ball brilliantly off both sides. Able to generate good pace as well, and it's a clean hit.
A 30th winner of this contest for her. 30-15, angled return from Kartal. Whenever she's brought Pavlyuchenkova into the forecourt, she's found it awkward going, and that was a miss in the net.
I think sometimes she's not maybe being quite sure what to play, whether to hit through it, whether to use the slice or think about playing it short in the court with the drop shot. And sometimes when that's that indecision that, you know, causes you to miss.
Deep first serve, and Kartal on the stretch puts a forehand into the net and then taps the racket against the top of her head, as if to suggest that had she been thinking clearly, she would have made that one. At 30 all, it was a big point as well. Pavlyuchenkova swiftly back to the service line, back to the baseline to serve. At 40-30, goes down the middle, the forehand down the centre, and a miss from Pavlyuchenkova again. It's hit and miss, as it's been throughout the match.
Just a couple of loose shots from Pavlyuchenkova, and Kartal will feel that she's got an opportunity here. She'll get herself into the points if she can get a decent return in play.
Juice tried to take the pace off with the slider out wide, but missed it. Maybe a chance then for Kartal in this latest Juice game. The second serve towards the body of Kartal, hits a forehand cross-court return. Hard hit from Pavlyuchenkova, who goes with a cross-court backhand. Kartal digs it up, and then a flatter backhand from Pavlyuchenkova, and there was no digging that one out.
I mean, such good pace once more. I mean, drilling it down through the court. Kartal able to get a racket on it, but the pace from Pavlyuchenkova's shot there, just forcing it to fly long over the baseline, couldn't get any type of cover on the ball.
So a game point for 2-all, and the wide serve hard, but a fault. So a second serve at game point for Pavlyuchenkova. Kartal tries to inject some pace of her own, but Pavlyuchenkova was ready for that. Good depth then from the Kartal forehand. And the British player nets, and Pavlyuchenkova is relieved to get out of that game. Another Juice game that she just about hangs on to. And it's 2 games all.
Well, the cry as well, because she certainly doesn't want a 3-set match out here, not with how long she's been out on court, how physical it's been. So she's got to try and get some sort of momentum, try and kick ahead here.
She's played the longer matches in the first 3 rounds. As Kartal digs out a slice, looking towards the royal box at 2-all, and a higher topspun forehand, then a flatter backhand from the British player, but a hard hit backhand from Pavlyuchenkova, who's striking the ball supremely well, leans into a forehand and hits the sideline. It's another winner.
A fist pump as well from her. Again, I mean, it's close to the line. She doesn't have too much margin, does she? Backs herself that she's going to make those shots, or make enough of them.
You're right that she wants to get it done in 2 sets. Pavlyuchenkova leans into the forehand return. Now a deeper topspun forehand, and Kartal can't find the court from that deep position this time, and finds herself down love 30 as a result.
Just a little late there, ran out of time. She desperately trying to catch up with just throwing the racket at the ball.
Crowd trying to lift the home player here. They sense this is a big moment at love 30. Your forehand return from Pavlyuchenkova. Now she hits through the backhand again. Mistimed ball from Kartal. It's dropping in. It's awkward for Pavlyuchenkova. She just about found the court, and Kartal made the unforced error off the backhand. And here are 3 break points for Pavlyuchenkova. Love 40 on the Kartal service, but an unusual scoreline. She serves to the backhand, and Pavlyuchenkova misses, trying to attack everything from everywhere. That was a step too far.
Just didn't quite make contact early enough, and then of course the ball jumps into you. You're trying to take it early, racket face is going to be open, and that ball's just going to fly.
15-40. Serve rush Pavlyuchenkova, then the cross-court forward forehand is a miss from Kartal, and she just started to leak a few errors in that game, and it got away from her very quickly indeed. Kartal a breakdown in this second set. Time on court so far at the championships. Pavlyuchenkova, an hour 48 first round, an hour 43 second round, 2 hours 6 the third round, 5 hours 37. Kartal, an hour 56 the first round, that match against Ostapenko. Then an hour and 7 and an hour and 23, two fairly quick matches, 4 hours and 25. So an hour and 12 minutes less on court. She's played the doubles as well. When the players are getting a day off between matches, those aren't taxing numbers for either player. I mean, they're not going to be struggling to recover from that kind of length of match, are they, with a day off?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, obviously for Kartal, wouldn't have had a day off yesterday, played the doubles,
yeah.
So, you know, she's been on court a little bit longer, but certainly there's no issues with her fitness. We don't feel we've seen any signs that the knee strapping has caused her too many problems. But yeah, she will be happy for this to go as long as it needs to. As you feel for Pavlyuchenkova, she's going to want to really try and put her foot down, try and keep the advantage, keep the pressure on here.
On the number one court, Cameron Norrie has taken the first set against Nicolas Jarry of Chile by 6 games to 3. We have ball-by-ball commentary, as you know, on our number one court dedicated feed. But thank you for sticking with us here on centre court. This intriguing women's fourth round match. First set that lasted, what, an hour and 17 minutes between Sonny Kartal of Great Britain and Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. That the Russian player took 7-3 in a tiebreak. Kartal had a set point, serving for the set at 5-4, but was broken. A set of drama when we had the electronic line calling system fail at a crucial moment, it seemed, to Pavlyuchenkova's detriment, but she came back, got over it so well, and she's striking the ball very cleanly here from the baseline. Kartal missing there in the first point of the 6th game, and just looking round at her coaching team more often now, as if she's searching for answers a bit out there.
Yeah, again, Ben Reeves leaning over, because it's not actually very easy to hear, certainly on centre court, but all of the courts, it's tough for the player to hear with the noise that's going on. I mean, he's shouting instructions to her. Not sure she fully was on board, but maybe they'll start to sink in, perhaps just a bit of frustration there.
Second serve coming at 15 love. 3-2 Pavlyuchenkova then, with a break in the second set, leading by a set to love. Crushes a backhand from the baseline. Now steps in to hit the forehand. Kartal trying to fight back with her own forehand, but Pavlyuchenkova from the baseline, dictating with heavy strikes, and wins another point.
It's big hitting, isn't it? I mean, it just, at times, it's not a lot you can do, but Pavlyuchenkova well and truly has got the momentum. She won 8 of the last 10 points, and he'll really be trying to push on here in this stage of the second set, try and break down the defence of Kartal.
30 love, the serve down the centre, misses by a fraction. The player boxes here aren't far from the royal box, so they're down to our left-hand side. The player at this end can obviously have much more straightforward communication with their team. That's Kartal, who hits a forehand return into the net, and the errors are starting to flow more regularly from her racket, and that's a major problem. Yeah, 23rd unforced from Kartal.
No, I mean, those numbers she needs to try and keep as low as possible.
3 game points for 4-2 in the second set for Pavlyuchenkova. She looks to return to the Wimbledon quarterfinals. Gets Kartal on the run again. One side to the other. Kartal slice up the line. What a winner that was. Well, that should be a breath of fresh air, some relief, some pleasure for Sonny Kartal.
I mean, side to side once more, and Pavlyuchenkova, I don't know if she just didn't expect that that was going to land in her, and she just found herself stranded right in the middle of the court as she watched that slice just drift past her.
Outstanding athleticism from Kartal. Still 40-15. Big serve down the middle and the return long.
Pavlyuchenkova.
Simple.
Pavlyuchenkova leads by 4-2.
Quick point for the Russian, and she moves ahead 4-2 in this second set. She's a couple of games away now from the quarterfinals, Lucy.
Yeah, just for the second time here. And again, you know, the crowd just trying to respond, trying to get behind Kartal. It's not been as easy because really won too many points. So the errors have come from Kartal. It needs to put in a decent game here.
At 2-4 in the second set. 3:20 in the afternoon. Sabalenka and Mertens next due on centre court. Rublev and Alcaraz. The concluding match of the day. Could be a long day on centre court with this match certainly taking its time. It's been absolutely enthralling as Pavlyuchenkova wins another point, getting into good court position and putting a forehand away.
Oh, it's brilliant footwork. Just had to make the adjustments, move to create space and hit another winning forehand. Did hit the top of the net, but Kartal had already committed the other way.
Serve at the body from the British player, who now goes forehand cross-court. Pavlyuchenkova attacked, and she thought she'd got it with that one, but it just missed the corner of the court by about a centimetre.
Only just. And Kartal just looking down at the line, because that's sometimes what you're doing, isn't it? You're seeing the ball just fly past you and almost just hoping that it is going to be out.
I think that the power of Pavlyuchenkova is wearing down Kartal as she's hitting hard from the baseline now. Kartal dealt well with that one, and she can attack herself with the off forehand. And Pavlyuchenkova was on the back foot there and put it in the net.
30-15.
Dealt really well with the pace that time. And you can hear...
That's Ben Reeves up on his feet. He's always vocal, positive, trying to really get behind Kartal.
30-15, serves down the middle. It's an excellent first serve at 106 miles per hour. It just rushed Pavlyuchenkova, and she couldn't time a return. So a couple of game points for Kartal to close within one again in this second set. Pavlyuchenkova a break up. Roof closed for this opening match. May well open for matches 2 and 3. Weather's a bit better outside. We'll see in due course as Pavlyuchenkova gets on top of a return, forces the error from Kartal to pull the score back to 40-30 in this game. She can't afford to get broken here, that's for sure. She's still got game point. Kartal is set down 2-4, but 40-30. Misses down the middle. Second serve's been under pressure all the way through from a hard-hitting Pavlyuchenkova who crosses a forehand back at Kartal. He just put a racket down there, just anything to try and rebound that ball into court. It wasn't so much a stroke as just a reaction from Kartal.
Yeah, just trying to absorb it, and I mean that ball came at her so quickly, had no time to get in any sort of position.
I think it is wearing, isn't it? The constant power barrage coming at you. Certainly in the first set, you felt that Kartal's athleticism and her ability to keep rallies going was pulling at Pavlyuchenkova. But Kartal there did well. The return back at her centrally, got her feet around it and played the forehand into the space for a winner.
Yeah, that's a good point. She was quick with her feet there. A slight opportunity, and she was then quick to take it because there haven't been many. The ball coming back at her so quickly. She's been in defence a lot of the time.
Serves down the centre and misses fractionally. She's managed 6 aces in total, Sonny Kartal, just nudging a little bit to her left for a wider angle on this second serve, but that is the first double fault that she's hit in the match. It's a vital game for her chances. It feels like she's finding it tough at the moment. Pavlyuchenkova certainly feels like the player in charge, not just on the scoreboard, but with the body language as well. Kartal serves out wide and misses. Tall ball boy comes on to collect the ball. Kartal for the second serve. Onto the backhand of Pavlyuchenkova, gets Kartal on the back foot once again. Now the counter punch off the forehand side. Short ball though from Kartal, and cross court goes Pavlyuchenkova. Kartal changes it, goes up the line, then goes inside in with a forehand, and she got Pavlyuchenkova moving, and that was the key to winning that point.
She was closer to the baseline as well, able to be more aggressive there and fully committed. It's great ball striking from Kartal.
A doubles partner and a buddy, Jodie Burridge, in the player box, screaming her encouragement there. Game point at 2-4 for Kartal, who serves at the body. The backhand return is long from Pavlyuchenkova. And listen to that encouragement for Sonny Kartal, who's not out of this one yet. I think she feels like it's a long way back, but she's still got a chance in this fourth round encounter. An hour and 48 minutes into this, Lucy. It certainly feels like Pavlyuchenkova is in a pretty calm and reassured place mentally right now.
It does seem that way, and you know, that was a massive game though, and I've got to give credit to Kartal with the way that, you know, I think she realized that unless she tries to step up and actually do something a little more, then this match could fade away from her, because the way that Pavlyuchenkova has been hitting the ball and, you know, not making quite as many errors. We've seen a few more from Kartal. You sort of got to make that shift and that decision where you can't just hope that your opponent's going to miss. So that was impressive from Kartal. A couple of points there where she wasn't so deep behind the baseline. She held a court position, found a decent first serve, and then was able to dictate the point a little more.
So tough when your opponent is hitting as hard as she is, though, to tell yourself to stand further forward rather than further back.
Because you're having to do a lot of running, you're having to be in a more defensive position to give yourself any chance of keeping in the point. And also, you know, it is a good tactic to make balls.
Well, who knows what's happening now. So Pavlyuchenkova about to serve from the royal box end. Feels like she's in a position of control in the match, a greater position of control than she's had at any point, really. But the last game for Kartal, for her to get that on the board, as Lucy's just been saying, absolutely vital for her chances, which still remain. Pavlyuchenkova, though, a set and a break at 4-3, misses the first serve going down the middle, looking to make her first quarter-final at Wimbledon in 9 years. Second serve, middle of the box. Kartal with the backhand, getting her on the run, but a good cross-court ball from Pavlyuchenkova forces the slice from Kartal. Depth from Pavlyuchenkova, then onto the baseline from Kartal, who tries to attack with a backhand cross-court, then straightens it out a little bit. Now goes backhand into the backhand corner. Cross-court topspin exchange. Off forehand from Pavlyuchenkova. Preparation was early, but she put the backhand into the net, and the first point to Kartal.
Great play, and really continuing to step up there, going toe-to-toe with Pavlyuchenkova. It's more a coach up on his feet, just making sure that Kartal is aware that he thinks that that's exactly what she needs to do right now.
When the backhand cross-court exchange developed, I really fancied that the Russian would end up on top. It's a big win for Kartal, who slices with a return here, and that's drifted long. So a quick point for Pavlyuchenkova, 109-mile-per-hour first serve.
It's the accuracy as well. I mean, it's right in the corner of the box, moving quickly off the court. So it can be tough to be able to control.
15 all at 4-3, the royal box end. Pavlyuchenkova serves at the body. Backhand return down the middle from Kartal. Pavlyuchenkova, now you can hear her, the exertion that she's putting into each stroke. She goes cross-court with a forehand, good depth on it. Kartal responding close to the baseline. Slice from the British player. Good depth, though, from Pavlyuchenkova, who's got Kartal on the run, and then she misses. Pavlyuchenkova just giving us a bit of a tell with the noise that she's emitting, that the stress levels maybe are just rising a little bit.
15-30.
And also, the crowd, they've now got something to really get stuck into, and they're getting a little more vocal out here. Pavlyuchenkova once more just trying to keep her focus, try and stay in her own bubble, taking a bit more time.
15-30. Pavlyuchenkova misses the first serve. Crowd turning up the volume. Pavlyuchenkova turning up the volume. The only one staying quiet down there is Sonny Kartal. Second serve at 15-30 to the backhand of the British player. Goes cross court, then up the line goes Pavlyuchenkova. Kartal had to make a lot of ground and hooked her forehand wide.
30 all.
She was rushed there, wasn't she? Ended up just only really being able to take a full swing at that forehand, really have a good setup with her legs.
30 all at 4-3 in the second set. An hour and 53 minutes now on the match clock. Pavlyuchenkova serves down the middle, and that's a high return, which is dropping just a fraction long.
40-30.
She was grateful for that, Pavlyuchenkova. It would have been very awkward had that caught a piece of the whitewash. So a game point here for 5-3, and then the finish line will be in sight for the 34-year-old. Kartal waits, looking towards the royal box. The serve crashes into the net. Pavlyuchenkova does a little jog, trying to keep the body moving, trying to keep the limbs loose at this. Tension-filled stage. Kartal attacks the second serve with a hard hit return, but then misses the second forehand. And another release from Pavlyuchenkova, who's certainly feeling it, but is managing the tension and is a game away now from the quarterfinals.
That's a good hold. Good focus under some pressure there, having sort of had the lead, and then Kartal getting herself right back into this set. That was another important game. Could have been saying that throughout this match. I mean, there's been so many tight games.
Yeah, each game. Powerful player there as Pavlyuchenkova came running in to crack that second serve away with a point-winning backhand. She's got the extra speed of shot. It's just been about controlling it and using it at the right moment today. First serve missed by Kartal. The ball bounces into one of the TV cameras over on the far side. Second serve. (30-15). Another attacking backhand return from Pavlyuchenkova, a looping forehand from Kartal, who goes up the line. Looping ball now from Pavlyuchenkova, giving herself time to recover. Kartal goes cross-court with the forehand, and then forehand line, looking to win the point with that shot. Missed it in the tram lines.
30 all.
And the warning lights are flashing here for Sonny Kartal at 30 all. She is 2 points away from defeat. Pavlyuchenkova would love to win it here without having to serve this match out. She goes of ends.
I think just trying to stay calm, not overthink, trying to just keep themselves focused and, you know, ready for every single point in this next game. You see, you know, a different approach for Cartel. She's done what she had to do. Good game there, quickish game, and able to, you know, make sure that she asks the question here. But you know, she knows that she's going to have to get herself into the point. Pavlyuchenkova is going to be wanting to get it done here, obviously.
Yes.
It's just composure right now, and, you know, simple things, thinking about, you know, where they're going to serve, what they're going to look to do. It's going to be about that first strike, backing herself here for Pavlyuchenkova.
Try and minimize the task. Try and take the size of the occasion away from your thoughts. Just hit the ball into the court.
With good pace, good margin, or maybe not at times. Cartel, just try and make her work hard here.
So Pavlyuchenkova at 34, the second oldest player remaining in the ladies' singles. The oldest, Laura Siegerman, has just taken the first set on the #2 court against Solana Sierra. And Pavlyuchenkova has started this service game in ideal fashion with an ace down the middle. It's her first of the match. Lovely time to buck that particular trend. So she's 3 points away now for a return to the quarterfinals. She'll face the winner of Noskova against Anisimova, which is later on the #1 court. Makes another first serve out wide, and Cartel can't control the return. That's exactly the way that she would have planned it during the sit-down. Make a few accurate first serves, make the job as easy as possible, take the stress away from it. 5-4, 30 love now here, live on the Wimbledon radio channel from centre court. Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. Serving for a place in the quarterfinals. Missing the first serve. Sonny Cartal, the British #3, in front of the royal box. Doesn't have to play a return, it's a double fault. We've had the first ace. That is her first double of this set.
Yeah, that looked a little tight, didn't it? There wasn't really too much commitment to that second serve. Just feeling a bit of pressure, which you can understand.
I can feel it all the way up here. We're on the 5th
Me
floor.
too.
30-15 then. Can she find the mark with the first serve? Plenty of time for Cartal to make the return there. Attacking forehand from Pavlyuchenkova. Now that backhand cross court. Cartal just about gets there. Attempted drop shot. Cartal is there. Whips it cross court. Pavlyuchenkova gets there. Cartal's got to play at this, has she? She keeps the rally alive. And Pavlyuchenkova with a drive volley. Cartal has just about missed. She almost made another ball, but not quite. And Pavlyuchenkova moves to 2 match points.
I mean, incredible movement from Cartel. I mean, how she kept herself in the point for as long as she did, I do not know, but still came out second best.
(40-15). Pavlyuchenkova within 1 strike of the quarterfinals. She misses the first serve. Last point was the match in microcosm, really. The attacking player just about having enough against the defensive player who couldn't quite keep the rally going. Second serve at match point, 40-15. Middle of the box. Kartal hits the forehand down the middle of the court. Now another forehand. It's short. Pavlyuchenkova attacks. It's not quite enough to win the match, but maybe this one will be. She goes onto the sideline and returns to the quarterfinals of Wimbledon. A titanic first set in which she saved a set point. A second set which wasn't quite as close, but a splendid match in which Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova has prevailed. The last Briton falls in the ladies singles. Sonny Kartal's best ever run at a major event has come to its end in the round of 16. What a run it's been from her. And on another day, she might just have taken the opening set, and it might just have been different. But Pavlyuchenkova's experience made the difference, and she's won after just over 2 hours, 7-6, 6-4.
I mean, what a match. I mean, just seeing Sonny Kartal pack up her bags relatively quickly, leave the court, hence the applause from the crowd. I mean, she certainly had opportunities, able to just thank the crowd and acknowledge their support. But, I mean, you know, you've had a set point. You're going to be disappointed there that you really weren't too far away. But she did play well out there. I mean, she was up against it. Pavlyuchenkova, never an easy opponent, given the way that she plays. Such an aggressive player, can be hit and miss at times, but I guess in the key moments, she was able to just keep her head, keep her focus, and get the balance right. She stayed committed there. I thought she did a brilliant job dealing with the line call issue there. She said that they stole the game from her, then had to get up and try and keep herself in the set, which she did do brilliantly. That was a good performance from her.
Experience certainly counted on centre court today. And Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova is about to give her thoughts to Rishi Prasad.
Anastasia, huge congratulations. You're through to the quarterfinal at Wimbledon for the second time. Let's start with your immediate reaction as we hear the thunder greeting that news.
Well, it's incredible because I've always thought I'm not good on grass, so that's just incredible, especially me getting older and coming year after year. I'm just so impressed and proud of myself to compete with these young girls at this stage, at this level, and it's just incredible.
You mentioned about the grass. You say, obviously, Eastbourne here. You seem to have found the key to it. What's been the secret?
I think my mental toughness actually is getting better. I think I was always a very good player. I think everybody knows that on tour, but I was just crazy in my head. So now it's getting better, and I'm just playing and fighting point by point. It was really tough conditions out here today, and I think I've managed really well and stayed focused. And yeah, I want to say thank you guys, but I just want to say thank you for the great energy. I think I would be lying if I'm going to thank you for cheering me on, but I understand she's local, and that's I guess normal in sport. But yeah, anyways, thank you all for coming. It was full stadium. It's nice to play it out here.
You mentioned your mental toughness. I just want to ask about the challenges through the match, and obviously, as you say, you're playing against the local favourite, the crowd hugely supporting Sonny Kartal today, but you never wavered. In fact, you looked even more determined as the match carried on. Is that fair?
Well, yes, because I won the first set, so I thought, okay, I won it, so let's go. Then in the second set, actually, at the beginning, she broke me back, and I thought, okay, well, probably we would split because she was starting to find the rhythm and playing really good. She was putting a lot of pressure, not missing any balls and just grinding, and I was getting out of breath, to be honest, sometimes, and it was tough. So, yeah, I'm so happy that I stayed determined, like you said, and focused and finished it.
and brilliantly played. And congratulations once again on making it through to the quarterfinals. Congratulations to Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova.
Sorry, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, she knew that she was second favourite in the hearts of the crowd on centre court today, but did manage herself exceptionally well in, at times, trying circumstances. And she's stopping to take a few pictures and sign a few giant tennis balls in the corner of centre court before she departs. So Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova is through to the quarterfinals, and as mentioned, she'll face Linda Noskova or Amanda Anisimova, who will play after Nicholas Jarry and Cameron Norrie on the #1 court. Norrie a set and not a break. 3-4 in the second. Norrie is serving at 40-30, so they might be about to go 4-all. Ball-by-ball coverage continues on our dedicated feed from the #1 court. Next up here, Lucy, I mean, it only gets better and better from here. This was a terrific match, but Sabalenka, Mertens and Rublev Alcaraz to follow on centre court. It's quite the billing today.
It is. I mean, yeah, a great match there, really entertaining, a long match, physical match, and you know, it'd be interesting. Sabalenka, who has been tested, hasn't dropped a set yet up against Mertens. She's got the big advantage with the head-to-head. I think she leads 10-2, and then, well, Alcaraz. Everyone loves watching Alcaraz, and you know, see how Rublev can challenge him.
Last point before we wrap up here, but the interview was quite revealing in a way that Pavlyuchenkova had said she'd almost sort of conceded the second set in a way. You know, she broke me back there for, oh, I thought we were going to split. And the revelation of quite how hard she found it physically out there, that she was struggling to breathe at times. I think if Sonny Cartel hears that at a later stage, she'll feel even worse about it, actually, and feel, well, what a missed opportunity. My opponent really was not as certain of herself as maybe it looked.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think with the humidity, I mean, you could see that she was sweating maybe more than you normally would. You got the roof on, you got everyone in here, so it can then feel quite humid. And for yeah, I think for Cartel, you know, the fact she got back in there, she'll be frustrated that she couldn't make the most of it, because often, and I think Pavlyuchenkova there was maybe alluding to the fact that sometimes you take that tight set and then you get the advantage and then you expect your opponent to go away. The fact that she didn't then led to her thinking, okay, we're going the distance again. She's already been to 3 sets twice so far.
Cartel did cope with centre court though, didn't she?
She
For
did.
sure. She was able to bring her brand of tennis to centre court. She wasn't cowed by, you know, the tradition, the atmosphere, the everything being so new but so familiar at the same time. She managed, and that gives us hope that she'll return here and with extra experience in a year's time and maybe do even better. Lucy, thank you very much. It's been great fun. As always, the next players, Sabalenka and Mertens, are due to walk at 4 o'clock. Rupert Bell is loitering with intent at the back of the commentary box, so I dare say he'll be the man to guide you through that. But given there's a 12-minute break before that happens, centre court has emptied in large part. We will disappear and leave you with the guys on our main programme for a short while. But stick around, because ball-by-ball coverage of our centre court matches will continue at around 4 o'clock in around 12 or 13 minutes from now for Aryna Sabalenka against Elisa Mertens. But from Lucy and me, Richard, we will say goodbye and see you soon.
Fully concentrate on Cartel, and you also want to fully concentrate on Norrie. I'm from New Zealand, so I've got vested interest in Norrie doing well since he grew up in New Zealand. And yeah, Nige?
Well, we heard the thunder and lightning in the background there. Nige, I think we're going to bring you in to ask about Sonny Cartel. Obviously she's gone out, but a valiant effort for these championships. What did you think of her game?
I thought she was wonderful. She kept going, and it was great to see her put her name on the nation's conscious, because yeah, Emma being out, everyone will have been watching her this afternoon, so really pleased for her to make a name for herself.
Not everyone will have been watching, though, from the viewpoint you were. I mean, you were enjoying those deck chairs for quite a while, I thought.
We were. It's definitely one of the highlights of Wimbledon. Recommend a ground pass. If you can't get Centaur #1, it's still good reasons to come. Yeah.
And for you now, with a rain delay potentially on the outside courts, what are you going to do?
I think, well, we're in the Southern Village at the moment.
Enjoy our Pims.
Yeah, in the Southern Village, enjoying Pims. going to check out their Amex experience, and then hopefully the rain will stop and we can either get back to the deck chairs or see what else is going on around the grounds.
And Cam Norrie yet to conclude, so you've got to enjoy all of that.
Last Brit, absolutely cheering him all the way.
Thank you. We had the thunder and lightning in the background, and now I can hear the rain droplets on your umbrella, properly setting the scene here. But it will pass over, I'm sure, very quickly.
On court and off court.
Yeah. Thank you very much, both.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, stay calm. Enjoy what you can. It's a little bit wet, a little bit gloomy. Of course, the roof is going to stay on for the second match on centre court. There's going to be no play before 4:15 outside. And we're expecting Arina Sabalenka and Elise Mertens to walk out here at exactly 4 o'clock. So in 10 minutes' time, it does give the good people of centre an opportunity to nip away for, I don't know what, on an afternoon like this, maybe not a PIMS initially. Or then again, does it really matter? It's only an excuse to have a PIMS.
Yeah.
Do you, Barry?
Actually, how many PIMS have you had?
None.
I've had none.
No.
I haven't had one either.
How many strawberries have you had?
I've had a lot of those.
Have you?
A hell of a lot of those.
Do you like them with pepper?
No, I didn't. Is that what the Swiatek? Oh, no, is that you?
Yeah.
Northern.
Yeah. You've got to try it, Jamie.
No.
Trust me.
On their own. They don't need sugar. They're sweet enough.
Cream?
No, on their own. I've had, yeah, in the player area, there's an abundance of them.
I haven't had a strawberry yet. Not from Wimbledon.
Week 1 finished.
It's
no
poor.
strawberry.
It's poor. I tell you what we have got, though. And she's in the back of the booth, so I want to give credit. Jill's sister.
Oh,
has
have
come
I
up
missed?
trumps.
Are they here today?
Yes, and in fact that reminds me, rather foolishly, I put one in my bag about 2 hours ago.
Where are they, Jill?
Oh,
in the office. Her brownies. Famous brownies.
I cannot believe this. Curran's taken my brownie.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me.
She has gone off with the brownie. And they go like hot cakes, cold cakes. That is shocking. But anyway, please, Jill, do thank your sister.
Yeah,
Because
well, I was in there as well. No one said anything.
Jill's going to replace Barry in a few moments' time. Raining outside. We better get an update. And now I've been dreading this moment. I said to Al, the producer, let's not go to Mercato. Do you hear what he did earlier today?
I was commentating with him. I mean, he walks into the commentary box.
Yeah.
He's holding this trophy. He puts it in front of me as I'm commentating. So you can imagine, I'm putting a can. So I had to commentate through the window of court 1, looking at the silver trophy, and he was telling me all about how he played on court 5 and court 6, and then he had to do his media engagements after he won.
Well, 2 things I would say. That can is more valuable than the trophy he's got. And I think there were maybe 3 other people involved in this tournament. Peter Mercado.
20 people.
20 people.
And as a Wimbledon champion, which is every sentence I'm going to start with here, you can refer to me as champion or champ, if you like, Marcus.
And did you know, Peter, we've got someone very important from Wimbledon, Jamie Delgado, sitting here.
Hello, Jamie. So it is a pleasure to be speaking to you remotely.
He has the ability to strike off accreditation.
Jamie, I need to inquire about membership of the club now that I am a Wimbledon champion. So
that's a good start. That's the honorary membership, isn't it, straight away?
I would have thought so. I mean, it says if you win the tournament. I've won the tournament. I won the media tournament earlier today.
This is even worse than I thought it was going
just
to be.
roamed around the courts with the trophy. It's now safely tucked away. So, look, I've had my fun.
Before you give us an update on the weather, which will be much more interesting, who was your partner?
Simon Graf. Simon Graf.
Oh, he had a Swiss. He had a Swiss partner.
Absolutely, in the final. Yeah, we were round-robining around. There were about 20 of us that were playing out there across the road. The beautiful indoor courts here at the championships. And, yeah, first time in, I think, 15 years of playing this event that I actually have won. So I am dining out on it like you wouldn't believe.
Were there any good players?
There were plenty of good players. It was a really tough match, and I'm going to use the tennis player's favourite word, tough. There were tough matches all the way through. You couldn't take anyone lightly. I just needed to play my game and focus on what I was doing.
Did Barry Milnes make an appearance?
No, Milnesy wasn't there. No, I don't know where Baz is. He's having lunch somewhere. 3 courses, I believe.
Chris Bowers?
No, Chris Bowers. No.
Simon Cambers?
No, Simon Cambers.
Right, so the decent players weren't there.
Hey, there was a decent player there, and he won.
No.
So
who else? Give us a few other names.
Oh, who do we have? Well, they're mainly press people. People work behind the scenes. I'm the only one representing the Wimbledon radio. You should be thanking me. I am representing the Wimbledon radio channel year after year. Getting up early, ready on the court, good couple of hours having a hit, and now I've finally come through representing all of you.
Believe
you should
me,
be thanking me, Marcus.
Peter, we all shudder at the prospect of you representing the Wimbledon radio channel. But let me say through gritted teeth, congratulations, champ.
Thank
More
you.
importantly, what's the weather like out there?
Hang on, let me just turn off my phone. I recorded that because I'll never hear that again. What is the weather doing? It is, it's one of these weird situations at the moment, team, because it is raining still, but the sun is out. So it's giving us a fair indication. No play before 4:15, as you mentioned, but it is quite bright and sunny. We're just waiting for the last of the rain clouds, the storm clouds to roll through. And as you were doing the interview with Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, it was hammering down, and I'm sure you would have heard that on the roof as the interview was going along. But all the spectators here on the number 12 court, there was doubles going on, so they've only just started out here. They've all disappeared, and hopefully we'll get to that 4:15, but I'm thinking probably once this rain actually stops, because it is still raining out here, it'll probably be about 4:30 or so. So we'll keep a watching brief on it. It's sunny, it's raining, it's a bit of everything, Marcus, and I need to organise my press schedule, so I'll leave you to it.
Yes, look forward to seeing you opening that supermarket in Southfields a little later this evening. That is our champion, and that is the last time we ever mention that. Right, we'll have players out here on centre court in just a few moments' time. It'll be Arina Sabalenka and Elise Mertens, but there are players in action on number 1 court. Cameron Norrie's about to serve to stay in the second set against Nicholas Jerry as we join Raj and Philip.
So Cam Norrie having once again to serve to save this second set against the big hitting Nicholas Jarry of Chile, I should say, who of course has already won 3 matches in qualifying, 3 here in the main draw after a difficult year for him with his medical issues, that dizziness and vertigo he suffered as a result of an ear problem, effectively a viral issue that really discombobulated him, but he's certainly getting back to his best now. And Norrie in a similar boat, really, dropped to 91 in the world back in April. Now closing in on the world's top 50 again. He hits the top of the net. A deep sliced approach from Jarry on the backhand, and the angle volley is beautifully played. And no wonder the big Chilean raises his fist. That was a superbly executed point for 15 all.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to pass Nicholas Jarry. I mean, he's got those long arms. You know, he's come in 24 times. He's won 20 points, only lost 4 points at net. It's so hard to pass the big man, but also he's used so many drop volleys. That's what's been effective when he's come in. Made it difficult for Norrie to run up.
Norrie took the first set with a single break, 6-3 in the 8th game, although Jarry did contribute with a number of errors. He's not making any right now. That's a backhand return winner from Jarry, who's suddenly taken his game up a level.
Yeah, and I think Cam Norrie was trying to go body backhand, and that didn't really get into the body. It went completely slot backhand. And if he goes slot backhand to Nicholas Jarry, he's going to be able to go short backswing winner.
And listen to the noise amplified under our closed roof here on number 1 as they get behind the home favourite once again. Former semi-finalist Cameron Norrie here at Wimbledon, of course, when he lost to Djokovic in 4 sets. Going for his second quarter-final. Backhand return. Oh, Jarry had a play on that all right at 15-30, and Norrie relieved to see that bend the net.
Absolutely relieved, because that was one of those where he just had some nerves there. Didn't actually hit that ball. His coach is telling him now, keep moving forward on that backhand return. Trust yourself.
30 all when it might have been 15-40, and just to rub salt into Jarry's wound, Norrie then fires an ace out wide at 122, right on the sideline to move to game point.
Yeah, and Norrie going out wide there. He only goes out wide 32% of the time on that deuce side. That was a big moment.
Game point to take us to a tie-break. Forehand from Jarry, just inside the sideline, and then on the run at the baseline, nets with the backhand. And Norrie once again digging himself out of a hole. He's done it a couple of times in this set, showing his mettle when most required, because Jarry really stepped it up in that game.
Yeah, interesting for me there when Norrie was 15-30, Jarry missing the second serve return in the backhand, didn't swing at the ball. It seemed like these last few points, the racket head speed actually left him there. So I don't know if it's a little bit of nerves creeping in, but he's got to stay aggressive.
Good to see the sun drenching number 1 court. Once again, we can see how much lighter it suddenly is. Even though we're under the roof, of course, we've had rain again outside, which I think has stopped as Jarry fires An ace down the centre. There have been plenty of those. He's been smashing winners left, right and centre, but there have been a lot of unforced errors to go with it. Norrie, as you would expect, a lot tidier in that regard. Playing his usual very consistent game, moving superbly, showing his normal, seemingly endless ability to run and run and run until the point is won. Forehand up the line from him. Then he goes cross-court onto the baseline of Jarry. Hit the baseline. Inside in forehand from the lefty Norrie. Steps in, plays the angle, drop shot and plays it beautifully. Not for the first time.
Yeah, that was beautiful from Cam Norrie, and he's done a great job when he's moving forward of not always hitting an approach shot, using a short slice or a drop shot, throwing off Nicholas Jarry here.
1-1 in the breaker. Norrie looking to go 2 sets to love up. These are very important moments in this 4th round match, with a quarter-final showdown with either Rublev or Alcaraz, the prize for the win.
Playing, and they've played so many times, it's a very lopsided head-to-head. Olga, any chance for the lady from Belgium to cause another upset at this most magnificent championships? Will she create a storm like we've been having throughout the afternoon here? Thunderstorms. Will she create the big storm today?
Well, I don't know about the storm, but, you know, it's Grand Slam. You always have a chance. They know each other so well. They've been playing 12 times against each other. On the paper, it looks one-sided. But, you know, as you said, it's a lot of build-up around Sabalenka. You know, proceeding through the draw and this championship. So it's a lot of pressure to carry on.
But I have to say, she dealt with the pressure against Emma Raducanu. And I don't know about you, but perhaps that first set was it the best set of ladies tennis this championships?
I mean, it was a perfect setup. You know, it was a night match. It looked like every single British person watched that match and been on center court. And it was a great set of tennis and actually great match from both of them. And it was a good test for Aryna Sabalenka.
Can I say, I wasn't in the grounds at that moment, but where I am staying, I had the window open. And every time I could hear it, and I'm probably 25 minutes walk away, sort of way down beyond Southfield stations. I could hear the cheers any time from Henman Hill, what was going on. Obviously, really pro Emma Raducanu. But actually for Sabalenka, she had to put all the noise out of her. And actually, she dealt with the pressure points really impressively. And I think she can take great heart from that. And this, probably for her, seems mentally an easier match, but that could provide its own pitfalls if she goes any level of complacency.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that match against Emma, she knew it's going to be tough. Everybody going to be rooting against her. And she spoke about it on court interview that, you know, she tried to think that it was for her, which is not easy to do. But again, it feels like she struggled last few tournaments with her nerves, with pressure, right? And she's been maybe a bit more negative than usually. And such a bitter loss for her in French Open final. So I think she's really working on that, to stay calm and focus. And, you know, with each round, I feel she's better and better.
Well, that's the thing, it's the focus.
Yes.
And now the tournament gets serious for her, because she had to get through the first week, because as the world #1 and top seed, now she's got, what, 1, 2, 4 more hurdles but each of them will put the burden of expectation on her shoulders. So it is, I think, going to be absolutely fascinating. Of course, she's already, when you think about it, the frustrations, okay, she won the US Open, but runner-up in the last 2. Again, that starts to play havoc in with the grey cells, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been 4 finals this year that she lost, and she talked about them pretty often, and speaking that how emotional part of the game, you know, had disrupted her tennis, and that it's something that she's been struggling with. So, yeah, I think, you know, as a top player, you start the tournament at you're 7 matches away from the trophy. It seems far away, so you focus one by one, but closer you get, you know, you just get more dialed in and more focus.
And what about for Elise Mertens? Been a model of consistency over her career, achieved a lot in the doubles game, here with a couple of titles, and as we mentioned earlier, some time ago, but with doubles titles with Sabalenka. But her singles play, sort of third round, fourth round, tends to be her sort of level. Is that harsh? And so, on paper, this would be a major victory for the 29-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, she did play one semi-final in Australia and 2 quarters. So, but she's the type of player that you always look at the draw and you know she's gonna go like far, like probably second week. And at the same time, you don't wanna meet her because she's so consistent, good fighter. And, you know, she doesn't have big holes, not huge weapons as well, but no big holes, so it's quite even her game, and she moves well and fights well.
What's she got to do then to put Sabalenka under pressure and get inside her head? Because I think that's that's the hope she's got to try and
Yeah, I mean,
bring.
she has to surprise her today, obviously. But, you know, the last match Mertens played against Svitolina, she was very, very good at anticipating, you know, and attacking Svitolina. So she was playing very clean, and I think she's gonna try and speed up the game. She, you know, she loves to play early on the rise and try probably to move Sabalenka as much as possible, but it will be tough.
Sabalenka, though, looks in terrific form. We can't deny the fact so far she's been impressive going about her business so far with those victories, getting through to this stage. And what can she do now? She obviously is expected to get through to the last 8, but at least Mertens will be doing her best. I think Olga and I have noticed she's picked up a little bit of extra cash to playing here today. Seems to have found a Belgian beer company that is available at Wimbledon on her clothing. So fair play to her, or her agent anyway. That's the important things.
It's a good beer.
Yeah, well, given the figure you just told me, it's not bad for what could be a couple of hours work. So, but now let's get serious now. People making their seats, the crowd returning to see how Anya Sabalenka, the top seed, can get on today. She is no doubt the overwhelming favourite, and a good start from Sabalenka. Good serve out wide forehand, hit into the net from Mertens. For Sabalenka, is this the year that, and after the frustrations of those 2 losses, heartache in Paris, but now dug back by Sabalenka, forehand from Mertens, and that was well struck. Cross-court forehand winner from Mertens.
15-all.
Gets it to 15-all. And under the roof, just to reiterate, because we have had thunderstorms, periodic thunderstorms. There was one around about sort of 1 o'clock that was of a biblical proportion. But now Sabalenka with a backhand and cross-court winner, 30-15.
What a firepower from Sabalenka. I mean, we know she's capable of that. Yeah, I wouldn't want to play against Sabalenka.
Well, I'll tell you what, sometimes when you see the tennis, I wouldn't want to be a tennis player when she's really at it. Forehand, and she lathers that one up the middle. But equally, Mertens showed great resistance there and actually sends a well-struck forehand up the middle that gets the mistake from Sabalenka. So sometimes, all power, you can be found out. But probably just trying to get into the rhythm of the match, looking very calm, just as she was on Friday evening against Raducanu. Dealt with everything that was going to bring. Solid first serve to the forehand side of Mertens. It goes long.
30.
And the sporting dignitaries from who are in the royal box have deserted. I have to say, I cover a bit of horse sport, and I was delighted to see members of the GB equestrian eventing team all having a day in the royal box. Anyway, Sabalenka out wide to the backhand, drawing Sabalenka forward, the service return, but an easy put away, and I would say Sabalenka will be more than happy with that opening service hold to 15 to get her scoreboard ticking over. For Mertens, she's just got to somehow believe that she can stop the rot of defeats against the #1 They first met a long, long time ago. And then she did get 2 early victories, but Sabalenka's career, she's a couple of years younger, was still probably feeling her way up, and then suddenly now Sabalenka's career has gone beyond her.
Yeah, I mean, they met only once on grass before. All the other contests were on clay, on hard courts, but they know each other game so well. They played so many times doubles together, and overall their stats, you know, Sabalenka won herself 20 titles, WTA titles, and Mertens 10. I mean, it's not a bad career already.
And you look at her career earnings, over 16 million. We shouldn't be obsessed with the money, but you know that one, you know.
Yeah, it shows, you know, how consistent she is.
Well, that's not going to give her quite the start that she wanted.
But it's that pressure from Sabalenka return, you know, you feel when you play at her constant pressure, she comes at you, she's so focused and whips the ball, you know, straight from the first point.
Pretty intense on that return, but on the baseline, forehand from Sabalenka. She had that ball kicked and looks a little frustrated with herself. Had to reach for it and puts it into the net in a sort of frustrated swing of the racket that she didn't make a better job. Maybe that was just frustration with the bounce, which after a week's wear. Forehand return from Sabalenka, deep to Mertens' forehand, and Sabalenka, oh, she overhits that one coming forward, so...
Quite a few points where Sabalenka looks like she misjudging the distance to the ball, or maybe it's just a bad bounce. Quite a few times already, just a bit too far away from the ball.
Well, just going to get the feel playing. Well, I'm sure they played under the roof on, yes, they did on Friday night. So she'll be used to the sound, which has that hollow sound. A little drop shot from Mertens, and that is very well played from Mertens. And a little pump of the fist from the Belgian saying, that's good. And Sabalenka, I know she's quick around the court, but she had no chance to chase that down.
Something Mertens does so well. She hides that drop shot as well. So good.
We know about her skill at the net, her doubles play. Achieved so much in that on that sphere. Backhand cross court from Mertens, and Sabalenka puts a backhand into the net. So having begun with a double fault, she actually produces a really good service hold.
And even though she doesn't have as much power as Sabalenka, you know, the speed, that's what she can provide, and playing consistent with no mistakes. She can be sometimes like a wall. When you play against her, you feel like you can't find the spot for her to miss.
Well, basically, she's just got to go, I've got nothing to lose, just enjoy it. And if I can produce the upset of the championships, then...
That's also fine.
Yeah, then, wow, from her perspective. And... so far, I've managed to get Coco Gauff knocked out. I've managed to get Barbara Pavlyuchenkova knocked out. So you never know.
So you are the reason.
Oh, I am the reason.
For sitting to go out early.
Well, another good service return. She sort of found her feet straight away. It was a good quality service return. Sabalenka will know that she will just need to up her ante a bit and just get the focus that she showed so magnificently on Friday night in that third round tussle against Raducanu. Forehand from Mertens is into the net. And here's Sabalenka straining just to make sure, going deep onto the forehand side.
Yeah, and that's something that Sabalenka is going to try and do. It's attacking Mertens' forehand side. She doesn't have big holes there, but forehand is slightly, if you put pressure there.
30-15. Good ace down the middle and a waggle of the racket from Sabalenka. Kind of sliding doors moment about how she started playing tennis by Dad driving around and saying, "Oh, there's a tennis court there." I mean, "Oh, let's go and have a go at tennis." Oh, and then Anya goes, "Oh, I quite like this."
Of course, I mean, such a role models to look at, right?
Yeah.
That time, Kim Clijsters and Justine Henin. I mean, what an environment to grow up with.
Well, father was a top sportsman, wasn't he? So he was a ice hockey player, but quite a normal top sports people in, and Sabalenka comes forward on that mid-court service return, and she was able to drill it away with power and precision onto the forehand wing, and it's 40-15. So looking calm at the moment, but Mertens will have to find a way of getting some service returns back. Serves now. That serve is a fault. Got a bit lively on the AI front in that last match. The old computer said no for a moment. And no doubt you'll be reading about that. Forehand from Mertens to the backhand of Sabalenka. Oh, that was terrific. You look from here, from our angle, as if she was going to go cross-court, but then suddenly decided, right, I'm going to go down the line on the forehand side, and holds for the second time to 15.
Open stance, back and down the line, makes it look so easy and plays it so effortless. Sabalenka just big and wide stance. I love that. So stable when she has time.
Well, she had time, and she produces the winner. So early stages, 7 minutes in, already 3 games completed, and with the advantage. But for Mertens, that was, from her perspective, a good service hold, but you feel that she's got to find a way of keeping a little bit of pressure and try and eke out the odd break point here and there. And for Sabalenka, just try and get her feeling a little mentally fragile. That's the only hope I think she has, is if there's any sense of weakness. But looking at her body language at the moment, Anya Sabalenka looks quite zoned in.
But it's like when you look at all Sabalenka matches, all the history she played, all the tight matches, she's managed to come back from many matches from the situation where she had to talk herself out of the, you know, of all her emotions.
Forehand return from Sabalenka, goes deep to the forehand, got back Mertens, but then a drive volley from Mertens. Mertens has to play a little stop volley, forehand cross court. That's why she's a multiple Grand Slam winning doubles champion. That forehand volley just steered to the open forehand court.
Yeah, for a moment everybody thought she missed it, but it was so precise, right on the line.
But so good. Serves now, 15-love. Well, she's won 5 straight service points in the early stages here. Sabalenka just a foot or so behind the baseline to receive this. Backhand from Sabalenka. Sabalenka goes to... Oh, that is, again, another rasping backhand winner down the line. We saw it at the end of the last game. Now we've seen her come up with another backhand winner. And already she has produced 4.
Lightning power from Sabalenka. I mean, I think Mertens didn't expect that at all.
15 all. Sabalenka serves backhand to the forehand of Mertens, who goes to the forehand side of Sabalenka. Forehand from Mertens into the net. Now the pressure coming. Those backhand winners just sowing the seeds of doubt in Mertens' mind. And the trouble for her is it might be a feeling, oh, here we go again. You know what I mean?
Yes,
you look at the head
but it is in your head. It's like if you lose to someone so many times, you know, you lose first 2 games of the match and you start thinking again, oh, it's going to happen again.
And it seems to have been one of those regular matchups over the years that playing 12 times seems quite a lot, and must be frustration for Mertens. But she's here in the 4th run, and then now she's got to save a break point.
Mertens will become the player that Sabalenka will face the most in WTA level main draws, 13 times, equaling Iga Świątek. So you're right.
No, it's not often, but Mertens keeps coming out on the wrong side. But now Sabalenka has a chance for an early break. That serve is wide, going onto the forehand side. Just looking at the monitor, out by a couple of inches. Now Sabalenka looking to attack his second serve. Goes down the line, does. Ball's going to fall in, but Sabalenka moves in for the kill. Deftly stroking it away, and almost without really trying, she suddenly created a break and has won it, and is now sitting pretty at 3-1. And whereas we saw the last match out on centre court, you felt serves were going to be broken willy-nilly. This is not the case. You just think Sabalenka might be able to hold onto her serve with more authority. But never assume. Drives that forehand, and Mertens has to play it full stretch, trying to just hope to get the ball back in.
And you could see also Sabalenka's box reaction after breaking Mertens' serve. They were all on their feet, quite supportive. And also, I have a screen in our commentary booth. I can see how heavy Sabalenka breathes between the points. That's a big sign of, you know, nerves.
Well, I think she might get easier if she keeps serving down aces.
Definitely.
That's number 2 in the match. And coming down at 109 miles an hour, just going angled pass on the backhand side, not looking for full power, as she serves now into the net. Her fastest so far, 118 miles an hour, but that's probably down the middle. But still, that's punchy. Backhand return from Mertens, so that kicking serve, looping to the forehand of Mertens, who goes to the slice backhand of Sabalenka. Mertens goes deep onto the baseline, dug back at full stretch by Sabalenka. Mertens then going to the backhand side, slice backhand from Sabalenka, an attempted drop shot that never really had any conviction about it. And it's 40-love.
Yeah, great variety in this point from Sabalenka. Throw a few slices, backhand slices, and good actually defense on the forehand side, where she had to reach out and throw a lob.
You gave me a thumbs up there. You thought it was a good point. A little thumbs up.
Actually, yeah, thumbs up for Arina for this point. It was a good defense, you know, and then good variety. Yep. And that's something that we've been seeing in the last few years from her. I also saw her a lot on the practice courts, where she takes the baskets, you know, both of her coaches, and just work on slice or drop shot.
Backhand return from Mertens, and then Sabalenka has to crouch low to try and make that backhand return, but can't. That came back with a little interest on it, and back into near the baseline. And serving at 40-15 for a 4-1 lead in this 4th round encounter, and serves into the net with that first serve. She mustn't get complacent. You quite often see players who look to be cruising along, and then it becomes, you suddenly think, oh, well, I've won this already. Forehand from Mertens into the net, but that was a good service. Mertens tried to take that onto the forehand, but she actually just hits it, kicked, and she hits it down into the net. And so it is 4-1 after just 15 minutes. So far, so good for the number 1 seed.
Yeah, she looks, now she's on the move, a bit more confidence, being 4-1 up for Sabalenka. I'm just looking at all her, you know, little details, green nail polish, love it. Green hair tie for, you know, all for little touch for the grass.
Well, you've got your Olympic ring necklace on, haven't you?
Nothing to do with grass though, but I also have green nails.
Oh, well, very good green nails. I've got nothing on my nails.
That's good.
Yeah, shellac. Shellacking.
Yeah,
well, I think that's a phrase, isn't it, for nails, isn't it? Shellac,
yes,
it is.
You're good.
I'm going to leave it there. Well, my wife keeps saying to me, I've had her going for a shellacking, or whatever the phrase is. So anyway, at the moment, it's Mertens who's got to find a way of extracting herself out of this little difficulty, because she's 1-4 down, and it's happened really in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, she doesn't play bad.
And Mertens getting ready. Mertens got difficulties. It's been a big struggle for her against Sabalenka in recent encounters, and it probably feels already as it's business as usual, as Sabalenka has raced into this 4-1 lead. Now Sabalenka tries to pass going cross-court with Mertens at the net, and a clench of the fist from the Belgian.
I'd love to see Mertens more at the net, maybe in this match, if she can. just because she feels so confident there, and she loves to finish the points at the net as well.
So now serving at 15 love, 1-4 down, broken in her second service game relatively easily, and Sabalenka has been under no real pressure on her serve. But for Mertens, now serving at the Royal Box end, where most of the people in the Royal Box are still enjoying their scones and strawberries and a cup of Rosie Lee. 1-4, Mertens serves down the middle to the body of Sabalenka, and Sabalenka looks frustrated that she didn't make that, but it's a confident hold, it would seem, from the Belgian.
Just so effective serve from Mertens. She has that slice serve, which really bounces really low and tough to return.
Had such a consistent Grand Slam career. Third rounds and fourth rounds so many times. How many times did you add that up as consecutive? It was
more than 18, right? 18 times past the third round.
Third round or better. I mean, amazing achievement. But has got to a semi-final, but Wimbledon has won a couple of titles here in doubles. 2-4, she trails though. Sabalenka now serving. That goes long. What they used to call in the old days the roller end.
Roller end.
I'll tell you why in a minute. Wimbledon history. Forehand from Mertens to the backhand of Sabalenka. Goes to the cross-court backhand from Mertens. Down the line, the backhand from Sabalenka, but doesn't pass Mertens, whose defence is solid. Now Sabalenka goes, brushes the tape. Forehand, slicing that deep to Sabalenka, asking to put power on it. A little drop shot. Can Sabalenka get to it? Yes, she can. Mertens is running to it. Oh, a terrific point.
Wow, that was like a cat and mouse point.
That was proper. 14-stroke rally, but had everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive how Mertens dealt with that power from Sabalenka coming at her constantly.
She's hit a couple of scorching backhand winners, but there was one coming down the line, but Mertens kept herself in that rally to ensure, and then comes away with the point. So love 15, so that will give her some hope. Sabalenka now trying, just serves, goes long down the centre. So Mertens will find some self-belief from that. That was an enormous boost to her confidence. On the Sabalenka serve, who so far looked very solid. But strange things can suddenly happen. Now Sabalenka with the big backhand hits that, rifles that. Again, good defence from Mertens, who's hanging on in here. Forehand from Sabalenka, cross-court. Down cross-court goes Mertens. And Sabalenka makes an absolute hash of a forehand.
Yeah, and Sabalenka gets frustrated because, I mean, she goes at her full power at Mertens, and Mertens doing everything so well, just staying on the baseline and doesn't really get pushed back.
Well, that was terrific defence, just rock solid, wasn't intimidated at all, and the kitchen sink was being thrown at her, but she stood firm, and love 30 it is. And serves, so Sabalenka has got to keep this together. Forehand to the Mertens, goes to the backhand of Sabalenka, and this time from Sabalenka gets the mistake off the backhand of Mertens. She'll be frustrated with that previous point. I mean, she almost got there too soon and then just sort of completely got her timing out of kilter. It's a weird looking shot, but anyway, 15-30 it is, 4-2 she leads. Mertens showing some good resistance here. Serves now. Goes wide on the backhand side. Second serve for Sabalenka at 15-30. Crowd hushed as this serve is to the backhand of Mertens. Forehand from Sabalenka, cross-court, has Mertens stretching for it. She does. Now the slice to the backhand of Mertens, who goes deep to the backhand of Sabalenka. And Sabalenka is over the top with it because she can't control it and puts too much power. And I think her blood might start to boil at this because she's not composed in this particular service game.
Yeah, she feels definitely a lot of pressure coming off Mertens' racket, especially with those few slices and how consistent she is. It looks like she doesn't get really hurt from Sabalenka's shots.
Well, Sabalenka with the forehand to the forehand of Mertens, who's really throwing it down to Sabalenka. Sabalenka has to chop one back. Mertens is drawn forward, goes deep to the backer. So up goes the defensive lob, and Mertens looks back to her team and says, I'm in this now. And out of nowhere, Sabalenka's confidence evaporated in that service game, and we're back on track here with Mertens now trailing 4-3. She will be coming out to serve.
That's incredible. We have to give credit to a #1 seeded players, or I mean top players, who constantly, every single match plays against players who have nothing to lose, and you know they always play their best tennis.
Well, Mertens is absolutely, as we watched you're hearing replays in the background, but for Mertens that was just great defense, gritty defense, because she was being pummeled at by the power of Sabalenka.
Yeah, and she managed to convert the defense to an offense, especially in the last point. And that's something where she can really hurt Sabalenka, and you could see that Mertens is really stick to that baseline, and she's you know, stubbornly refusing to move back.
Well, suddenly when you look at the scoreboard and you think 4-1, oh, well, here we go again.
Yes.
But actually, she's now won the last 2 games, and actually has won them pretty convincingly. You know, she's got some self-belief. But now the hard part is now she's done the breaking.
To back it up.
To back it up. And that will be the key moment for Mertens. Can she do that? She is serving from the aforementioned roller end, because back in the day, they used to keep a roller there when they used to roll the centre court.
What do you mean roll?
Well,
Like to make it flat. Yeah.
Someone will pull a roll, a roller. Anyways, Mertens with the backhand volley, brushes the tape. Sabalenka has Mertens at the net, and Mertens hit a backhand volley that draws gasps from Olga and the crowd, because they can't believe a doubles champion has missed that.
I mean, she did all the right things in this point, Mertens, and she had a huge chance to finish it with a drive volley, and she's just overcooked it. I mean, it could be quite a costly mistake for her.
And serving now, forehand from Sabalenka. Now the backhand from Mertens, hitting with power, slicing that backhand deep to the forehand of Mertens, who goes cross-court. Running forehand from Sabalenka. Great point again. Sliced backhand, drawing Mertens forward. She goes deep, down the line. Oh, that is a shot of a true champion from Sabalenka. The forehand, passing Mertens at the net, just rifled past her.
Unbelievable, and that's what I'm saying about, you know, you break Sabalenka's serve, you win 2 games in a row, you cannot miss the first point in this game. And especially Mertens had so much chances, and then you get such a passing shot from Sabalenka, and momentum is now on Sabalenka's racket.
Well, love 30 it is now, with that forehand sizzled, scorched. I don't know what speed it was hit at, but... And Mertens now, having done the hard work, you think of breaking back, is now in danger of finding herself another breakdown. But at love 30, not without hope. She's got to keep believing. But Sabalenka, the power game can make you wilt easy. With the backhand to the forehand of Mertens. Sabalenka goes to the backhand. Deep Mertens goes to the backhand of Mertens. Has Sabalenka at full stretch with the backhand winner down the line. Again, gutsy defense from Mertens, 15-30.
I mean, this game just raised the level of these 2 players. It just went to another gear.
And the precision
yes.
of hitting the lines. But terrific play from Mertens. She's not overawed at the moment, but she's still 15-30 down. Serves, good serve, got back by Sabalenka, draws, scooped back on the forehand from Mertens, then Mertens is made to run back, gets it well, forehand from Mertens, chopped back, that's going to float out, 15-40 to Sabalenka.
You could see the box of Sabalenka, every point on their feet, trying to bring even more energy. More support.
I'm going to need to...
It's already quite...
I'm going to need to restrain... We need a restraining order on you in here.
It's already quite a heat-up match.
15-40. That today, I think, in many people's eyes. Anyway, here we go. That serve, you did hear the voice there in the background, so that serve angling across was out. So second serve for the Belgian. Sabalenka standing at the royal box end. And serves, and that backhand from Sabalenka to the forehand of Mertens. Big forehand from Sabalenka, crunching to the forehand of Mertens. Mertens again has to go cross-court and into the net, and it's break point.
Yeah, and a bit tentative on that forehand from Mertens. Now it's the time to go for it, to risk, you know.
She was sort of being pegged back on the baseline, wasn't she? And she wasn't able to assert her authority. So, serving now at break point. Been a fascinating match so far. Good serve under pressure. Juice.
Mertens been so good behind her first serve today, and also in the last match against Svitolina. 70% points won behind the first serve. So quite a good numbers.
And it's 75% so far in this one. Just to back up what Olga was saying there as she serves now. Forehand return from Sabalenka is hit with power, and then though from the center of the baseline, a lovely forehand, in-out forehand to the backhand side of Sabalenka means it is not game point.
Yeah, great combination from Mertens, and I love to see how she moved forward with that forehand down the line.
This hasn't got a foregone conclusion feeling about it, this match.
No.
Mertens is throwing everything at her, and she's won that game from love 30, and she's had to save a break point, but her nerve held, and we're at 4-all, so a great response from 4-1 down.
Yeah, and it's been just incredible level from Mertens. I mean, Sabalenka didn't give her any real presence, just Mertens increased her game.
Well, Sabalenka now has got to steady the ship, probably more mentally than anything else. Needs a good first serve here, but got back well by Mertens. Now Mertens with the backhand, slice backhand from Sabalenka, chop back on the forehand from Mertens. Mertens is sent out wide. That ball's going to bounce, and then Sabalenka is going to angrily pummel it away for a winner.
She went for it. You could feel all that motions in that last overhead from Sabalenka.
She wanted to create a divot on centre court with the ferocity that she hit that with. But the grass stood firm, and it's 15-love. Pent-up frustrations maybe for Sabalenka, but at 15-love, trying to stop the rot of losing games. It's a topsy-turvy first set. The quality has been high class throughout. Just looking at few unforced errors from both players in this epic first set. Of course, Sabalenka was involved in that wonderful first set against Raducanu, and Mertens is drawn forward on the Sabalenka backhand, and absolutely sort of slices it into the net.
Yeah, I think Mertens was was a bit surprised with response from Sabalenka, because Mertens' return was pretty deep and right
deep
into the corner.
And Sabalenka came back with her excellent shot. So 30 love now, serves down the middle, and that's an ace, and that will make ace number 3 here. And that was down the centre at 118 miles an hour, which equals her fastest of the match so far. Down the centre. So 40 love for a 5-4 lead here. Misses with the first serve. Looks disappointed not to have made it.
But I like to see her, like, that she takes her time between the serves, calms her down.
Yeah, now she's into the second serve. Forehand return. Oh, my word. That second serve came back with added interest, and it's 40-15. That's, I don't know what speed that return came up, but maybe we'll get a graphic, but that, you couldn't see it. It was going so quick.
And it wasn't like a really second serve. It was almost a first serve from Sabalenka. So.
Because, yes, that was... so, serving now. That's a fault.
Sabalenka is not the type of a player who's going to play higher, but maybe, you know, drop a few higher balls in that powerful exchange.
So, right, talk me from a technical point of view. When she's on the serve?
No, so like the best game from Mertens is when the ball comes at her at hip height,
because she can sort of swing free.
Yeah, and her ball comes quite flat, and she likes to play, you know, very low on top of the net. So if you throw a bit higher balls to her, her technique, she struggles there.
So suddenly if you're at shoulder height.
Yeah, shoulder height, yeah. Which is not usual game from Sabalenka. But maybe, you know, just throw some higher balls in that powerful exchange just to mix it up.
Just to get a bit of variety in proceedings. Well, Mertens serving 4-5. Good serve down the centre. That falls inside the baseline. Mertens goes to the backhand, hit hard, but wide from Sabalenka. The court was a-begging then. She looks disappointed not to have made that, looks up to the roof and says, why didn't I do better?
I mean, that was quite precise backhand. Just missed by a bit.
Mm-hmm. Well. Here comes the serve from Mertens into the net. She's under... She was love 30 on her serve in the last game, and she kept it together after backing up her service break, and then even survived a break point in that last service game. So we know she's in a determined mood. Backhand from Sabalenka, deep to backhand of Mertens. Mertens then gets the error off the forehand of Sabalenka.
It was another close, very close call.
Yeah, just a 3 or 4 hair widths, hair breadth, so a little wide, little longer.
Millimeters.
Millimeters, yes, but still close. It's 30 love. Mertens serving now for 5, trying to get to 5-all. Mertens with the deep forehand, picking up a half volley from just inside the baseline and hits it out.
And that's it, what I was talking about. I think Sabalenka return was unintentionally higher than usual, and that's where you see an error from Mertens.
Yeah, trying to sort of pick a half volley from a couple of feet inside the baseline and hit it beyond. No, serving now at 30-15. That's going to fall in, and Mertens is going to drive that to the backhand wing of Sabalenka, who goes cross-court. And that was so good as well, because it fizzed off the surface, kept low, with a wide angle on the backhand side, 30-all. Pressure points now for Mertens, as she's 4-5 down. Can she keep her nerve? That's what's important right now. And Seems like it's bright outside the roof, the sun shining through the roof. Backhand from turn from Sabalenka into the net. Now we have break points, but not just break points, we have set points after 37 minutes. It's been an absorbing set of tennis, though.
Yeah, it was a good serve from Mertens and good return from Sabalenka. A bit maybe tentative from Mertens, didn't follow through.
It's been full-blooded, hasn't it? They haven't held back, have they?
Yeah.
They've been trading blow for blow, but what can Mertens do here? Sabalenka will be looking to attack. Backhand deep to the backhand of Mertens, then backhand from Sabalenka. Oh, comes up with a world-class backhand winner to wrap up the set after 37 minutes of really absorbing tennis, with Sabalenka appearing to be cruising to in an early break, but Mertens showed great resilience, but in the end has been broken for a second time and finds that she has lost the set 6-4, which appeared to be a big mountain to climb for the Belgium.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting now how Mertens is going to respond, you know, to play probably at the maximum of her tennis right now this set and to still lose it. It's going to be a tough one to recover if Sabalenka stays focused first few games. That's going to be a key, I think, for Sabalenka as well. But as we saw in the last point of this set, I mean, absolutely relentless power from Sabalenka. It's just like, where does it come from? I mean, it's already hard when they're exchanging, and then it's just like that.
It's
last,
brutal.
yeah, it is brutal, and I mean, you can't even see the ball, I think.
Can you remember playing when you thought, oh God, stop doing this, it's unfair? Do you remember that happening? Or?
Yeah, for sure. A few players at my days was that I absolutely hated to play against because of the power they created. But again, last 5 years the power has just increased.
Yeah,
incredible. Like
well, I mean, if you go back, when I first started watching tennis, which was a long time ago, I don't even probably think you were even born. Olga,
but it was different rackets, different strings, different. It's you can't compare.
No, but what you're saying is that the sheer intensity of what Sabalenka can bring, it's not necessarily going to be subtle, but it's going to basically, I'm going to grind you, I'm going to pummel you into.
I'm going to bury you.
I basically, you are not coming.
Yes.
You're not going to say, put your head above the parapet. But she has to stay strong. And again, she's just come out of the traps, hitting the ball already ferociously. So Mertens tries to get one, but does. Draws Sabalenka forward, who's able just to dink it over the net. Now, there's a woe there. I've smiled. I'm not quite sure.
It was a very tricky in the end for Sabalenka because she was there on time, but then the ball started to drop really low, and I think she kind of was not expecting that and had to adapt with her hands in the last moment.
Well, a little smile comes across her face, but she was alert to the danger. But 15-love as she wants to get this set off to a good start. And I think from Mertens, as we said, this losing run, when you lose sets, I can't look at the head-to-heads, but when she last won, she will need to be ahead, because I think it's 9 now straight defeats. Winning a set is really hard for her. Now Sabalenka smashes that, waits from just inside the baseline, but made it look so effortless on the forehand side, smashed it away, and it's already 40-love.
It was quite a bold decision to go for overhead with the bounce. I mean, she must feel confident right now.
That was frightening. I'm basically scared up here. Serve down the centre, and that is a power-packed service game as she sends that down the middle. And Mertens she's in the eye of a storm here, and because gets it back to 4-1. And now she's lost 3 games on the bounce.
Yeah, and playing like one of her best tennis, from Mertens we're seeing, and still losing this set. And I think that's what Sabalenka is proving again in the previous match against Emma Raducanu. It was very high quality tennis from both, and Sabalenka was the one under pressure. And again, now in this first set, just proving again that's why she's top player and won so many Grand Slams, just because.
I'm just looking
deal with it. Yeah.
The last head-to-head they played in Madrid. They played twice this year on the clay, but in Madrid, Mertens did get the first set, but actually then Sabalenka obviously got angry because she
It
won
was
the next
one way,
day.
yeah.
It was 2-1 after that. And then did in the quarterfinals in Stuttgart. They met in the US Open last year, and again it was straight sets. But so getting a set off Mertens has proved, Sabalenka has proved pretty hard. Now Mertens goes to the forehand, chopped back by Sabalenka. Mertens going with her powerful forehand, placing it onto the backhand wing of Sabalenka for a winner, 15-love.
I mean, if Mertens managed to step inside the baseline and be the one who's in charge of the point, then Sabalenka goes a few meters back, and that's becoming a trouble for Sabalenka, but not easy to do when the ball comes at you 300 miles an hour.
Well, 7 years ago, the win came for Mertens in Montreal. It was 3 sets, and then they met once on grass, but that was at Eastbourne back in 2018. Now Mertens with the forehand draws Sabalenka forward, is placing that up, goes the defensive lob, and a smash from Sabalenka, but Mertens is still in the rally now. Big backhand from Sabalenka. Good defense again from Mertens, but it was a shot too far. As coaches always say, just try and keep the ball in play, you never know.
Yeah, easy to say.
Yeah, easier said than done. You've got to.
But it's interesting, like we have to speak about, like maybe 10 years ago, 5 years ago, coaches would say that just keep playing over the net, you know, one more. Now the coaches, it seems like it changed. It's like go for it. You must risk, you know, you...
Risk and reward.
Yeah.
Well, I know you've have to talk about cricket, but that's what.
Oh no, please. We can talk about box.
Baseball. Anyway, backhand return from Sabalenka. Sabalenka drills that to Mertens' backhand. Again, this time Sabalenka's accuracy deserts her, trying to go to the forehand side down the line, and it's 30-15. I think they thought there was going to be the old Hawkeye, but you know, get the old screen out. But those days are gone. There was maybe willing it. As Mertens goes down the full stretch, Sabalenka has Mertens rocking back, and it is 40-15. That was
40-15.
Right on the line, Mertens was with her forehand. Sabalenka was a little curious about that, but she goes long. So 40-15 for a 1-all scoreline in this second set. Serves, and that's going to be a second serve. Sort of Sabalenka was between points. Think, where's that power coming from? And sort of as soon as the point, then it's just raw energy. Forehand from and good second serve, angled out wide, just placement, and it's 1-all. So she's stopped the rot now, and that will make her feel a bit better. But Sabalenka, I'm sure, will be looking to immediately impose her authority on proceedings in this second set as we approach the 3/4 of an hour mark. Just keeping an eye on one other match, Cameron Norrie, and
Laura Zygmunt is winning her 4th round.
Well, the lucky loser, Solana Sierra, who's had a career-defining week since getting the call up. Looks like her Wimbledon's coming to an end as we watch Mertens just send a forehand volley beyond. We've got to give on Sierra's front 15 minutes. She was told, right, you're on court. And the first round match, and then what a week. And you see now she's well inside the top 100 in projected rankings. That is career defining.
I mean, sometimes those moments come, you know, and you have to take them.
Well, it may be coming to an end, but she's going to go away with a few quid and a very positive framework, as Sabalenka actually puts a backhand cross-court wide, and it's 15-all. Just the accuracy not there, just too much power. And now she's almost looking, why did I do that?
But I have to say, looking at Sabalenka over and over, you know, her matches, it's very unique how committed she is on every single point she plays, right? Comes at you 100% aggressive, in charge.
Well, and that's the mindset.
Never really, like, you never see the points where she just like let it go, you know.
Well, she's got to maintain this throughout and impose that authority on her opponents. And of course, if she does get through the final, that will provide its own challenges. But this time again, the accuracy deserting her, so 15-30. And you've got to give Mertens, you know, she was suddenly brushed aside again at the end of that second set. And now she's making her little rally to win 3 games on the bounce. You know, that's 4-1, then it was 4-all, then it was, well, 6-4, 1-love, and now it's 1-all, maybe, at 15-30. We see something similar again here with a run of 3 games. But Sabalenka misses with the first serve. And it just looks a bit dispirited that she didn't make that. As she serves now at 15-30. Second serve is to the backhand of Mertens. Then backhand from Sabalenka deep to the backhand of Mertens. Oh, that's brilliant from Mertens. A flashing backhand forehand down the line. Too good, too good.
The ball almost spin the reverse way, you know, from a Mertens backhand. Had a little bit of slice with it. Just beautiful. Open stance, quick.
So 15-40, little problem for Sabalenka to unravel here. Needs a good first serve and she can't. So Mertens keeping herself very much in this match, not being brushed aside. Her serves now. Backhand from Mertens, rolled to the backhand of Sabalenka. Mertens got a chance here. Can she put it away? Yes, she can. To the delight of the crowd here, because this is got a feel of a contest, because Mertens has refused to be brushed aside by the power of the world #1 and has come up with the goods as Sabalenka's standards just dropped in that service game.
Yeah, and it all looked one way after Sabalenka is taking that first set and winning the first game of the second set. And you just felt, okay, momentum is on her side, and maybe Mertens will lose a bit of focus and get disappointed from losing this first set, but not. She's still there, she's fighting, and again, increasing the level of this match.
Well, but you've got to, and Mertens is, you know, for all her, you know, some of the defeats have been pretty horrendous ones over the time. Really, the scoreline looks pretty straightforward, but this actually has a really close feel about it. There's not too much separating them. Points won overall, it's 36-34. That's those margins. Okay, the scoreline may be against her, but actually shows how close this match actually is.
I think it's one of the best tennis Mertens is playing right now. Really good quality, and also in the previous match that we saw against Elina Svitolina as well.
Well, now Mertens has got to keep believing. Last time she did back up her break in that first set, but Sabalenka will now have a second serve to attack and just regroups. The imposing figure of Sabalenka at the far end launches into a forehand. Down the line goes Mertens with hers. Backhand to the forehand of Sabalenka. Sabalenka is just too good from the Belgian. We're seeing that come to fruition many times.
Yeah, the winner is just coming off her racket from Mertens.
Well, just off the backhand side. Can she keep this up? 15 up. Chop. That serve is a good one down the center. You heard Sabalenka just stretching for that. Mertens is just going around her business in a sort of unruffled manner. And while everything's coming at her, she's going, seen it all before. Whether that's a rather simplistic view of it. Serves now down the middle, chopped back by Sabalenka, but meekly into the net. 40-love. This is a good service hold, it would seem. And Sabalenka just venting her frustrations with, whether it's be with herself.
Yeah, it's the first time we're seeing her reacting, like quite a big reaction from Sabalenka. I mean, last 10 points, 9 went Mertens' way. It's quite remarkable.
Well, she's won 7 on, and of that 10, 7 on the bounce herself, which is the longest in the match, which is a great response as she serves now. Backhand from Sabalenka, deep to the forehand of Mertens on the baseline. Now you can hear Sabalenka putting everything into it, and the sort of anger threshold raising, and 40-15 it is. The shriek gets louder as the angrier she gets.
Yeah, but you could see trying to get calm and talk to herself, Sabalenka.
Well, Mertens obviously has seen it all before, but it's how she's got to block the noise out and just say, right, play my own game. Stand firm as the barrages come down. Backhand, and there's another barrage, and Mertens gets it back at full stretch and is asking Sabalenka to play another winner, but she doesn't get it. And then the backhand, Mertens is still in here and draws, and has she got a chance of winning it? Yes, she has. That is defense of the bravest from Mertens, because Sabalenka was firing these tracers at her, and she stood firm.
Yeah, I actually cannot believe what I just saw in this point, because Sabalenka was going at Mertens with her backhand, just, you know, like with such a power, and Mertens just threw a few slices, easy slices, and in the end dropped that drop shot.
Wow. Well, 1-3 it is. So twists and turns. It's now Sabalenka's turn to get back on track. Chopped back by Mertens and asking Sabalenka to play a little dinky drop shot, which she does.
And she hid it well. Sabalenka went for a big backswing and then changed in the end, adapted herself, the drop shot.
But you can see that Sabalenka needed to make sure her standard didn't have any drop-off from her Raducanu encounter. And she's being pushed, though, by Mertens. Backhand return from Mertens draws Sabalenka to the net. And this time, the mid-court ball, she is running onto that and sends it away for another winner.
Again, just bringing that level up of her game. You think already it's on the highest level, but she finds a way to even...
Well, when you're coming into the second week of a slam, you need to be going
up.
You can't actually... You've got to get better and better. Easing yourself into the tournament, they say, but then when you get to the Sunday, right, we can't let up for the next... Her target is to be here on next Saturday. Backhand from Sabalenka at full stretch. Mertens goes deep to the forehand side, and too good again. Just the depth of that shot is too good for Sabalenka. So, 30-15. Not easy for her now, because we've seen 3 straight games for Mertens. People seem to win in threes. That's what's happening in this match, but it's absorbing, enthralling.
40,
and a good serve out wide, another ace, 40-15. 4th of the match for the world #1 and #1 seed. Serving for 2-3. And here comes the serve, and this serve is out wide, and it's a second straight ace. And she'll be pleased with that, because that's what she needed after the frustrations.
Yeah.
An easy hold, because it is surprising. I think, well, why is she being broken? But you've actually got to just admire Mertens'
Exactly,
resilience.
yeah, and that's what is frustrating, because for Sabalenka, I mean, she's showing some really brilliant tennis, and I just don't know how you can hit better than she hits right now. But Mertens has just been so resilient and to her power, and you know, just doesn't miss and moves well, and yeah, it gets into your head, and that's normal. But what a way for Sabalenka to hold this serve now.
Well, now if Mertens has got the pressure of saying, right, I've broken, I can break her, and continue to believe that she can continue to break her, because if she gets another one, then you'd start to feel, you know, she is 3-2 to the good, so she's got the little advantage here. But can she now just keep things going in her direction, a positive direction, and not allow at any stage for her head to drop, because she's producing some magnificent tennis in her own right. You know, it's not a one-woman show here. This is 2 ladies at their best, and there's a great start from Mertens with an ace down the middle. That'll do.
Yeah, she needs to keep hold of her serve and focus on that.
Serves now to the middle. Sabalenka at full stretch. Mertens has Sabalenka chopping that back on the forehand. Mertens, that was an unforced error, because the ball was there to be hit. Now she's rehearsing the shot. I'm not quite sure. Did she get...
She decreased the power. I don't know. She probably tried to play, to change the pace and go for a shorter, wide cross court, but kind of stop her hand moving. You know, you shouldn't decrease the racket head power.
Out wide to Sabalenka. Now Mertens drawing Sabalenka from side to side. Good first serve, getting Sabalenka out of position, way out on her forehand wing, and it's now 30-15.
Plays that combination over and over again, just out wide serve on the deuce side and then followed by down the line forehand and just proceed to the net. Mertens, it works.
Fair play. Serves now. And that is a fault going to the backhand, but 30-15. So for Sabalenka, some hope, but Mertens keeping her nose in front in this game. 3-2 she leads in this second set after an epic first set. Backhand from Sabalenka, forehand from Mertens, has Sabalenka drilling with forehand down the line. And 30-all, and a little pump of the fist from Sabalenka as that serve forehand sort of sat up invitingly to be walloped away for another winner.
That's unbelievable. Look at that, just on the run, forehand on the run, so risky, again, so precise, such a small margin.
But she knew, had clear vision what she wanted to do. Forehand from Sabalenka. Mertens then going again to the forehand wing. Now switches to the backhand. Up goes the defensive ball that falls right on the baseline. Mertens has to scamper back. Now the big backhand. Mertens chops that back, floats to the forehand of Sabalenka. Deep to the forehand of Mertens. Still in it, Mertens. Now she's at the net. Can she put it away for a winner? Yes, she can. Because Sabalenka tried to get to that ball on the forehand side, couldn't. Again, defense turned into attack from the Belgian.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding from Mertens. Just kept calm and went on and on after Sabalenka.
Well, amazing.
Thank you.
The way she's done that time and time again in this match, that she's not been outpowered, but 40-30 for a 4-2 lead. This would be a good hold for her. Add further confidence to her that she's not out of this match. She's right in it, and she might start to believe that she can pull off an upset here. Misses with the first serve. Sabalenka's power game not being totally dominant. Plenty of brilliance, but Mertens responding in kind. Backhand from Sabalenka, out wide to Mertens at full stretch. Now Sabalenka sends that. That was all power.
Absolutely no hesitation from Sabalenka. You know, at game point, just feeling all that pressure and still no hesitation, no doubt. Just goes at it.
Juice it is. This is really turbocharged tennis.
Turbocharged, I like that.
Because it's pedal to the metal. It's Grand Prix day here, and I think there's maximum horsepower on here.
That's a good way to describe it.
You know, that 3-2, Mertens at juice, though. Backhand from Sabalenka. Oh, is that? We saw a splash of titanium, whatever it's called, because as it hit the sideline and break point, the power unrelenting.
Inside out, back and return from Sabalenka, just scraping the lines. They have to put some new paint on those lines.
It's the precision. You just time and time again. Mertens under pressure. Backhand from Sabalenka to Mertens' backhand. Forehand from Sabalenka. Mertens goes deep and goes long and is broken. So here we go again. It's sort of 3 games on a row. You just think Mertens does well from 1-love down, gets back to 3-2. But suddenly, from 30-15, Sabalenka wins the next 3 points with just a, well, blunderbuss of shots.
Yeah, it's definitely a shift of momentums here. And I mean, look at the reaction from Sabalenka roaring to her box. And that's, I mean, it was such an important game for her. And now new balls, both players changed their racket to a new string.
Well, for Sabalenka, she'll be serving with those new balls from the Royal Box end. And ready to go again. So Mertens, can she continue to find a way to withstand this barrage of absolute blunderbusses coming down? And a good serve, 15-love, unreturned. You just have to admire it. And the way she's drilling everything home. Serves now, and that goes wide. So second serve. Ball was up in the air for ages before it came down. For Sabalenka then to begin her second serve. And now she does at 15-love, serves now out wide to Mertens, who goes too long. Sabalenka was just keeping a watchful eye on that second serve return.
Yeah, and again, she decreased dramatically the power of that second serve Sabalenka and went for a kick, high bounce kick, 91 miles. I mean, still quite fast, but it was a high bounce, and that's where Mertens struggled again.
So just showing a little bit of variety. 30-love, serves now, and an ace. And the ace count's going up at 40-love. Getting there, so another, looks like a easy service hold, but just doing a little stretch just to keep loose, because this power, it's hard work. But there's another good serve. Well, and that came down at just 115 miles an hour, but it was right on the service line, and it kicked off it, and so Sabalenka has got her nose back in front, 4-3. For Mertens, she's got to find a way to hold, because then you will feel it might be curtains for Mertens.
I mean, if you think of Mertens, you don't know what else she could do. You know, she's playing really, really good, very smart tennis, and doesn't miss a lot from her side. But Sabalenka just finds those last.
Do you think she might actually be thinking, I think I cannot play any better right now?
I don't think she's thinking that right now, but I just feel, yeah, she's kind of playing at her limit. I mean, she's playing ridiculous tennis, Mertens, but it's the Sabalenka who can still go on another level. That's what makes her, you know, one of the best tennis players out there right now. So that's mentally it's tough, because you're thinking what else I can propose.
You've seen a lot of Mertens. Would you say, just from your looking in, has she got another level to go to?
Yeah, I mean, it's the best I've saw her, to be honest. Yeah, so.
But for Mertens, she's trading blow for blow, but just at key moments maybe just coming up short. But no one's accusing her of ignoring, shirking the challenge. She wants, she's giving it an absolute blast. Can she find another little challenge here and not allow her head to drop? Although that was a rather tame first serve by the standards that she has had. So at 3-4 she trails now. In this second set, we've just gone through the hour mark. Forehand from Sabalenka to Mertens, who goes into the net, and just maybe the head, little dropping of the head there.
Yeah, maybe started to think about, yeah, you see a little smile on her face, frustrated smile on Mertens' face, and yeah, maybe the scoreboard pressure, you know, started to creep in, but...
And also just this unrelenting barrage, you know, when you know how much, you know, boxer, it's a heavyweight moment, you know. Forehand chopped back by Sabalenka. Now she winds up another big forehand. Mertens had no answer to that. There was going in for the kill there, and absolutely sizzled that past.
Yeah, also, what a smart way to, you know, to slice that return, and then again firepower on the forehand from Sabalenka. Just
it's tough.
Yeah, it's tough to go through Sabalenka. I mean, for Mertens, she's trying her best.
Well, she's like a heavyweight boxer, which your country produces plenty of good ones. The Klitschko brothers, they were unrelenting, weren't they? Oh.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to take them on in the ring. But anyway, it's love 30 for Mertens now. Forehand from Sabalenka. Mertens gets that back, and then the backhand from Sabalenka right to the forehand of Mertens. And this time Sabalenka can't make the backhand and looks disappointed that her standards has dropped there and rehearses the shot. She looks as if suddenly she's got the world on her shoulders and she didn't make that. She's trudging back to receive this next Mertens serve at 15:30.
I think she was almost too excited to hit that shot.
So, ready to go now. Serves is long. So, second serve for Mertens. She's serving from the royal box end. And serves, and the serve is to the forehand of Sabalenka. Sabalenka winds up another forehand as Mertens chopping it back. Now another big forehand, again right on the sideline. And Olga's given it a full head in hands because she's just in awe of the quality of that forehand.
I'm being a bit dramatic here in the commentary booth. I'm just enjoying.
It's all right. Away from Wimbledon, I work with someone when I'm doing horse racing who rides every fence. So I can assure you there's nothing on you. Keep going, keep going. We need a camera on you to show your visual expressions, because it's nothing when you're seeing someone play like this. When you play
enjoyable
to a great standard, you can you're appreciative of someone with their A game on full show. For Mertens, it's a big challenge here, and a huge sigh of relief for Mertens there, because that cross-court forehand was out, but oh so near for heartbreak for Mertens, who would have been 5-3 down. But she's still in this service game. She's still got hope. Can she keep that together and come up with a good serve here? Sabalenka goes. We'll have another first serve to go at. She's got to keep the belief going, but it must be hard in the face of this ruthless attack from Sabalenka. So it's going to be another first serve.
First serve.
Settles down again. This centre court crowd enthralled by the power that's on display here. Good serve out wide. Now Mertens has a chance to put this away. Will she? Yes, she will. And gets it to Juice. So keeping it alive for her. And waggles her racket and saying, I'm still going. I'm not going to be blown aside.
Yeah, you have to win points against Mertens. She's not going to give it to you.
Well, that's the impressive thing that we've noticed here. Serves down the centre. Good serve. Ace from the Belgian, second of the match.
And again, right, a little shift of momentum. Sabalenka was, won the last 3 games.
Yeah, that forehand that didn't make it. She could. It was on her racket and she missed it. So, game point for 4-all. And she's got it. Well, she refuses to be intimidated into submission. And that's why the crowd have roared into life here at 4-all. And it's, as Mertens, throw it back at you, Anya Sabalenka. What can you do? I'm not going away. You're going to have to work very hard for this victory. If it is to be a victory, I don't mind going to a third set. She'll probably be thinking, I'm going to push you as hard as I can. So Sabalenka with the big serve. Just a fault there. There's a renewed spring in the Mertens step. Believe they're keeping the confidence there. So, forehand from Mertens. Sabalenka drills that to the forehand of Mertens. Onto the baseline. Backhand from Sabalenka. Mertens goes cross-court. Big forehand from Sabalenka to the backhand forehand of Mertens. And ball looped in the end. Sabalenka has Mertens going to the backhand side. Slice backhand. Oh, that's so good to change up. Normally it's all biff, 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 but suddenly a slice comes on board.
They just push each other to the limits. You can see also some of the crowds there on their feet just applauding. That's how good is this level of this match. It's just incredible.
But
slice, right? Like the
slice back, and we don't see that too often, but it was needed. 15-love. Ready to serve again. That's long, that first serve. So ready to serve again. Second serve. 15-love. backhand from Mertens is good. Down the forehand side, she was moved forward for that and just stroked it away for a winner. Just had to check that it was good, but the scoreboard tells you it's 15-all.
Yeah, very hard right now for Sabalenka. I mean, she's, you know, fighting in her head, just thinking, you know, how well she plays and how hard she has to work for every point. And then she gets this kind of response from Mertens.
Good return from Mertens, but then the backhand moving in on that, just, well, good effort to get the ball back in play. And Mertens is now hitting the ball, some air shots, but my goodness me, she's attacking the ball with those
shadowing, right?
Well, if it was a fly in her, right, God knows where that fly would end. Because she was swinging with real intent. She wants to, she knows she's got to commit to everything. 30-15, match service long down the centre. I think that's really what that sort of little display was. Right, keep up the level.
Yes, yes, keep it intense.
Don't back off. Be brave. Backhand, she goes deep to the backhand of Sabalenka. Mertens goes to the forehand of Sabalenka. Mertens deep to the backhand of Sabalenka, is having to strain at every time. Mertens just won't go away. It must be irritating the heck out of Sabalenka.
It is definitely. I think that's what she feels right now. She's been so close to finish this match, right? 4-3 up, 15-40 on Mertens' serve, and just like smashing those balls, and then suddenly it's tight again, and she's again on the pressure. And, you know, not by missing, just by Mertens playing outstanding tennis.
Great quality. Serving now, Sabalenka misses down the centre. Just so far, Mertens, well, looking at the unforced error count, just 11 from Sabalenka, 16 from Mertens. Out wide to Mertens, who goes, that's kicking serve out wide, just stretched Mertens a foot too far, and she couldn't control it, so it's game point for 5-4. But another hard-fought service game for Sabalenka to hold here. Really enthralling tennis that's got everyone transfixed at the sheer intensity of it. I think we'll all need to lie down after this.
Yeah, a little bit of a reaction there from Sabalenka after missing the first serve. She knows how much she's going to be under pressure on the second serve.
Well, taking her time, and Mertens just moving forward now to attack it, and that kicks away from her. Backhand from Sabalenka's into the net, backing up what Olga was saying there. She was under pressure.
Yeah, that could, I mean, that could hurt. This mistake could hurt Sabalenka. Usually she makes it with her closed eyes, that backhand down the line.
Well, what can she respond with? Will it be a serve out wide? It's a serve out wide. Got back well by Mertens, and then swinging away. Serve out wide. Mertens well out of position, and then a swinging backhand win across court.
Advantage. I just don't know how she does it. Just, yeah, to produce this kind of quality under such a pressure.
Well,
she's very, I mean, she's a very decisive player and very committed.
Well, but her opponent is not going away, and now that ball is going to fall out, and she has won the game. So they go to the changeover. So it's 5-4, Sabalenka leading, but Mertens coming out to serve to stay in the match.
Well, it's 6-4, 5-4 for Sabalenka, but it's way harder in a real, you know, in this match than on a scoreboard. The score doesn't really show the real picture of this match so far.
Well, I have to say, it's been extraordinary to watch.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
I'm just sort of going, right, I'm bludgeoning the ball at all times. And
it was just like impressive. And like, wow, like how you should train to be able, you know, to get close to this level. Like if you're, you know, a younger player, it's like, you know.
Well, it's been absolutely fascinating. It is just turbocharged, unrelenting hitting from both players. And Mertens has resisted every blow that's been coming at her and has hung firm, and now she's got to really dig deep again as Sabalenka tries to make it to the third quarter-final here. For Mertens, this would be a major moment if she could just keep it going and take us into it, find a way to take us into a decider, but she's by no means out of it. Sabalenka with the forehand, trying to go cross-court with the winner, and looks up with disappointment that she didn't make that return, trying to angle it across court.
But again, it was a good quality return from Sabalenka, just missed by a little, but it was a good shape on that forehand. I like to see that.
Remember, she was had the chance to get to an early lead, but and good serving from Mertens now, because that return is sent long, and we are at 30 love, as trying to close in on 5-all here, making it really difficult for Sabalenka to close this match out as she would like in this second set. And the scoreline is, it was 3 sets in Madrid earlier this year on clay, but Sabalenka ran away with the second and third set 2-1. This feels like one of the closest matches they've ever had, but Mertens misses with that serve going down the middle, and the scoreline is a really tense match it's been. Normally they've been fairly one-sided affairs. Sabalenka powers that back to the baseline, got back well by Mertens. Mertens on the forehand goes and wrong foot. Sabalenka goes looking to cover a forehand wing. You've got to just the calmness there that Mertens showed to put it behind Sabalenka.
Yeah, too good from Mertens, and you could see the frustration on Sabalenka's face, but nothing wrong. I mean, not much you could do in this game so far.
4-5 for 5-all in this second set. Backhand from serve is long, so the second serve, Mertens got every chance of getting to 5-all here. Sabalenka deep and powerful, winner on that shortish second serve, and was able to exploit it. 40-15.
Another one on the backhand side from Sabalenka. Again, when she finds that borderline of being like controlled frustration, that's where is her best.
You can see it sort of simmering.
Yes.
You know, she's at gas mark 5 at the moment. Forehand from Sabalenka, loops to Mertens, who can't put it away, but she's now at the net and does put a forehand volley away, and springs and leaps into the air as she closes that game with a relatively straightforward hold there to 15 to take it to 5-all.
Another great combination from Elise Mertens. I mean, she just refused to lose this match.
Well, no, but Sabalenka's now, next to toe time, has got to start serving again.
Yeah.
And it hasn't always been plain sailing on the Sabalenka serve. For all her power, rolled back by Mertens on the forehand again. Just picked the point as the ball came back, and she was able to run onto that and then sweep the backhand away.
She changed a little bit of, you know, the pace, played a bit shorter, which is a good thing for Sabalenka. She has to stay cold-minded in her head.
Well, indeed, ruthless. 15 love, good serve, but Sabalenka now has Mertens floating that ball out again.
And again, slightly shorter ground stroke from Sabalenka made, you know, changing the rhythm for Elise Mertens. Her maybe, you know, not just move lateral, but also move forward and cut the angles.
Well, there's no two ways about it. Sabalenka has had to raise her standard even after the Raducanu match, which had plenty of drama, particularly in that first set. That was an epic first set of tennis, but so far we've seen two gripping, hard-fought first set with neither player giving an inch. Sabalenka deep to the backhand, up goes the defensive ball. It's going to for Sabalenka to drill it away, but still keeping in there is Mertens, asking Sabalenka to play another shot. Mertens is still in there and actually wins it. That is just courage again from Mertens. And Sabalenka nets her backhand volley. Olga can't believe it. She's practically fallen on the floor in disbelief.
I was just, to be honest, in shock how well Sabalenka defended in this point, but then the last volley drops into the net. I just felt she was a bit too casual on the last one. Maybe she was excited that she won this point, you know.
Well, 15-30, rather 30-15. It's Sabalenka serving out wide. Now Sabalenka is drawn forward, sends that deep. And then this time a volley is too good. She wasn't going to make a mistake second time running. And it's 40-15. Coming in behind that, a good moment and a little sort of, it's almost leapt into playing the volley, but steered it away to the open backhand court. Control. 40-15 for 6-5. Ready now. Here comes the serve, and that's out wide. Mertens at full stretch, does well. Oh, my word! Because that was a brilliant service return down the line, but Sabalenka just moved to her left and then just sort of rocked it across for a winner. And so we go to the changeover with Sabalenka once again with her nose in front. 6-5 she leads, with Mertens coming out to serve to stay in the championship.
I think I can confidently say that this has been so far probably one of the best matches I've seen so far on the women's side. The quality is just insane.
Well, this is, it's just what, even through the rest of the championships,
right?
I'm speechless.
Yes.
No, and in a way, you go, well, we're going to be hard-pressed to see a match like this from even anyone else,
yeah.
you know, because, well, I'm sure we inevitably will, but with the way Sabalenka is, well, Mertens, given her record against her, you've actually just got to say, fair play. You are trading blow for blow here. You refuse to be intimidated. You're saying this is not your manner. I'm going to make sure that at the end of it, if I lose, I can hold my head up high and say, I've given you everything, and yes, fair play, you've just managed to find a way to get ahead of me. Well, it's been brilliant. So it's 5-6. This, Olga and I probably think may be the match of the Ladies' Championship, maybe even surpassing the brilliance of the Raducanu match, and Sabalenka providing the drama. But Mertens, just refusing to be intimidated, has won this first point. When she was serving last time to stay in the championship, she came up with a rock-solid service game. And Sabalenka will be hoping there's just a hint of frailty, but just not, there doesn't seem to be at the moment. She's relishing it. She's actually thoroughly enjoying the experience of trading every shot. Now Mertens goes deep to the forehand. Sabalenka goes cross-court. Mertens does well to get it. Goes to the forehand of Sabalenka. Pegging Mertens on the forehand side. Then cross-court goes Sabalenka with a backhand. Then she changes to the forehand. Mertens been pulled from pillar to post, but a running attempted forehand from Sabalenka is into the net.
Yeah, just a little bit not enough shape on the last forehand from Sabalenka, but the ball was, you could see it was going lower and lower and lower.
Well, they were both actually being pulled from side to side, but fair play. So 30-love. Looks as if we might be heading to a second set tiebreak. We've been playing nearly 90 minutes. Can Mertens keep her focus? Forehand from Sabalenka. Mertens has Sabalenka at full stretch. Up goes the defensive lob. That's just going to fall in. Now Sabalenka is drawn way out onto the backhand side. Angles, draws Mertens forward. And I think she's gone long. And yes, she has with that push to the forehand court. Mertens has put it out. 15-30. 30-15 rather.
And that's been something that it's been few points all through this match where Mertens, you know, had drop a bit in her level and miss like an easy kind of balls.
So 30-15. Sabalenka looking to attack this serve, goes to the forehand of Mertens, and then Sabalenka deep to the forehand side of Mertens, then the backhand. Oh, that again, in a backhand forehand winner. It's a close call. Is it missed? Oh, it's missed. I thought it was a...
Yeah, I also thought that she made it, but...
Oh, our AI friends say it was out, but it was nearly a... Well, it looked a brilliant shot.
It is, yeah.
By anybody else's, but it's out. You can hear what the crowd think. They are engrossed, enthralled. captivated as here comes the serve down the centre from Mertens, and that's long. We may all need to go and lie down in a darkened room after this, Olga, because 40-15 it is for take us into a tie-break, and we are into a tie-break, and this will be full on.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a shootout now, and two gunslingers now going right, trading blow for blow, and they are going to wallop this tennis ball. Well, these tennis balls have earned their corn today.
I mean, they have a pretty similar tie-break record in this year. I mean, most of the tie-breaks they won, both of them.
Well, the last tie-break they had was in Montreal when Mertens won it. And that was a long time ago. And Sabalenka's at the net, and she just dinks that attempted cross-court drop shot into the net and been brought forward. So it's first blood to Mertens.
I have to say it was a little bit unlucky for Sabalenka. She had dropped a huge serve, and I think it was unintentional to return that short from Mertens.
Mertens actually won that tiebreak to 1. She wouldn't half like to do that. And she's 2-love up because the forehand returns into the net, and that howl of anguish came from Sabalenka. Ooh, hello, a little twist here.
Yeah, you just feel the tightness.
Pressure now on.
Yeah.
It's definitely on Sabalenka. Mertens has been serving with calmness, and although she's missed with that first serve, and Sabalenka has been trying to make her wilt, but Mertens as if she's on another planet at the moment, ignoring it all and doing her level best. Backhand from Sabalenka. Way get by Mertens. She's at full stretch here. That ball's going to fall just inside the baseline. Sabalenka drills it to the backhand. Now she should put the smash away. She does. Maybe a little heart and mouse moment there, but still it was away. 1-2.
I mean, I hold my breath on the last volley, high volley from Sabalenka. It was not an easy shot, right? It was way above your shoulder, and she just was so like, easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy,
yes,
that's what we say.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
So quite remarkable, I mean, to produce that volley.
When did you learn the phrase?
From my little daughter, she's half British, so.
Oh, okay, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, right, okay. Well, I don't know what the Ukrainian equivalent of something like that is, but anyway, it is 1-2. Sabalenka serving. Can she come up with a big first serve? No, because it's long. And so a second serve. I think this tie-break will have a twist and turn along the way. Now Sabalenka second serve. Mertens just standing on the baseline. She's moving forward to attack it and goes deep to the backhand of Sabalenka, who gets a net call, dug back while by Mertens. Then another big backhand. Mertens at full stretch here. That ball's going to bounce inside for Sabalenka to try and put away. She was picking her spot. She got a net call, but Mertens kept on going, and it's 2-all.
And again, so fearless from Sabalenka. All the boxing on their feet again, trying to support as much as they can and encourage Sabalenka to go in.
Well, I have to say there's a zen-like calm about Mertens at the moment. She is giving it her all, but 2-all. Sabalenka is the one straining every sinew, misses with that first serve. You know what you're going to get with Sabalenka. It's intense from the moment you start, and you've got to try and fight fire with fire. And here comes the second serve from Sabalenka, and a double fault is not what she would have wanted, and she's cross with herself.
Yeah, what a bad time to throw a double fault from Sabalenka. But
first of the match, but
I mean,
that's pressure.
Yeah, that's pressure. She didn't push it. She went for it. That's okay.
So we're at 3-2. Mertens with the little advantage again in this tie-break. And look, there's a study of fearsome concentration from Sabalenka. Hits that to the forehand of Mertens into the net. She went up the middle this time with that service return and then got the error. So the double fault has been cancelled out.
And again, Mertens kind of went backwards with that forehand. Again, maybe a bit tentative. That's been, I mean, it's just such a small windows, right?
It's a bit.
Yeah, bits there, 1 point there, 1 point there, but it's so important when you play against top player. And
the margins are so small. But you can hear what the centre court crowd think of this match. It's been a good period for Mertens this match. We've had, what, an hour and 31. They've not let up either player. Mertens has refused to be intimidated, but now she is serving. They've changed ends. Serves now. That serve is long. She cannot afford now to just see even a little drop in standard, because Sabalenka, you feel, will want to close this out. And here comes the second serve. Must be feeling the pressure. Little wobbly, brush the top of the net.
I feel the pressure, I have to say.
And you're up here. So it's 3-all. Second serve. Hush around. Backhand from Sabalenka. Is that out?
It's in.
Oh.
It's that backhand inside out return winner, and she's been producing them.
That is just maybe that little bit of brilliance. Had to check with the umpire and the little voice from the AI god.
It's a real voice, you know.
I know. Yeah, there's 20 people doing it. Anyway, whatever. Here we go. 4-3. Sabalenka serving to the backhand of Mertens into the net. Has the fight been extinguished? We're not there yet, though, because Mertens has withstood everything. Now she's saying, I've got to be aggressive. She's rehearsing a couple of shots just to say that I'm not going away. I'm not going to give up. I'm enjoying myself. But Sabalenka at 5-3 in this tiebreak serves. And that serve is down the centre. Got back by Mertens. Sabalenka is at the net. Backhand volley into the net from Sabalenka. She won't go away, Mertens.
I mean, it was a tough one. Mertens played so well that passing shot right into the Sabalenka feet was not an easy one. And on these tight moments, it happens.
Well, there's a rueful smile on Sabalenka's face, but 5-4, there's hope for Mertens. Can she win her next 2 points? On her serve. Serves now down the centre at full stretch. Draws Mertens forward. She should win this. Up goes to the defensive lob. Has Mertens going back. She's still in this, Sabalenka. Sabalenka drills that backhand. Oh, that's defence. That is world class. She looked down and out, but somehow summoned a lob of pure deft touch it was that then changed the entire momentum, and now we have match point.
I'm speechless, honestly.
It's radio.
I cannot be speechless, right?
We just know it was good.
Yeah, that defend lob from Sabalenka.
It was. So we are at match point. It is Mertens serving. What resistance, what resilience she has shown. Forehand from Sabalenka, deep to Mertens, who digs it back. Sabalenka with power. Now she comes in. Should she put it away? Still hanging in there, but Sabalenka has finally closed this match out. She's won again against Elise Mertens, but the story of the tape is so different. They have pushed each other all the way in one of the matches of the championship so far. It's into the quarter-final for the top seed, but my goodness me, Mertens can hold her head up high, and Sabalenka knows that she will probably not find an opponent offering so much resistance over the few days to come, because Sabalenka has come through in an hour and 35, 6-4, 7-6.
I mean, all smiles and I think relief on Sabalenka's face just to finish this match in 2 sets. I mean, it's been so tight, so close, and they pushed each other to the limits. And you could see even, we could hear also the reaction from crowd. I mean, they were all on their feet, and of course Mertens is leaving the court now with a smile on her face. What a great few weeks for her on the grass. What a performance. I mean, it's another level of Mertens I saw today.
Well, look, she will be going off having with her head held high, knowing that I've pushed someone who quite often beats me comfortably, but I've she's been made to work so hard, but Sabalenka raising her standard after the battle against Raducanu. She's gone another level, but she was made to go another level. That was turbocharged tennis for 95 minutes, which Olga has been flying all over the studio in admiration.
I was jumping, yes.
And it has just been brilliant. Sabalenka just throwing a towel to somebody in the crowd before she steps forwards to reflect on that titanic tussle against Elise Mertens, someone she knows well, and they've played each other so many times. Rishi Persad has moved in to position to talk to the winner, Anya Sabalenka. An epic contest.
Arena, congratulations on winning a match that I think it's fair to say we all enjoy the quality of what we've just seen today between the two of you. What did you think of your performance?
First of all, guys, it feels so good to feel all the support, you know. I feel like today I got you on my side, right? Thank you guys for the support, and oh, this is so cool, guys. And yeah, I'm super happy with the performance. It was a battle. She always bring great tennis on court, and I'm super happy I was able to get this win.
Well, you've got a good record against her, but of course she's someone you know quite well. So what's the challenge of playing against a player that you've won a couple of Grand Slam doubles titles with?
I mean, it's tough to play against someone you know quite close, and she's a great player, great person, and it's tricky facing her, and especially I know how smart she is, and I know that she's going to fight till the very end, and she will be trying to find something, and she really challenged me today, so it's tricky and tough, and I'm super happy with the win.
So you're through to the quarterfinals. Round of applause absolutely necessary. But of course, Wimbledon is the one Grand Slam that so far you haven't got to a final of. Do you feel the belief is building with each and every win that maybe this is the year?
I mean, with your support, guys, I think everything is possible. But I don't know. I mean, it's such a beautiful tournament, and I always dreamed of winning it. And I don't know, every time I'm on this court, I'm just trying to bring my best tennis. I'm trying to fight for every point. I'm just trying to give my best and really hope for the best.
It may be too soon to ask this very last question, but you did say that if you were to win, you'd do a TikTok dance. When do you start preparing what TikTok dance you do?
Just randomly when I'm bored in the house, I just like scroll my TikTok. I was like, okay, this dance is a cool one. We take it. And I picked the easiest one because I'm terrible in dancing, I have to say.
Arena, as always, it's lovely to speak to you. Congratulations on making it through to the last eight.
Thank you.
Arena Sabalenka.
Well, that is Anya Sabalenka talking to Richie Persad, reflecting on that epic victory. Well, she is the overwhelming favourite now, isn't she?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely well-deserved win today for her. I mean, she was just playing out of her mind, I have to say. Both of them, just such a good quality. And again, I think it's such a relief for her to win this match in 2 sets, especially, you know, playing someone who knows your game and the way you think as well, right?
Yeah.
Probably for sure. And where is your weak sides? I mean, she doesn't have, it looks like she doesn't have weak yeah, so it's just to deal with all of that and knowing that, you know, maybe the draw has opened up kind of for you, for her standards, you know, all that is just incredible to produce that tennis.
Well, I have to say, I'm just in awe of what we've been watching, and she's going to have lots of eyeballs on her, knowing that she could bludgeon her way to these championships. Olga, one and only time thrown together, because my Wimbledon is done, but what a way to go out from my perspective. You've still got another week. It's been an absolute joy, but we haven't finished on centre court. They've got to have lovely matches, but thank you, Olga.
Thank you.
Hope
It was a pleasure. No.
It wasn't too frightening for you. But we're going to take a short break, because next up, another tasty dish to be served before this centre court crowd is Carlos Alcaraz. You got another #1 seed, defending champion, coming out. Why, what tickets these centre court people are treated to, taking on Rublev. That should be a mouth-watering encounter in the company of Mike Pereira and Jill Krabos. They are poised and strike to take up the cudgels in about 10 minutes' time when they're due on court.
Winner, and there'll be an action.
And so he was called for a hindrance. So he was obviously putting off the other players because he wanted the point stopped. So they lost the point. Animated discussion between Zelensky and the umpire. I should point out Adam Pavlyuchenkova just getting on with things. They were changing ends anyway. He just walked away and continues to walk away as well. And now the discussion continues, because Pavlyuchenkova and Zelensky lost the set. The supervisor has come out, and one of the other things that I just want to point out here too, Sue, is that the discussion was going on between Zelensky and the umpire, and it did get to a stage where the umpire said, "Stop, enough, you cannot talk to me like this," and I think that's entirely fair enough, by the way. So as it stands right now, there's tension everywhere on this court. That's why I'm probably not going to wander down and give any sort of advice, because I might get my head bitten off. We're about to start the final set. The 10 seeds, Nice and Roger Vastelan, they lost the opening set. They've won the second set in a tiebreak over Pavlyuchenkova and Zelensky. Let's see how this final set plays out, because it's been quite fiery the last 10 minutes or so, Sue.
Wow, and just a quick follow-up question there. So Zelensky lost the argument then, it would seem, with the chair umpire and the officials full stop. How would you describe his frame of mind right now?
Well, he's just finished the discussion, so Andreas Egli has actually left the court, and I can see him walking back to the officials area. But yeah, look, he just needs to get on with it. And his partner, actually, Adam Pavlyuchenkova, to his credit, has just stayed out of it completely. Like, this is not a joint kind of thing. In fact, Adam was being so nice to the umpire, offering her a bottle of water. You looked a bit parched there. Let me give you a bottle of water to try and keep in the good books. But it's one of those interesting rules, because part of the discussion was, had that vibration dampener actually gone onto the opposite side of the court, then Zelensky and Pavlyuchenkova actually would have won the point. But Zelensky's argument was, well, it was still flying around anywhere. It could have gone anywhere, could have gone into the crowd. But the rules are quite clear that because it's that, it doesn't actually make a difference to the point. And actually, he shouldn't have stopped the point anyway until the umpire had made that ruling, because the umpire would have called let immediately, similar to if a cap gets blown off a head and things like that. So at the moment, Pavlyuchenkova and Zelensky, they've held in the opening game of the final set. So I think we're getting back on with things now. So I think we can leave that in the past for now. But it's been an interesting couple of minutes out here, Sue.
It certainly has. Wow, okay, well, we'll keep a close eye on that and what happens in terms of the remainder of the match and the remainder in terms of the momentum that may or may not generate from that. Over to court 18, where Pippa, hopefully things are a little bit calmer for you out there.
Yes, they are. Well, we were actually evacuated earlier today due to a lightning threat. So there's none of that going on at the moment, thankfully. And we are midway through the opening set on this court. And it's the British duo of Eden Silva and Josh Paris who've grabbed the early momentum. They lead by 4-3 with a break of serve against Robert Galloway and Aldila Sugiadi, and the crowd really starting to get right behind them as well. We love supporting our home favourites here at Wimbledon, don't we? Silva and Paris haven't had that many matches together, not that much match practice, but you certainly wouldn't know it from how cleanly they've started. Silva very sharp at the net, and Paris solid from the back, and they've been able to capitalise on a few early errors from the American-Indonesian team. That said, Galloway and Sugiadi are a real threat. They pulled off a big upset in the opening round, knocking out the 5th seeds, and they've already shown some great chemistry as well. Galloway brings the power and touch at the net, while Sugiadi's court awareness and angles have made her certainly one of the most dangerous doubles players on tour. Still early days, but certainly a promising start from the Brits, who lead 4-3 with a break of serve. Sue.
Great, thank you very much indeed. Lucy, let's have a little chat about that incident with the dampener flying off the racket. Even though it didn't go the other side of the net, if it's a distraction for one of your opponents, surely there's a really good argument there that it can be classified as a hindrance.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm quite surprised by that rule, because obviously if a hat or anything comes off, then, you know, you play a let, and then if it happens again, then the player gets a warning. So it is part of the equipment. So I don't think it matters where it lands. So, yeah, I'm a bit confused with that.
What was the most peculiar thing that ever happened on a tennis court while you were playing, either singles or doubles?
I've not had anything like that. I've been hit in the back of the head. I think that's probably a standard
by serve.
One by a serve with your partner. I think smash my shin with the serve.
Did you?
As you follow through, and the backhand in the side of the knee, getting down low, the butt of the backhand.
Did you hurt yourself? Did you
yeah.
need an MTO after that?
You're sort of limping around trying to finish off the point.
Yeah.
And yeah, torrential rain at match point.
No.
In doubles.
For you?
Match point up.
Oh.
We had to, that was in Algeria at a futures event. Had to come back.
Did you
the
close
next
it out?
day. Well, my partner did, served an ace. So, yeah, nothing where the rules have come in and there's been sort of an argument about that. So, and yeah, certainly never had that situation.
So if you had the power right now to change one rule in tennis, what would it be?
I think get rid of the warm-up.
Would you?
Yeah, and the let on the serve,
I
which the juniors
100% agree with you on that.
The juniors play that.
Yeah.
So if anyone's around the grounds watching in the juniors, it is still, you're like, oh yeah, they play on, and still the players actually are used to it more. I mean, interesting. I would say probably kind of the 2000s, or certainly 2001. So that would be your Jack Drapers. They'd have played that in juniors, and it still happens in juniors. It still happens at college as well. So there's going to come a point where pretty much the majority of the players will have played that at some point in their career. So the fact that they're continuing to do it, you feel that that's maybe a rule that could happen in the future.
Why would you get rid of the warm up?
I don't think you necessarily need it. I think it's just something that happens. I think the players would be fine with it. They do a physical warm up when they come on the court. Before they come on the court, they've also been able to hit. Obviously, if the weather's been bad, we get the 10-minute extended warm up, or if there's been a delay, then you get.
Would you still want to keep those ones, like 15 minutes? You get a 3-minute after 15 minutes, 4 minutes after half an hour. You would keep those.
Not necessarily. The only one I would keep if the players haven't been able to hit. So we did have that the other day.
Yes.
Well, no, not here. Sorry. Down at Eastbourne, we had that where play was meant to start at 11, and it rained, and the players that were playing first on didn't get a chance to practice because the courts were wet. So then you get an extended warm up. Then I would keep that, but I'd get rid of any of the other warm-ups.
It's fascinating. I must admit, I'm with you on the let. I would say that, and also because I don't like that, and we won't have it now if electronic line calling comes in everywhere all the time consistently. We didn't have it at the French this year, but I wonder how long it will be before they also cave into having ELC there. But I always disliked it when there was a dispute over the first serve or something happened, and then you weren't allowed to just have a second serve. You get a reboot, and I always thought that was a bit unfair, because oftentimes that happens in moments of real crisis, and then you feel like someone else, an external factor, is having an influence rather than the veracity of whether a call was good or not. I always find that a bit bothering.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you with that. I think, you don't want something external having an impact. It's down to you and your opponent.
Exactly.
And not something that, then is deemed unfair.
Yeah. Well, maybe we're getting there with the let. Maybe that will be the start of that as well. Let's see. Let us know what you think. Get in touch across all the social media channels and on the email as well, which I will give you in just a second. I think the email is radio@aeltc.com. Drop us a line, but we're going to scuttle over straight away to number 1 court because Cam Norrie had a match point in the 3rd set tiebreak, wasn't able to convert it, and Nicholas Jarry has been like a man possessed ever since. The hill is packed as the last standing British player in the draw tries to make it through to the next round. So Cam Norrie is serving at 5-6 in this 4th set to try and get himself into another tiebreaker. They're going absolutely potty on the hill because they're seeing themselves on the big screen. Lucy I'll say thank you very much and good night to you. It's been a pleasure and a joy, as always, to be in your company. And we'll head over to our commentary team in the booth on number 1 court, Philip Studd and Nick Monroe.
Norrie bidding to become the 4th British player in the Open era to reach the quarter-final in the gentlemen's singles on multiple occasions. He's, of course, been a semi-finalist 3 years ago, and serving to save the 4th set. He took the first 2, 6-3, 7-6. He had a set point in the 3rd set tiebreak, but Nicholas Jarry has shown tremendous resilience in this match and managed to get out of that deep hole quite brilliantly as he drives a backhand up the line for a winner. And Jarry has been peppering winners on this number 1 court this afternoon, left, right and centre.
Yeah, Nicholas Jarry is starting to find a rhythm on his return. He's starting to hit the return deep down the middle pretty much every time. And then from there, he's able to open the court on the second ball.
Norrie looking to come straight back with an ace. At 5-6, love 15. And Jarry failing to connect as he wanted to on the backhand return on that second serve. It's now 81 winners for Nicholas Jarry. Cancel that, 88. But he's long on the return again, and Norrie is clenching his fist. 42 aces from Jarry.
And as we mentioned before, Nicholas Jarry typically only averaged about 9 aces throughout the course of a match.
Eye-watering stats, and yet here he is behind in the match, but not behind in that point. He's nailed a backhand winner from wide outside the court, right into the postage stamp for 30 all.
And it was a great serve from Cam Norrie. Yeah, as we talked about, he's been going out to that doubles alley, serving wide, making Nico Jarry have to find a little spot in the court, and he was able to find the spot there for the winner.
Body serve. Jarry gets it back, a miss hit. Norrie's at the net. The passing attempt from Jarry is long.
Yeah, Nico Jarry on that pass went for broke. I like the pass going down the line because so many players, when they come to the net, they cover the middle of the court. They don't really follow the ball, and the line was open, but Nico Jarry just overcooked it.
So, game point, Norrie. He's managed to come up with the goods when he's been under pressure in this set, as he has been often. He faced down 3 break points earlier in the piece in this 4th set, but he's netted on this occasion, and we're back at deuce here.
Yeah, if you're watching the movement of Nico Jarry, you got to take a look at how low he's staying on his shots. That's what's getting the extra power with the backhand, is how the ability of him to get low, swing through the ball.
The crowd turning up the volume for Cam Norrie, sensing that Jarry seems to be getting ever stronger as this match unfolds. Could he possibly come from 2 sets to love down for the 2nd time in this championship? He did it against Holger Rune. He's netted the backhand, though. And Norrie moves to game point again.
Norrie on that +1 forehand got great depth on the forehand, just inside the baseline, pushing Nico Jarry back. Nico needed maybe a little bit more shape on that backhand, but instead he put it in the net.
A point for yet another tiebreak, our 3rd in a row. And that's where we're headed. So something's got to give here on number 1 court after 3 hours and 24 minutes. It's a 4th set tiebreak, the 3rd in
very well, and I think one of the areas that's a little vulnerable is that second serve, because but I do feel like the grass helps his second serve. Having said that, what Alcaraz mentioned in his previous match when he beat Struff is how well he felt like he returned, and he's gonna need that today, and he knows it. And Alcaraz is so good at being able to step up to these challenges, but I do give Rublev a good chance, yeah.
Okay, Jenna, just a few reminders. Live electronic
Time for the coin toss.
The code I made by the system, replay of the codes on the board. On this code, you have the clock at the bottom. The time starts after I announce the score. Towel boxes. Andre, please get the green one for you. And Carlos, you have the purple one. Any questions? Yes, purple. No questions? Heads or tails? Heads is called. Tails. That match?
So Alcaraz has won the first thing of the evening. He won the coin toss. He's going to receive first. Is the Spaniard. Orally taught the chair umpire for this one. We are in very safe hands with her. She is one of the best in the business. As the two players just get their warm-up underway, Carlos Alcaraz, one of those rare players who doesn't wear a cap. He doesn't wear anything on his head. To Andrei Rublev, he's got his usual bandana. Rublev, what a wonderful shot maker he is. Can he find that consistency we're talking about to ruffle the feathers of Carlos Alcaraz here today? This the first meeting between a pair of top 20 players in the men's singles at Wimbledon this year. It is a fourth meeting for Alcaraz and Rublev, but their first at a Grand Slam or on the grass. Alcaraz won their two previous meetings on the hard courts, but Rublev won their only previous meeting on the clay. So he has got a win against Alcaraz, so that is some positivity for him.
Which I definitely think will help, and it was at a big event as well as an ATP Masters 1000 event in Madrid. Of course, Rublev, that was in the quarterfinals. Rublev went on to actually win that event for his second Masters 1000 title. So I agree. I think that definitely gives you confidence going in. This is, of course, a different circumstance, a Grand Slam. This is where all the players want to peak the most, and the fact that they haven't played on a grass court before, I do feel like that'll help. I mean, I don't know, I really feel like that helps Rublev a little bit as far as how powerful he hits off the ground. But then, of course, Alcaraz has won this tournament the last two times in a row. So I think, as we know, Alcaraz has a lot more variety. I do like the fact that Rublev is starting to look to come into the net a bit more. I think in his second round match, I saw him coming in more often than I've seen him, and I know he's trying to incorporate that in his game, and maybe that'll surprise Alcaraz a little bit.
Yeah, Rublev with a first round win against Laszlo Gera, needed 4 sets in that one. He needed 4 sets in his second round against Lloyd Harris, but he was swifter in his third round with Adrian Manarino. Straight sets on that occasion. For Alcaraz, it's been a bit of an up and down first week, but sometimes you can put too much weight behind these early results.
Yeah.
He's just figuring things out here, and we saw that 5-setter against Fognini. You weren't concerned about that, were you?
Well, I mean, for a moment, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Fognini was playing fantastic. I know there was talk amongst everybody that they didn't really feel like Alcaraz looked at his sharpest, but that's why we always say too, sometimes it's good to get a seed in a first round, because there's a little bit more nerves. You're trying to maybe feel how you feel on the court, trying to settle those nerves, how your game is going to be in that first round. And Fognini played outstanding. I mean, Carlos even said afterward, you know, please still play a few more years. You're playing that well. And so I always feel like having that tough challenge in the first round can actually help you moving forward. And then he had a pretty straightforward win against Ollie Tarvit, who we saw. And then Struff, we knew that was going to be a challenge. Struff always can play well against the big players. He's got that big serve, big game. And so I think that was a good lead up for this matchup to play Rublev, to get a lot of returns back in play in that contest.
Yeah, you mentioned he's the two-time defending champion. He would be only the 5th player to win at Wimbledon, 3 years on the spin, if he can go all the way and take the trophy next weekend. He would follow in the footsteps of some good players, Bjorn Borg, Pete Sampras, Roger Federer and Novak Djokovic. Heard of those guys?
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe. Good players, those guys. But Alcaraz, he is looking to break so many records in his still very young career. He is just 22 years of age,
amazing.
and he's already done so much, Jill.
I mean, it's just amazing. I think someone said something the other day. I think it was Marcus maybe that said Alcaraz has won more grass court matches. Do you know this one?
No.
Than Dimitrov has in his entire career.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, but Dimitrov's had he's been on the tour for a very long time, and that's incredible.
Yep. He has won 17 straight matches at Wimbledon as Carlos Alcaraz. He's not tasted defeat here since 2022. As he is just about done and dusted with his warm-up. Alcaraz, Rublev with one extra serve, and now he will head on over to his chair as well. Final preparations here. This a fourth round encounter. It is a place in the quarterfinals that lies in wait. And this is the last match of the night here on this glorious old stage. Winner of this one takes on either Nicholas Jarry or Cameron Norrie. Those two still going on over on court one. Into a fourth set, as we are set to get focused on this one now. Carlos Alcaraz and Andrei Rublev. And it will be Rublev to serve first. It was Alcaraz who won the toss and elected to receive. Just to remind you, the roof is closed here on centre court. And Rublev just aborts that first ball toss. He'll start again here. What a stage this is for these two performers. Misses with that first serve. Tried to go down the tee. So much to enjoy about the game of Andrei Rublev. He doesn't like that ball toss either, so second serve, maybe a bit jittery early on here for Rublev. Second serve to the forehand of Alcaraz, who sent it through the centre of the court, and Rublev, nothing jittery about that.
Well, I think the one similarity, I would say, between these two guys, and we know Alcaraz can bring a lot more variety, is they're both going to be looking for that forehand, and Alcaraz is very well aware of Andre wanting that forehand. That's where he can create so many opportunities. So he's going to look to be targeting, especially on the return, trying to get it to the Rublev backhand.
Misses with the first serve, 15-love. Rublev leads the way. Looking to defeat a top 5 player at a Grand Slam for the very first time, having lost all 10 of his previous matches against top 5 players at the Grand Slam events, including his only previous match against a top 5 player here at Wimbledon. That was when he lost out to then world number 2, Novak Djokovic, in the quarterfinals in 2023. Here comes the second serve from Rublev, and the backhand into the net from Alcaraz.
Well, it's a little bit more kick on that second serve. Rublev normally on the second serve does tend to go for a little bit more slice, something that he's been trying to add to the second serve, just a little bit different spin, more variety. That one kicked up on Alcaraz.
30-love, again a ball toss that Rublev doesn't like, so that's just a little bit shaky for him. But then he likes that one and sends down a big serve that Alcaraz can't get back into play. So 40-love this opening game.
Well, I think he knows he's got to be picky on that toss, because he knows how well he's going to have to serve in this match. It's so easy to just quickly go up and hit the serve, but in this game you can see he's just being very particular.
First serve good this time from Rublev, and Alcaraz with a return into the net. He'll have to serve well today, will Rublev.
First game.
And here on this Sunday evening, he's started with a service hold to love. Will do nicely.
Well, it's a great start. Always good feeling, especially when you have a relatively easy service game. I was just trying to listen into what he was saying, having a conversation with the umpire, Rublev. Couldn't quite make out what they were talking about.
A little chit-chat with orally taught. So Carlos Alcaraz to serve for the first time this evening.
Carlos Alcaraz to serve.
What can he find here? Will it be an evening where he just finds his top form? Maybe we haven't seen it as of yet this week. Second serve here for Alcaraz. Into the backhand of Rublev, who then sends a backhand again to the backhand of Alcaraz, and it was good width there from Rublev.
Well, it's a great deep return down the center. It got Alcaraz on his back foot, and then Rublev already looking to step into the court to take control with the forehand.
So it's been a nice start this from Rublev. Early stages, love 15. Alcaraz with the first serve, and again Rublev looking to get things going on his backhand side. Then he dances around to send a forehand to the backhand corner of Alcaraz. Rublev, he looks like he might be on top in this rally, but Alcaraz can change things so quickly, and Rublev sends the forehand long, and it's the first point that Alcaraz has won this evening.
That's great exchange from both players, and you can see what Rublev is trying to do. He's trying to get on top of the ball, a lot more firepower actually from the very first shot, and trying to increase as the rally goes on. That time Alcaraz defending well and then change that point around on the offense.
15-all is the first service game for Carlos Alcaraz here this evening. First serve into the net. Few deliberate bounces of the ball as Rublev just prowling at the baseline. That's a second serve into the net, so it's a double fault.
And interesting, he was trying to go hard to the forehand there of Rublev on that second serve. Big attempt at 110 miles an hour, trying to maybe catch Rublev by surprise.
Alcaraz with work to do in this game. 15-30. He can change things so quickly, though, as Rublev with a backhand back into play, and Alcaraz turning up the dial on the forehand.
Wow, that was good. The quickness of Alcaraz to be able to get around to take the forehand, because Rublev was able to get it on the cross slightly, but Alcaraz is already on the serve thinking about a forehand, and that's why he got a head start to be able to get around to hit the forehand.
Turning into something of an epic, isn't it, on court one? Nicolas Jarry has won the third and fourth sets, so that one going the distance with Cameron Norrie. And remember, the winner of that one faces the winner of our match here. 30-all. As Rublev probably about 5 feet behind the baseline. Then he moves forward to try and return, but he sends that return long.
Yeah, big serve there from Alcaraz right down the tee. Rublev trying to take it early, but a little bit more firepower behind that first serve.
(40-30). Carlos Alcaraz to get his first game of this fourth round encounter. Has won 12 of the last 13 matches he's played against top 20 players at the Grand Slams. And this is another one here this evening, as Rublev with a backhand that's just long, wasn't far away. You can see he was trying to get some depth there, Rublev. But Alcaraz with a first hold, and just saw Juan Carlos Ferrero in Alcaraz's corner, giving a little bit of a come on, or a vamos, it would be.
Yeah, probably more that route.
What a relationship they have.
That's so great, just to have someone like that in your corner, and from a very young age. I think it's such good, not only for your tennis, but to have that mindset. If you catch, and he did catch Alcaraz when he was very young. Yeah. Noticed him on the courts, was very impressed. A double fault there from Rublev to start this game, but just very impressed with obviously the talent that he saw in Alcaraz. But I think more so to have someone like Juan Carlos Ferrero, who's been #1, he's been a Grand Slam champion. When you catch someone so young, to instill that strong mentality, I think is huge.
Yeah, it does feel like more than a coach-player relationship. Yeah. It's a mentor, big brother to Carlos Alcaraz, teaching him about life on and off court, as Alcaraz with a forehand into the net. 15-all.
Yeah, you're right. They've created such a great relationship. And I think he allows Alcaraz to embrace that fun in him, too, that we see so often on the court. And I love that Juan Carlos Ferrero didn't take that away from him, didn't make it so serious, all about tennis all the time in his life. I think that's healthy.
Absolutely. As Rublev, maybe you could take a leaf out of Alcaraz's book sometimes and relax a little bit on court, as that is long on the forehand return from Alcaraz.
He's trying.
He is.
Yes.
He's been saying he wants to just have a calmer demeanor out there on court.
Yeah, and he said a lot of it has nothing to do with being on the court. He loves tennis, absolutely lives tennis, but it's more about off court that he's trying to find that balance, that fun in him. It's good to see him being open about it as well.
30-15, the third game. Backhand return from Alcaraz, as he then finds a slice, which is teasing and awkward for Rublev to deal with.
Yeah, that slice is going to be good for Alcaraz, especially if he can keep it that low. It stays so low off the bounce. And when you're trying to accelerate through that ball, you know you have to go fast, and you know it has to be so good. And sometimes that can create errors, just that pressure of having to have such a quality shot.
30 all here. Alcaraz certainly with a foothold in this Rublev service game. There's a good first serve from Rublev as Alcaraz finds a really good return. And then, well, a bit of a gift there from Alcaraz, which is rare.
30.
Just a forehand into the net. I think he just got a step too late getting up to that forehand, ended up reaching for it.
Rublev 40-30 in this game, as we've played just about 9 minutes in this fourth round encounter. Rublev again finding a good first serve. Alcaraz with a return into play. Then Rublev rips a forehand up the centre of the court, and Alcaraz goes long with his subsequent forehand. And it is all on serve early stages here. 3 games played, and Rublev with a solid start here on centre court.
He's come out firing, Rublev. I mean, I know he naturally hits the ball with a lot of pace anyway. There's a lot of his fellow players on the tour will be like, "Are you trying to hurt the ball? Like, what has the ball ever done to you?" That's how hard he hits the ball. They know he hits a ton, but I even feel like in this beginning of this match, it's more so. I feel like he's come out trying to apply a little extra pace from the start.
Yeah, the firepower is quite something with Andrei Rublev. Every shot feels like a statement made on the forehand and the backhand wing. But this is a wonderful match for this Sunday evening. It's been quite a day so far, hasn't it, here on centre court? A couple of good matches from the ladies' side of things. Sabalenka was pushed hard in the previous match.
She was. I thought she would have been pushed on that. They're very good friends.
Yep.
They used to play doubles together. They have a couple Grand Slam doubles titles together, Sabalenka and Mertens, and have played each other many times. And Sabalenka had a huge lead, and that was 10-2, I think, in the head-to-head. And this was the second time they played on grass. Mertens had won that previous one, but it was a long time ago. I think it was back in like 2018 or something like that. But Sabalenka just looks so good, and she just looks like she's getting more comfortable, more confident in every match.
It's all a bit ominous, isn't it, from Sabalenka, as Alcaraz standing at the baseline, just waiting for a few more spectators to take to their seats. He's ready now, as the first serve is a let. Serving at 2-1 down, early stages here. Barely any free seats, as you would imagine here on centre court, to see these two do battle. This is a good first serve to the backhand of Rublev, as the backhand up the line from Rublev is teasing. And then Alcaraz with a forehand that goes long and wide.
Love 15.
That's a great pickup from Alcaraz off the return. And that's what I love when he picks it up. It just doesn't look like he's been rushed. But I think he's missing that forehand. I think he's feeling the need to actually put a little bit more. Rublev's been really solid so far.
Love 15, Alcaraz with a first serve that is accurate here. Then the cross-court forehand from the Spaniard. And then he goes up the line with that same shot. You can hear that effort from Alcaraz, but Rublev responds really well, and he is fired up here.
He seems ready for the extra pace that Alcaraz can all of a sudden hit out of nowhere. I think Rublev seems more alert and ready for that. He expects it more now from Alcaraz.
Rublev, a player who has achieved so much on the ATP Tour. Can he come up with a huge night tonight? Love 30. Alcaraz with a little bit of a riddle to solve here. First serve into the net. Rublev patrolling the baseline. Can he find a good return here? Into the backhand, and Alcaraz with a forehand once again to the backhand side of Rublev, and Alcaraz an attempted drop shot.
Yeah, I almost get the sense that I feel like the Rublev clan has practiced that today, where they've just hit hard balls into the backhand side of Rublev, because he is covering that shot so well right now.
3 break points here for Rublev to take command of this opening set. Alcaraz trying to extricate himself from this position, and he goes long with the forehand, Alcaraz, as Rublev makes an early statement.
Ooh, he's on top of the ball. Fast, Rublev.
Rublev leads 3 games to 1.
It's almost like he's seeing the ball so much faster off the Alcaraz racket. His reactions have been so quick at the start of this match.
Just what he was after here, Rublev. He has come out swinging, hit the ground running, and he leads 3-1. His serve here to the forehand of Alcaraz, who gets it back into play, but then Rublev cross-court forehand with gusto.
He's looking very good right now, especially his demeanor as well. It's complete, like he's all about down to business right now, Rublev.
Excellent start for Rublev, looking to keep it going. First serve is out. Was aimed towards the forehand of Alcaraz. Just has a few words to himself there, does Carlos. As he awaits this second serve to come. The backhand is there for Alcaraz to go deep, and then he tries the drop shot. That's much more like it from Alcaraz, but Rublev moving forward. He got there, but just pushed it wide.
Oh, he almost had it, barely missed. Got a good sprint forward up to that ball, and it's so difficult to get it by from that low position, especially when you're going over the higher part of the net, just trying to sneak it by Alcaraz. I think we're going to see an attempt with that drop shot, a lot more from the Spaniard.
He thought he made that, didn't he,
Yeah.
Rublev? He was just looking intently up the line, was out by a whisker. 15-all here. First serve into the net. Second serve to come here for Andrei Rublev, who has got to be delighted with how he started here. Forehand up the line from Rublev. Then the backhand from Alcaraz clips the net on the way through. Backhand cross-court from the two-time champion here. Alcaraz with a backhand up the line, and Rublev forehand into the net.
15-30.
Well, Rublev is staying toe-to-toe with Alcaraz right now in these backhand rallies cross-court. And it was the Spaniard that decided to be the first one to change down the line, but got good depth. Really was able to pressure the Andrei Rublev forehand on the run.
15-30. Rublev doesn't like that ball toss either. That's the only sticking point in this opening 16 minutes for Rublev. He's being picky about his ball toss, and that works out for him this time as Alcaraz with a forehand into the net.
It was a short return from Alcaraz because the serve was so accurate down the tee, and Alcaraz was trying to get depth on that, but he was so far stretched. And a good approach shot there from Rublev.
Rublev, who reached a career high ranking of #5 in September of 2021. He fell out of the top 10 for the first time since August 2022 in May this year. Plays here at world number 14. 40-30 now for Rublev, as he tries to tick off another game.
Rublev's right now has only lost 1 point on his serve. But he knew that was going to be a key factor in this match.
40-30, Alcaraz awaits this serve. It's an excellent serve from Rublev, and then he plays a wonderful drive volley. Oh, he's picked him off again there, Rublev. That is terrific. Confidence flowing.
I mean, he's playing pretty flawless right now, Rublev, and that's what we were talking about in previous matches. He's been looking a little bit more to have that intention to come forward. And the fact, I think it was the match that he played against Lloyd Harris, I believe. That one went to 4 sets. I just saw him looking to come into the net more. And when you start to add that to your game, even off the serve, you're looking actually to be inside the court more, which, I mean, with the way Rublev hits the ball, if he's already positioning himself 1 or 2 feet inside the baseline, he's going to be he's super dangerous. I mean, he hits a ton off the ball, but now that he has that intention, I mean, I think he's really been able to just take it to Alcaraz right now. It's an incredible start.
Yeah, the highest ranked players that Rublev has beaten at Grand Slams number 8, Stefanos Tsitsipas. That was in the first round of the US Open back in 2019. He then beat another world number 8 in Matteo Berrettini in the last 16 at the US Open in 2020. He's never beaten a top 5 player. Of course, he's up against the world number 2 here today. Alcaraz with work to do here. Bit of a slow start from the 2-time defending champion, but that is an ace out wide.
Do you feel like it's a slow start, or do you feel like Rublev's playing maybe a little bit of both, maybe?
Yeah.
I mean, there were a couple forehand mistakes he's made, right, that were uncharacteristic, but sometimes it has a lot to do with your opponent.
Yeah, Rublev has made a very fast start, you're right, as Alcaraz with a backhand cross-court, and Rublev finds another winner.
Wow, unbelievable hands there from Rublev, just showing how much he can control the pace off of Alcaraz. Alcaraz came forward into the net. It was the right shot, trying to target the backhand side, but Rublev consciously taking pace off, getting the angle past Alcaraz.
Terrific hand skills there from Rublev. 15-all here. Alcaraz again goes for that serve out wide, and it's another ace. That serve working nicely in this game so far. 30-15. We've played just about 20 minutes here on centre court. This is the third and final match of the evening here on this Sunday evening, which has been a little bit up and down with the weather. We've had some rain. We've got the roof closed here today. And that is an excellent serve from Alcaraz.
It really, I thought it actually was deep at first, but just hit the back of the service line. Took a little bouncy bounce on Rublev. Bouncy bounce, that's a new one.
I love it.
I don't know where that came from. That's how I just could describe it.
It was a bouncy bounce off the line as Rublev can't get that one back into play. A backhand into the net as Alcaraz holds serve. So it is 4-2 Rublev in this opening set as we just about hit 6:30.
This is easiest service game, I think, right? Just at love.
Yeah. Rublev serving at 4-2 up here. Not wasting too much time as he finds a first serve. Then the forehand is back into play from Rublev, and Alcaraz with a forehand that had a big net cord and goes wide.
Oh, that's a great pickup from Rublev on the baseline. He actually, it was so deep, he had to hit the ball behind him just to get that ball back in the court. A little bit lucky, I think, again, with that miss from Alcaraz.
Rublev with a first serve to the forehand of Alcaraz, and then it's Rublev trying to get things going with a muscled forehand, and Rublev with a backhand into the net.
Yeah, interesting. Alcaraz actually staying a little bit further back in that rally, just giving himself a little extra time to see the ball with how much power Rublev's been hitting off the ground.
Rublev's best performance here at Wimbledon, a quarter-final run a couple of years ago. He's looking to get to the quarterfinals once again this year. 15-all as Alcaraz awaits this serve, and it's a forehand of real quality from Alcaraz on return, and it's too good this time as Rublev sends the backhand long.
And that's just showing great strength from Alcaraz. Again, it was on a stretch forehand on the return, but still able to find the pace and the control to get it right into the corner. Exceptional return.
15-30. So once again, Rublev maybe just has to dig a little deeper in this game. Alcaraz, can he get something going? Rublev misses with that first serve, so undoubtedly some pressure on this second serve to come. Alcaraz moves a little closer to the baseline. The smiling Spaniard, the so often smiling Spaniard, as the forehand slice from Alcaraz, and Alcaraz stretching on the backhand, and Rublev, well, he had a fairly simple volley, tried to be a bit cute with it.
Yeah, he was so close to the net, and he tried to make it so short, but that's the beauty of the grass, is it doesn't have to be so spectacular on the grass. The grass helps the ball stay low, but I think we all know how fast Alcaraz is, and that just puts pressure on you to make it that much better.
Break back points here for Alcaraz. 15-40. 2 break points here for the Spaniard. That serve has missed there. Second serve to come here. Rublev feeling the heat here on centre court. Backhand return from Alcaraz. Forehand once more from the Spaniard. Then Rublev up in the ante with his forehand. And again, it is an error at the net from Rublev. He moved forward off the back of a big forehand. But the volley into the net once more.
Yeah, so break back from Alcaraz, and I think if you take some positives from that game, even though Rublev got broken, he was still in control of the points. And this is why we haven't seen him add this part of his game that often, right, coming forward to the net. He just still isn't as confident as he could be. He's working on it, but I love the fact that he's creating a lot of opportunities for himself. I think the goal for him now is, even though he got broken and lost those couple of points at the net, the goal is to not back down, you know? I mean, you put yourself in that good of a position, but keep doing that, because that's what got you in the winning position in those points. But what a fight from Alcaraz. I mean, the wherewithal to be on the complete defense, on the stretch on the backhand, and still have the clear-mindedness to hit that slice low to the feet of Rublev. It made it a difficult volley.
Certainly did, but it's exactly what you expect from a two-time defending champion in Carlos Alcaraz. Just to make things tough for his opponents. As Rublev, he's surrendered the break that he had, but he's still in a good position here as Rublev. We're on serve. Rublev leading 4-3 as we see the lively camp of Alcaraz. He's got so many close supporters with him. And Alcaraz shows the new balls to Rublev. First serve into the net from the Spaniard. Serving at 3-4 here is Alcaraz. Rublev crouching down as he waits to return, which is a good return on the forehand side. Alcaraz, well, he was attempting, was going for a backhand, but it was wide, the shot from Rublev, so Alcaraz didn't have to play the shot anyway.
Yeah, it's a good angle from Alcaraz. That's what that heavy forehand, when he uses that spin, that's what he's capable of. He can create height, depth, that time utilizing the shorter part of the court, getting it off the court more.
15 love, and the first serve is pacey, but Rublev took the return so early, and Alcaraz with a forehand that's crushed. 30 love.
And first of all, the pace of that forehand, the pace of the return that it came back, and still Alcaraz was so quick that he looked like he still had so much time on that forehand.
Yeah, that was PlayStation tennis. That was played on fast forward there as the serve comes from Alcaraz into the net. The ball moving so quickly here on centre court. Second serve here for Alcaraz. Leads 30 love. The backhand return from Rublev. Here comes Rublev moving up towards the net again. The volley is a little bit, well, simple there for Alcaraz to deal with.
Again, Alcaraz able to keep the ball low enough as Rublev comes forward, forcing him to just pop it up for an easy put away for Alcaraz.
40 love. Alcaraz has won 11 of the last 15 points. A little bit of a run that he's finding now. And he finds another big serve. And Alcaraz puts the full stop on that particular service game. And a look towards his team. It's 4 games all in this fascinating opening set here.
That's what you mean about finding his form a bit more, right?
So.
Wow, that's some good tennis in the last few games from the Spaniard. But I love the fact there was no panic. You didn't see him change even when he went down 1-4. No change in the demeanor of Carlos.
Rublev finds a good serve. It wasn't the paciest, but it was an excellent angle, and it ended up being an ace.
Smart though, right? As soon as you feel like everything's happening faster on Carlos's side, just change it up, take a little pace off, but that accuracy is so important.
15 love as we are getting towards the business end of this opening set here. The last match on centre court this week. Rublev with a serve that lands safely. Alcaraz back into play. Goes for the lob, Alcaraz. Rublev on the stretch, and he can't steer it back into play. Clever lob that from
That was very good.
Alcaraz.
Very, very good. I don't think Rublev did enough with the swing volley. I think he thought maybe, you know, Alcaraz was going to cover the open court, just guided it, tried to go behind him, but gave so much time for Alcaraz on that lob. Yeah, great feel.
15-all. Rublev taking a little bit more time over this first serve. And it's a good one to the backhand of Alcaraz. And then Rublev just a little bit wayward with that forehand.
15,
a lot of returns come more often coming back into play from Alcaraz.
Rublev has been focusing on trying to control his emotions on court, being kinder to himself. Has to find that clear thinking right now, as Alcaraz is just getting a little head of steam right now, and the forehand is long from Alcaraz. 30-all.
30-all.
A good spot right on the sideline, down the tee from Rublev on the serve. He stayed calm so far in this first set, even after having that lead. Rublev trying to just stay composed.
It's a first set that has moved pretty swiftly. Half an hour played. And this the ninth game, as Rublev doesn't like that ball toss. Starts his service motion once again. He doesn't like that one either. 2 in a row now. Third attempt here from Rublev. This one's okay, and the forehand from Alcaraz is excellent on return, but Rublev almost finding the corner, but he hasn't, and Alcaraz has found a break point here, Jill.
Covered that out wide serve well. I think he saw from the toss potentially, because he did stretch right away. Again, creating the angle. Yeah, big moment here for Alcaraz.
Alcaraz just waiting, licks his lips and sorts out his fringe, moves the hair out of place. Rublev with a serve to the backhand of Alcaraz. Then the forehand with a bit more punch behind it from Rublev. But Alcaraz has got a backhand chance here. Nearly made that pass, nearly.
Whoa, that was a good moment for Alcaraz. I really felt like he had that. Went for a big down the line passing shot. Good move still from Rublev to come forward, forcing Alcaraz to go for a big shot.
It was a good chance that for Alcaraz. Didn't quite make it, but it is still a good opportunity here in this game for the Spaniard. On to juice we go. The Rublev serve under the microscope as Alcaraz on the stretch on the forehand into the net.
Got a slight more angle on that serve in the shorter part of the service box from Rublev, noticing Alcaraz a few feet further behind the baseline.
Yeah, Rublev after that point visibly taking a big breath, just expanding his chest and breathing a sigh of relief as he moves on to advantage. That first serve into the net. This will be a big game to tick off as he's just feeling Alcaraz getting on top here. Rublev with a second serve that Alcaraz gets back into play. The backhand from the Spaniard to the backhand of Rublev. It's a little backhand battle at the moment. They've gone with the slices now, and Alcaraz with a backhand slice into the net. And Rublev does get that service hold. He needed that. And he moves to 5-4 now, Rublev.
Rublev leads 5 games to 4 first sets.
And nice and strong there from Rublev. He was really under the gun there, 15-30 on that serve, so had to come up with some good serves. It was good variety that he showed to get himself out of a jam.
Yeah, just halts the progress of Alcaraz there, does the 14th seed Rublev. It just gives us a chance to have a look at what's going on court 1. Cameron Norrie 3-1 up now in the deciding set on Nicolas Jarry. The winner of that one faces the winner of this one in the quarterfinals next week. I don't think these two players will be thinking about their next opponent. They've got a big task in front of them here on centre court. Can't look too far ahead in this game, as Alcaraz is already waiting at the baseline to start this game. Rublev taking a little bit more time, but he's in position now. First serve to come, Alcaraz into the net. Rublev just patrolling a few feet behind the baseline. The backhand from Rublev to the backhand of Alcaraz through the center of the court. Forehand is framed and long from Rublev.
That's the thing, is you have to be so fast through the ball to keep up with the pace of each other's ball, that there's that extra acceleration. And sometimes you can miss hit. That's just because your hand is going through the ball so quickly.
Just seen a fan with a Roger Federer mask. He's not playing today, I don't think.
Roger Federer mask?
Yeah.
Oh.
Didn't see that on the order of play. Roger's here today. Snuck in. 15 love here for Carlos Alcaraz as he's trying to level up things in this opening set. On the stretch there, Rublev, he attempts the lob, but it's going to be easy pickings for Alcaraz.
Well, it's an excellent adjustment because Alcaraz was already sprinting forward, serving and volleying on that, and the let court actually came shooting at him pretty quickly. But he doesn't panic. He takes his time. He looks like he has all the time in the world, Alcaraz.
30 love here for the two-time defending champion. Good serve he finds, and Rublev stretching on the forehand, can't get it back into play.
These are becoming good service games from both these guys, pushing each other, trying to come up with some good returns.
35 minutes played in this opening set as Alcaraz, wonderful serve down the tee, it's an ace. Rublev gets nowhere near it. And it is 5 games all.
5 games all, first set.
So far in this first set, haven't seen either player really looking at their box that much. Sometimes we see Carlos in particular looking up pretty often at Juan Carlos Ferrero. Both of them really zoned in right now.
Well, these are the moments to step up as we are at the pointy end of this first set. Alcaraz on the stretch on that backhand, trying to return, but it's long. That was good heat from Rublev on serve.
Yeah, 139 miles an hour down the tee from Rublev.
We know he has a lot of power with his shots, Rublev. Can he harness that all tonight? First serve comes again. It's good from Rublev, and that the return is decent from Alcaraz, and a bit too awkward there for Rublev to deal with.
It wasn't even the pace of the return that caught Rublev on his back foot. It was how early Carlos went to that first serve and got it deep in the court.
Fourth meeting between these two players who know each other well, and Rublev with a first serve, and Alcaraz has lost his footing. He quickly gets back to his feet and gives the thumbs up to Rublev.
I'm just seeing a replay of what happened as he was trying to get back into the court. His foot just slipped underneath him as he was trying to recover.
Yeah, completely lost his racket as well. It went flying, his racket, but he sprung back up. 30-15 here, and Rublev with a forehand into the net, so Alcaraz bouncing back.
Yeah, Rublev just saying, go forward to that ball. It was a little bit of a shorter return, even though it came back so quickly. Sometimes it's just that one step forward you need to be in a better position.
30 all here. Big point coming as Alcaraz might just sense this is a big opportunity. Rublev doesn't like that ball toss either. First serve does come here from Rublev, and Alcaraz on the forehand into the net.
40-30.
I keep looking at his ball toss because he keeps catching it. This is the most I've ever seen him catch it, and I kind of think his ball toss looks a little lower to me than it normally is. And maybe he's trying to find a little bit of a different rhythm, or get a shorter ball toss so he can snap through the serve a bit more.
40-30.
Let first
and a let. So we'll get another look at the ball toss, which might be a bit lower.
It does look
Rublev.
lower,
yeah.
And that one looked a little bit further out in front. I don't know if that's all the time, but it definitely looks lower to me.
It is quite far out in front. That's good, though, from Rublev, but it's an
goodness.
outstanding, sharp return from Alcaraz.
I mean, that's just too good. You can't do anything about that. It wasn't a bad serve from Rublev, just a sharp angle inside-out forehand from Alcaraz.
He just pulls angles out of thin air, does Alcaraz. Found another one there. And we're on to deuce. So he's still not out of the woods here, Rublev. First serve to come here, and it's a forehand from Alcaraz that's wide.
And when he's able to get that angle on the deuce side, Rublev, it's working well for him. And it's a good play, because if you get the slice and it curves away from Alcaraz and he can't quite connect cleanly with the return, it does open up the court for Rublev.
Advantage here for Rublev. Alcaraz with a backhand to the backhand corner of Rublev. Then a ripping forehand from Rublev. A lot of work on it. And Alcaraz into the net. So, for Rublev, he ensures he'll have at least a look at a tiebreak in this opening set.
It's a high-quality set.
Yeah.
It's been great, both pushing each other around the court. I think both, especially in the last 4 games, serving very, very well. It's kind of fun to watch each other, even though they know each other very well, trying to figure out each other's game. This is the first time they've played on the grass, of course, so that changes some tactics sometimes of how your opponent's moving, how your opponent's striking the ball. And I do feel like Rublev, like I said, is, from the start of this match, putting a little bit more firepower behind his shots.
So where next in this one? As it has been fascinating watching so far. It does feel like we should have some popcorn here tonight.
I know,
Jill.
I think so too. We can request some.
Salt or sweet for you?
Oh, salt.
Okay.
Yeah, you?
I'm salt as well, so we
Okay.
can
Oh, great,
share
yeah.
a big box. That'd be nice. A big bucket.
A jumbo.
Oh, we just saw Brian Lara in the Royal Box. He's been here all day. No popcorn for Brian, but I'm sure he's had a fair few strawberries today. There's this one. Where is it turning next? The forehand return from Rublev. He can't get to it. And Alcaraz with a good start to this game. $15 love. Alcaraz trying to get us to a breaker. First serve into the net from the Spaniard. Such a popular player is Alcaraz all around the globe, and Rublev, he's got a lot of fans as well wherever he travels. Alcaraz rips a forehand. That's massive.
That was very massive. That was a lot of pace behind that one, but he hit and was looking for it to come forward already to the net, looking for it. And that helps you get a little bit extra pace because your body flows through the ball.
Put everything into that one. Big forehand winner from Carlos. 30 love. And that's not coming back. What a serve.
That was so good. Such good placement from Alcaraz. He's definitely gotten stronger. We talk about maybe that was one area that could have improved in Carlos in the last couple of years, and that's definitely an area that he's had increased pace on the serve.
Misses with a serve out wide this time, Alcaraz. It's 40 love. As we are rapidly approaching a tiebreak in set 1. This serve does land safely, and Rublev wide with that attempted return. And here we go, everybody. Get comfortable.
I mean, you start to think this is probably a bigger set for Rublev, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's normally the underdog. Usually that first set can be crucial in these tight contests.
It will be Rublev to serve first in this tiebreak. I'm sure I just saw a smile from Alcaraz. He loves this sort of stage.
He does, loves the challenge.
Rublev with the first serve. It's a fault. Second serve to come here. Couple more bounces of the ball from Rublev as Alcaraz awaits. The backhand into the net. That was a chance for Alcaraz.
Yeah, that was surprising, yeah. That was a little bit more, not so much pace on that, but still pretty good from Rublev. A little bit more kick on that serve, but I do feel like Alcaraz had a play on that ball.
Alcaraz serving for this second point as Rublev steps in, but it was just out there from Alcaraz. It's been a tough set for these two players. Who's going to come out on top with it? Rublev with a backhand that goes long. So both players up and running in this tiebreak.
Another good kick there, put a little extra top spin on that serve. Alcaraz, I think, took a little wider stance there as well, just to get more of an angle so he can kick it out wide.
1 point apiece. Centre court crowd is enthralled by this so far. Rublev, well, he slipped in a similar sort of area to Alcaraz.
It was the same spot at that, past the doubles alley on that deuce side. I think Rublev looked a little bit further inside the court, but still the same part of the court. It was his left foot as well, the same as Alcaraz, just slid underneath him. But he popped up right away too.
He did. Rublev serving it 2-1 down in this breaker. Slipping and sliding both players. Alcaraz backhand into play and Rublev stepping in, taking command. And that is long comfortably by Alcaraz.
Yeah, even I think he might have seen Alcaraz going in that direction, but he stayed very committed to that approach shot, picked his shot, just knew the pace was good enough to stay in control.
Feels like a vital set this for Andrei Rublev. He's put a lot into it. Will he have anything to show for it? Alcaraz with a backhand into the net. Good serving from Rublev.
I just saw him fist pump to his team and everyone in the box, hands in the air. For Rublev, just trying to keep the energy up.
Yeah, Fernando Vicente in his corner.
Yep, for a long time.
Yep.
Andre saying he's like a family. He's been with him from a very young age.
Alcaraz 2-3. First serve into the body of Rublev. Just didn't really have the room there, Rublev, to free his arms up.
It's really only the second, third body serve we've seen from either one. It's interesting. I heard Taylor Fritz say that he felt like the body serve was a little bit overrated. I feel like it's a great play, but he serves so well, can probably serve it anywhere and get it by anyone anyway.
Well, this is hanging in the balance, isn't it? This opening set. They've changed ends now, and Alcaraz back at that slippery end. Let's see if he can find this service point. Spaniard serving it 3-all. Misses with the first serve. Will Rublev be adventurous with this return? Second serve to come here. It's a Rublev backhand that's deep and probing from Rublev. The forehand from Alcaraz responds well.
Yeah. It was a great spot because the first two forehands from Alcaraz were down the center of the court, and that last one he knew he had to spread the court a bit more, and that's where he got the error from Rublev.
First set that is going all the way here on centre court on this Sunday evening. Time just about approaching 7 p.m. here in southwest London. Rublev serving at 4-3 down with that bandana that he so often wears, and to Alcaraz with the backhand return. Rublev going cross-court. Alcaraz tries to rip the forehand up the line. Rublev resists. There's the backhand. That's outstanding from Rublev. Alcaraz, what a backhand that is. Best point of the match so far as Rublev ups the ante with a forehand. Here comes Rublev on the backhand, but Alcaraz, as he so often does, wins a huge point. And now he plays conductor here on centre court.
Wow. I mean, he had to cover a lot of ground in that point. And throughout that point, I was just thinking, this is why these guys have to learn how to slide on the grass, because they have to get back into the court so well to cover so much ground. Incredible hustle from Alcaraz.
Finally, Rublev buckled in that exchange. And Alcaraz with a little bit of wiggle room. 5-3 he leads, but Rublev finds a good serve there, and Alcaraz sends it long. Alcaraz 2 points away from snatching this first set.
It's another good serve from Rublev. Always nice after a long point like that where you just couldn't come through when you felt like you were in control to get a free point off the serve. Now it's on Alcaraz's racket.
Yeah, just picks and chooses his tennis ball wisely there, Alcaraz. He's got what he wants now. And he can see the finish line in this opening set. Can he race towards it? Alcaraz with a forehand off his shoelaces there. The backhand slice towards Rublev. Now into the backhand, into the net from Alcaraz. Hold on a second.
Oh, it was very good. Right from the return, Rublev again on top of that return to get the point started and use the forehand inside out for the shorter part of the court. Very well.
5-all in this breaker. Alcaraz trying to break the resistance of Rublev, but he's digging deep here. Is the 14th seed. The backhand return comes from Rublev. Alcaraz with a forehand drive cross-court. Then he moves forward, Alcaraz, but Rublev, he says not so fast. That is an outstanding backhand pass from Rublev, and he moves to set point now.
Wow, well, that was incredible anticipation. Just knew Alcaraz was going to go to that backhand corner, just covered it. Still had to produce an incredible shot. That was all wrist to be able to get pace on that down the line pass. How big is this serve going to be? Set point for Rublev.
Opportunity knocks here for Rublev. 6-5 in this tiebreak in the opening set. And the first serve lands safely. The backhand return from Alcaraz. It's deep from forehand on the side of Rublev. And he gets the first set. Tennis at full volume he plays. And Andrei Rublev takes a big step towards a place in the quarterfinals. The first set goes his way.
Just an excellent set overall, but I feel like the way Rublev was playing, he was looking to dictate, and you got to give him a massive amount of credit. Up 4-1, and then Alcaraz comes exploding back to even it out, and you feel like that momentum, it could have easily just kept going in the favor. He won so many points in a row, Alcaraz, but how Rublev handled that was so good. Such a good job to close it out. He's gone off the court now, Rublev. Carlos still sitting on the sideline. I mean, I don't think Carlos should be ashamed of the way he played. I mean, of course not, but I think just Rublev played so aggressively. Huge reaction from Rublev after winning that first set.
Well, that is a massive confidence boost for Andrei Rublev. What a set, what a finish to that set. Wide-mouthed as he roars towards his team. They're all on their feet. As we're just seeing replays, that must be his fitness trainer with the biceps there.
Yes, it is. He's been in his corner for a long time now. He's got such a good support team. They've prepared him well for this contest. Just looking over the numbers a little bit, all very even as you can imagine. First serve percentage higher for Rublev, saying 9%, 64 for Alcaraz. I mean, all the numbers pretty even. A few more winners from Alcaraz and a couple more unforced errors from Rublev, but not much differential, just 2 in that category. But actually what's interesting is Rublev has less than 50% second serve points won, and Alcaraz 75%, but that just shows you how much it came down to a couple points here and there, and Rublev just playing those big points well at the end.
Well, I don't think Alcaraz is too bothered losing that set. He's up from his chair and he's just doing some keepy-uppies with the
I think he's trying to stay relaxed, right? Yeah. Trying to keep it fun because he knows that helps him so much. You saw he made a smile when it was actually a little bit challenging moment for him, and he just tried to keep that relaxed mode.
Second set.
Well, he's stopped playing football with the tennis ball now, as Alcaraz, as Rublev is back on court. And Alcaraz serving first in this second set. Rublev with the first set in his pockets, and that is a great start to this set for Alcaraz.
I do hope Rublev keeps this intensity and quality up, because it was such a massive reaction after he won that first set. Sometimes you hold it in, sometimes when you explode so much emotionally in a positive way, there's sometimes can be a little let down. But he went off court a little bit, came back very fast, ready to go.
15-all, just the forehand error from Alcaraz into the net.
Well, I think that also that reaction was he knew how important for him it was to get that first set.
15-all, this opening game of set number 2 here. Alcaraz finds that serve out wide again.
30-15.
A little vamos to himself. That serve working well out wide. 30-15, Alcaraz with the big net cord, and it's wide by Alcaraz on the first serve. So a second serve to come here. And it's to the backhand of Rublev. It's clipped the line. And it's a bouncy bounce, Jill.
It is a bouncy bounce. It was more of a bouncy bounce. And Rublev wants to actually take a look at this. Wasn't quite sure himself if he felt like that hit the line. I don't know if we're going to get a look at it, but maybe he's just embraced the fact that it was good on the sideline. So great serve from Alcaraz.
40-15. Alcaraz misses with that first serve, goes long. Second serve here as his centre court crowd awaits, and that is Rublev with the forehand return into the net, and Alcaraz ticks off that opening service hold.
First game, second set.
Well, that's a nice settler for Alcaraz.
Just looking at an image we're getting on our screen of the average rally hit point in the first set, and pretty significant actually how far inside the baseline Rublev is compared to Alcaraz. Probably a couple feet inside the baseline Rublev, and Alcaraz a couple feet behind the baseline, actually even further than that. So that's definitely been part of Rublev's plan, is to try and be inside that baseline and try and be the more aggressive player.
Well, it's working so far, but he's got to try and keep that bravery up as he misses with the backhand there, Rublev.
But it's amazing how much further he was in it. It was still such a super tight set.
Yeah.
And we did notice Alcaraz, I think he started further in the beginning and then started drifting backwards because of how much power Rublev was bringing.
First serve accurate this time from Rublev.
And sometimes you do that just to maybe see the ball, give yourself a little bit more time. But I think Alcaraz is so fast that even when he sees any short ball, he's so quick to be able to make that transition.
I don't think Alcaraz will be overly flustered, but he's got some work to do to rectify this situation. Rublev first serve into the net. Spaniard just seems such a cool customer wherever he is, as the second serve is safe from Rublev. Forehand comes in from Alcaraz. That's got rip on it, and cross court from Alcaraz. But Rublev defending well, and Alcaraz goes wide with the backhand.
Just how easy Rublev there made it look to change direction with the pace. Just feels like he's seeing the ball 3 times bigger than it is right now, Rublev.
He should be delighted with how he's performing so far, Rublev. But a long way to go. First serve is good, and Alcaraz can't find the return.
40-15.
The flowing red locks of Rublev underneath the white bandana that he has. Leads the way, 40-15. This is the second game of this second set. First serve to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz winds up a big forehand this time, but Rublev again just defends well. Alcaraz, that's enormous.
Oh, wow. I think that's one of the biggest forehands I've ever seen from Alcaraz, and that's saying something. I mean, he's hit some big forehands. And even the reaction from Rublev, just a little bit appreciative of the power behind that one.
Yeah, he looked away, puffed out his cheeks and thought, what was that? As the serve is good, that's powerful from Rublev. And Rublev says to Alcaraz, okay, you can hit enormous forehands, but I'm gonna hold serve here. 1 game all.
Yeah, I still am pretty sure that Rublev has changed that serve, the ball toss slightly. It is lower and a little bit further in front, and I do feel like he's getting more miles per hour. That one, 139 miles per hour, that last one. It sounds bigger.
We are nearly at the hour mark in this 4th round match as Alcaraz has just found his radar on serve. There's an ace. A few minutes past 7 o'clock here on this Sunday night. What a way to spend a Sunday night. Watching this one here on centre court or listening on Wimbledon radio as that is long.
It was a great combination there from Alcaraz down the tee serve, and then the forehand that time using the more spin angle off the court.
30 love here for Alcaraz. Rublev awaits this serve, and that is a forehand that goes long and wide from Rublev, so Alcaraz really skipping through this game. He's barely wasting any time.
Great serving in this game. A lot of first serves for the Spaniard.
That historic final at Roland Garros that Alcaraz played with Yannick Sinner. That is one that will be long in the memory, but what a return that is from Rublev to keep this game alive.
Alcaraz serving and volleying in that case, and Rublev just hitting that backhand angle off the court right past Alcaraz. Came back so fast. Alcaraz didn't even have time to get settled or balance as he was coming in.
40-15, Alcaraz with a first serve that's perfect there, and Rublev backhand into the net. As we are on serve early stages of this second set, and a few spectators in front of our commentary box just stand up and stretch out as, well, I think they're aware this could be a long evening here.
Yeah, I think we got to get comfortable here.
We'll stretch as
Mike,
well,
yes,
Jill.
I know we
limber up
to stretch. You brought up the Roland Garros final.
Yeah.
What were you going to say about that particular final? You watched that, right?
When all is said and done, of course I did, yeah. When all is said and done, that will be one of the matches of all time in our sport.
I couldn't take my eyes away from it. I mean, luckily, I was very privileged to be there. And I mean, it was a long match, but you wish it, I mean, I felt like I was ready for it to go on and on. It was one of my big sporting moments on our social media the other day.
Absolutely, I heard you.
Okay.
I don't miss much, Jill.
What?
I don't miss much.
You don't miss, I know, you say you listen all day. You're so professional,
just when you're
Mikey.
on,
You're so professional. Oh. So it's much better from right next to you.
Yeah. Exactly.
No, it was an excellent final. I mean, the way Carlos came back was just absolutely ridiculously good. Yeah.
Well, for Rublev, he'll be content with this evening so far, but he is up against a phenomenon in Carlos Alcaraz, who is fleet of foot and skipping around at the back of the court. He's just having a little word, Alcaraz, with his team right now, though. Quite an animated conversation, actually. But now we'll get settled for this next game. Rublev serving at 2-1 down. Misses with the first serve. Has never beaten a top 5 player at a Grand Slam, Rublev. Could this be the night? The backhand from Alcaraz, and then the forehand cross-court from the Spaniard. Rublev rips a forehand there, and that is neat and tidy to put it away there, Rublev.
I mean, I feel like he's playing with such a force right now, Rublev. And I think, to me, before this match started, he knew he had to take a little bit more of a chance. He can't just sit there and rally the ball at a you know, really good pace against Alcaraz. He needs to take his moment and accelerate even more when he has time.
He has to be brave here tonight,
Yeah.
Rublev. He knows that. That's a fine serve. Down the tee. Alcaraz can't get near it. Second ace of the match for Rublev. Alcaraz with 9. He is winning the ace battle. Rublev misses with that first serve. Try to go down the tee. Second serve here is Alcaraz some way behind the baseline. He winds up a big forehand as the Spaniard. Then the backhand cross-court from Alcaraz. Cross-court again, but it clipped the net on the way through. Then he ups the ante with a forehand down the line. Then he goes long, Alcaraz. And Rublev with a little understated celebration.
Well, that was interesting from Alcaraz because he was trying to reset the point from going with a higher, heavier ball, because I think he might start incorporating that more because he's understanding how much Rublev is liking this pace off the ground.
40 love. And that is a good first serve from Rublev, and he moves forward with the drive volley. Terrific game.
Again, just looking for those opportunities when he can to stay inside the court. That's been a big difference here between this matchup, is Rublev's been the one looking for more for those opportunities.
Andrei Rublev is a fairly calm guy off the court. He shares a close friendship with fellow countryman Daniil Medvedev, notably Rublev, the godfather of Medvedev's daughter. That deep bond between those two players. Alcaraz with a second serve to come here as Rublev waits, and at the backhand into the net from Rublev.
15 love.
And Rublev just looking up, knew he was close to making that return, but that's a different response for me rather than a frustration, right, of not making that return. It was more of a look that, oh, it was so close, and I just think it gives me an indication of what a good frame of mind he is in right now.
First serve that misses there for Alcaraz. Second serve here for the Spaniard now. And the backhand return from Rublev is decent. And then he can move forward here, Rublev, but he might just be a bit of a sitting duck here. Well, he had a look at a volley, Rublev, and just goes long with it.
And a smile from Alcaraz, too, just indicating to his opponent it did just miss. Like that creativity there from Alcaraz, throwing in that short backhand slice to bring Rublev forward.
Yeah, the smile tally is quite low for Alcaraz
It
so
is true.
far.
Yeah.
Usually tick off a few more of those. Keep an eye on that to see he misses that first serve. 30 love in this, the fifth game of set 2. Second serve, that's deep into the service box from Alcaraz. Rublev was sharp on the return, and then that's even bigger, the forehand from Rublev.
Wow, excellent return. Felt like Carlos did well again to just flick it back into the court, but Rublev, the movement, just making sure he gets balance. Beautiful strike on the ball.
30-15. Alcaraz bouncing around on his toes as he prepares to serve here. First serve into the net and then wide. Quick ball boy goes to retrieve the ball there, and he's back in position at the net. Second serve is in from Alcaraz, then the backhand cross-court from Rublev. Goes up the line there, Alcaraz, and Rublev into the net.
I think that's a good play for Alcaraz, because how much you want to try and avoid going to the Rublev forehand. And I think if you can pressure that side when he's more on the backhand corner, that's the one where he tries to go for a bit more, slaps at it more, and makes the error.
Winner of this match will take on Cameron Norrie in the quarterfinals. Norrie has won in 5 sets against Nicolas Jarry, 6-3 in that deciding set. So some match over on court 1 as Alcaraz comes forward and finishes at the net. And it is another game chalked off for Alcaraz as he gets his nose in front, 3-2.
You know, thinking about this matchup, Mikey, we're talking about the different styles and different plans that Alcaraz can do, but we haven't seen it that much, actually. This is the first time there's been a serve and volley that he was able to execute on the volley. We've only seen, I think, 2 drop shots. He hasn't really used the slice that much or the heavier forehand. He's been going toe-to-toe with Rublev so far, and actually Rublev's been really liking the pace from the Alcaraz racket.
He certainly has. Maybe we'll start to see a little bit more variety from Alcaraz.
But I'm also thinking, I don't know if he's had that much time on the ball to change it up, because Rublev has been trying to take that game away from him by just being on top of it. It's interesting, yeah.
Well, this match being played under the roof here on centre court. Had some dodgy weather today. It's been a bit stormy here, SW19. Has been some moments of sunshine as well, but the roof firmly on from the start. As it is 3-2 to Alcaraz. Rublev serving, so 2-3. A reminder, Rublev winning the first set with a tie-break. And the first serve is accurate from Rublev.
Interesting, I just saw a stat that popped up that said so far today, Rublev's first serve percentage 77%, but for the entire championship so far, 64%. So that's how much better he's serving today.
So maybe the fact that he has aborted a few ball tosses, he's been quite deliberate with the ball toss that he wants. Alcaraz rips a forehand there, but Rublev, he keeps on responding well. He puts up the barricades at the back of the court, and Rublev winning another.
Like I said, he just seems more ready for that extra injection of pace from Alcaraz. It's not catching him by surprise.
Well, we're not seeing a dip from Rublev.
No.
30 love he leads. First serve halfway up the net. Second serve to come here. Alcaraz pretty close to the baseline. Now he's trying to take it early. The backhand comes from Alcaraz, but Rublev is ready again with a forehand. Then he finds a backhand cross court. Alcaraz scrambling. He's on the defensive here, and Rublev finishes well.
Alcaraz just almost seemed desperate on that point to throw in the drop shot to get out of that baseline rally, just to try and throw in something completely different, but it was just too high. Really sat up there for Rublev.
Andrei Rublev, will this be a special night for him as the first serve is a let? Gets another ball from the ball boy. First serve here, that's out. Second serve for Rublev. He leads 40 love to try and get things back onto level terms at 3 games all. And Alcaraz looked off balance with that forehand return and sent it comfortably long. It is 3 games all.
3 games all.
Not backing down, Rublev.
That was Fernando Vicente just giving a little advice to Rublev, just saying be fast with the arm and stay close. I'm assuming that means keep staying close up on that baseline. Don't allow yourself to get pushed back.
Midway through this second set, where will it turn next? Alcaraz serving here. And it was into the body, really. Rublev just got a bit kind of tied up. Yeah, whether to go with the forehand or the backhand. He ended up sort of bunting the ball back.
Yeah, good play, good recognition from Alcaraz, knowing that Rublev's sprinting forward to take that serve early, just trying to jam him.
Alcaraz served down the tee. He moves forward and plays the drive volley with accuracy.
That was just great control because he actually caught that below his waist, Alcaraz, on that swing volley. But he's got such good acceleration through the ball with those hands. placed it perfectly.
Making light work of the opening 2 points here, Alcaraz. First serve to come, it's to the forehand of Rublev, and then Alcaraz with another serve and volley.
Yeah, starting to incorporate that more like that from Alcaraz.
40 love.
But the serve has to be good with how well Rublev has been returning in this match.
What a cool volley that was from Alcaraz. 40 love. Been a picture-perfect game so far. He moves forward with the serve and volley again, and this time he needs a couple of bites at the cherry, but that is a backhand volley that is real quality.
Great game. First different game we saw from Alcaraz. I'm just chuckling because they just had a close-up of Alcaraz with the big smile. This we've been waiting for, Mikey. Yeah, with a fist pump up to his team. It's good to see. But that's the first real game that we saw a lot of serve and volleys in that game. All of a sudden, just threw that at Rublev to give him a different look.
Yeah, that is Alcaraz playing with a freedom and confidence and cheekiness that has led him to 5 Grand Slam titles. I wonder where that number will end up over the course of many years to come. Just 22 years old is Carlos Alcaraz, achieved so much already.
It's amazing that's already a topic of the conversation, right? I think it's because he is so young. He's obviously so good, but he already has 4 under his belt. I mean, it's just amazing.
So it is. Alcaraz at 4-3 up here. Second set. Rublev with the first set already. Misses with the first serve. Rublev, one of those players who doesn't like to have tennis balls in his pocket, so he gets a second ball after the first serve is missed. Backhand from Rublev is long.
Great length on that return from Carlos. Really took his time, actually took a couple of steps back and let that ball drop into his strike zone.
Love 15. Alcaraz just looking to try and up the intensity here. First serve lands safely for Rublev, but Alcaraz returns well, and Rublev into the net.
Interesting, those 2 returns, less pace on them, but still great accuracy from Alcaraz.
Just getting a bit more excited, I think, the Alcaraz crew right now. Sensing a turning point here. Love 30. Bit more chatter from the Alcaraz camp as that serve is good from Rublev. He tries to dampen down those Spanish spirits.
Just watching Alcaraz's reaction is still chattering up to his block, but very calm still. Just look like we're just trying to figure out exactly where to stand to cover that out wide serve.
15-30. First serve here, but he doesn't like that ball toss. Again, it does look like it's quite a way in front of him, Rublev. It's gotta be a change-up in his service motion.
Yeah, because I don't remember it being that
it's a long
far.
way in front.
Yeah.
Here comes the second serve. That one to the forehand of Alcaraz, who gets a good swing on that. The backhand comes cross-court from the Spaniard. Can he find a forehand? No, he can't.
Oh, that was an interesting mistake from Alcaraz, trying to guide it down the line instead of hitting with that pace. Again, definitely something for me Rublev has improved on is covering that backhand side. The movement looks a little bit faster.
30 all here. As Rublev trying to keep Alcaraz at bay right now. First serve to the forehand of the Spaniard. Then Rublev goes long and Alcaraz wheels away as he now brings up a break point.
It's the first time we've really seen Rublev kind of pull off that forehand. And right away, just reminding himself to keep accelerating fast through that ball.
Yeah, and it was a wry smile from Rublev after that forehand error. He's put himself under the pump here, misses with that first serve. Alcaraz waiting patiently for this second serve to come. And it's into the net. The pressure tells, and Alcaraz breaks.
I mean, that surprised me a little bit because I didn't necessarily feel like Rublev was feeling a ton of pressure on his serve, particularly in that game when Carlos decided to take a little pace off the return to throw in that double fault. Just maybe thinking about the scoreline a bit. And now Alcaraz serving for the second set.
5-3, Alcaraz leads in this second set. That's an outstanding start. An ace down the tee. Can he level up proceedings here, Alcaraz? Love. There's the first serve from Alcaraz. Then the drop shot attempt, and that is going to work out there for the Spaniards.
Yeah, he got lucky, I think, there, Alcaraz, because that had a lot of height on it. That drop shot kind of reached out to you because I really felt like Rublev was going to come away with that point.
Well, Rublev did chase it down, but he couldn't find the shot required. 30 love, Alcaraz. First serve into the net. Just coming up to 7:30 here on this super Sunday evening as Rublev just misses with that backhand return.
Still a great strike on the ball from Rublev.
And that is set points galore here now for Alcaraz. He will choose the tennis ball he wants carefully. He's done that now. 3 set points for Carlos Alcaraz. First serve is accurate, then he cushions a lovely attempt there, and Rublev goes long. A little half volley there of the utmost confidence from Alcaraz. And we are back onto level terms. That was a pretty pacey set, 30 minutes for that set. And Alcaraz takes it 6-3.
That was an absurdly good half volley. I don't even know if I can explain how ridiculously good that was. And he made it look so nonchalant. Just unreal hands and calmness and composure. No panic from Alcaraz to finish off that second set in style. God, that was a thing of beauty.
That was special from Carlos Alcaraz. And his team loved it as they're all on their feet and shouting and pointing towards Carlos.
Yeah, well, we know how he can respond. And I think there was a moment, what was it when we saw it 4-3 when he won that game, and that was the moment where he smiled up, and that's where he looked very sure of himself when he looked up at his team. Just quickly taking a look over the numbers here. First serve percentage has definitely increased. It was mid-60s, now up to 70 for Alcaraz. Rublev's has dropped to 60. It was at 77 in the first set. Second serve points won and first serve points won, close to 90 for Alcaraz in both those categories. Just everything increasing for the Spaniard.
So here we go, under the roof here on centre court, the start of this third set.
Third set.
And Carlos Alcaraz,
Rublev to serve.
there's a confidence oozing now.
Yep.
As he spins the racket in his hands. And Rublev will serve first in this third set here. First serve out wide that has Alcaraz stretching and trying to steer back into play, but it's wide. How can Rublev just steady the ship? He found himself in slightly choppy waters, but there's still a long way to go in this one. As he misses there with the first serve. once again turns round and asks the ball girl for a second tennis ball. That one is an accurate serve, and then Alcaraz misses with the cross-court forehand.
Yeah, it's really about Rublev resetting, right? Because that momentum shift really happened in the last couple of games, went so fast in Alcaraz's favor.
30 love. Rublev with a pacey first serve that Alcaraz is able to respond well with. Forehand through the center of the court from Rublev, and then Alcaraz misses that same shot again.
Yeah, that same one, cross court. I think because he's trying to go for that angle so much, and if he doesn't get it just right, Rublev's going to be all over that ball, because that's the one that's been working for him, that he's gotten some mistakes.
First serve into the net from Rublev. Is this just going to be an Alcaraz charge now, or can Rublev continue to be brave and believe in his play here tonight? This would be a good start for Rublev. 40 love, and Alcaraz can't find the return, as it is a decent start for Rublev. 1 game to love. An hour and 24 minutes we've been playing this match.
It will be interesting to see if Alcaraz still has that strategy of throwing in a serve and volley. I'm curious to see if he does it right out of the gates in this first game. It worked to help him close out that second set.
Barely an empty seat. I'm just looking around. I mean, there's maybe you can count on one hand the empty seats. It really is jam-packed here tonight, and you know those fans that have just vacated will be back as Alcaraz winds up with the first serve, and that's into the net. Second serve to come here for Alcaraz. That's a double fault.
Love 15.
Love 15. Rublev. Well, can he just get something going here? A few bounces of the ball for Alcaraz. Return comes from Rublev, and he can try and step forward and get inside the court here. Backhand with intensity from Rublev, and he's just got a bit more firepower, a bit too much this time for Alcaraz.
I think, to me, this is the most firepower I've seen off the backhand wing as well for Rublev, and creating good length, but this shooting through the court, and it's maybe less so that Alcaraz can get around and look for that forehand, because he's not quite getting the spacing he needs. Sometimes.
Yeah. Well, Juan Carlos Ferrero is one of the coolest looking guys on tour. He's just looked a little bit nervous there as he saw that serve come down from Alcaraz.
To be honest, I think all of them are pretty nervous. A lot of them just hide it well.
I mean, Ferrero doesn't look any different from when he played.
True. I don't think the guy ages.
What's his secret? We'll find out. Answers on a postcard, everyone, is Alcaraz 15-30. Rublev waiting to return. He's not needing to return that one. It's out from Alcaraz. Quickly goes back to the baseline. Those spectators in front of our commentary box literally leaning forward to get as close as they can to centre court as a forehand comes from Rublev. That's vicious from Rublev, and now he has break points here.
Wow. And there's some the change-up that we saw from Alcaraz. He tried to slice and change up that rhythm. Rublev handled it really well. If he can get that slice more to the backhand, that might be a little bit better, but he has to knife it. Otherwise, Rublev has time to get to the forehand.
Break points here as Alcaraz has a little bit of heat on him right now. Rublev with a forehand cross-court return, but Alcaraz says, is that all you've got?
Oh, I love how he moved through that.
30-40.
Still a quality return, but just a couple feet past the service line. Alcaraz hitting and looking to come forward. We just got a glimpse of Vicente. He definitely looks nervous.
He wasn't quite biting his nails, but he wasn't far away, was he? Second break point here for Rublev. Finds a return. Alcaraz backpedaling, but Rublev frames that forehand long.
Just a small smile from Rublev. Can't believe how well Carlos picked his return up. Such a good, solid, deep return off the baseline.
Third match of the day here on centre court, as it could well go deep into this Sunday evening. Alcaraz lands that serve with an ace.
Just froze Rublev there. Got him guessing the wrong way. The 11th ace for Alcaraz.
These two battling for a place in the quarterfinals of this year's championships. Alcaraz, our two-time defending champion. And that is too hot to handle, and he lets out some relief.
Yeah, that was Alcaraz just shouting out, saving a break point in that game. Huge hold for the Spaniard.
So 1 game all in this third set. Rublev is not backing down. He's making life tough here for Carlos Alcaraz. Great first serve from Rublev, swinging out wide.
I've been impressed with Rublev's demeanor out here in this match so far.
First serve from Rublev, and again he's found his spot. That's what he was looking for, the return from Alcaraz into the net.
Look at how far he finished inside the baseline after that serve, 3 or 4 feet inside. And I think that's why he's been able to get some extra pop, allowing himself to fall forward into the court.
First serve this time into the net. Alcaraz way behind the baseline to receive this second serve. It gives him chance, it gives him time to find the backhand return, and then the backhand slice from Alcaraz is wide. Long way back though.
He's definitely trying to use the slice a bit more, but just hasn't been able to connect. It's been floating on him, Alcaraz, right now.
And this would be a nice simple game for Rublev here. The first serve down the tee, he can move forward and take command, and then he has to try and play the volley, but he couldn't control it, Rublev.
It was so fast back on his racket. And it was a good spot from Alcaraz, went more into the body with Rublev coming forward. Also, I think when Rublev, I mean, I know he's trying to work on the volleys a bit more, but his racket head just seems so close to his body. All he needs to do is use that pace, keep that racket head in front of him. Of course, easier said than done when the ball's coming at you that quickly.
40-15, Rublev, the 14th seed, up against the 2nd seed here this evening. Second serve to come here for Rublev. The forehand from Alcaraz, that was purposeful as it goes cross-court. Rublev can't handle that. And Alcaraz is alive in this game here.
Great 1-2 punch there from Alcaraz off the return. Yeah, anything that lands shorter, both of these guys are doing an incredible job of getting their opponent on the run right away.
40-30, Andrei Rublev trying to just keep Alcaraz at arm's length early on in this third set. Doesn't like that ball toss, so we'll go again here, Rublev. First serve is accurate from Rublev. It had pace behind it as well. Then the forehand is good from Rublev. Alcaraz scrambling, and Rublev finishes well with the forehand cross-court. And he does hold, and he leads 2-1.
That's the type of point he prefers, is to let that ball bounce and then take a ground stroke, take an approach shot.
Well, where is this turning next? Andrei Rublev has just held serve once again. 2-1 in this third set. But this has been an intriguing contest so far, as Rublev has found a a brave style of tennis, just to ruffle the feathers of the two-time defending champion.
Well, I like the start from Alcaraz, from Rublev as well after losing that second set, because Alcaraz really did start to change things up, threw in some serve and volleys to close out the second set, but no panic from Rublev. It's so important for him to keep this quality from the start of every set.
Time.
Well, two-time defending champion Alcaraz, he's not been at his free-flowing best this tournament, but the stats rarely lie, and his recent achievements, they are extraordinary. The Spaniard has now won 17 straight matches at Wimbledon, not tasting defeat at this event since 2022, and he's on a 21-match win streak in 2025, not losing since the Barcelona Open final back in April. As Alcaraz with a fault, first serve. He's serving it 2-1 down in this third set. Rublev won the first set in a breaker. Alcaraz hit back in set 2 with a 6-3 set.
15 love.
But Rublev is finding an attacking brand of tennis that is bringing some joy here tonight. We've seen the numbers, we've seen the figures. He is moving close towards the baseline, stepping in inside the baseline. It's brave to do against the power of Alcaraz, but he has power too. Alcaraz with the serve there, and that's not going to get it done on the drop shot. We've not seen too many drop shots from Alcaraz.
No, we haven't. He just hasn't had an opportunity with how well Rublev's been striking the ball. And there's a difference between starting on the baseline and keeping that court position or moving your momentum forward. And I feel like Rublev's standing further back, but he's allowing himself to explode forward to the ball.
Let first service.
And I just feel like that's where that extra pace has helped him so much in this match.
First serve once again. 15-all in this, the fourth game of set 3. Alcaraz going to retrieve the ball himself. He got there before the ball boy did. Doing everyone's job out here, Carlos. As the second serve, that's the backhand of Rublev, who can't find the return.
A backhand, but a little bit more body. You could see Rublev on that return actually trying to drift to his right to take that backhand, but that slice just kept coming forward kept coming into his body.
30-15 here for Alcaraz. He's doing a lot of good work, Alcaraz, behind his second serve so far today, but this time it's behind the first serve.
That's a great serve. More of a kick serve as a first serve and coming forward, just that extra height with the spin. It's got to be accurate, of course, but it gives him extra time to come to the net, and that's what he was looking for, that serve and volley right there.
Rublev just waiting patiently to receive this serve. Alcaraz 40-15. First serve to the forehand of Rublev, and he tries to find a shot up the line, but just knocks it into the tram lines.
The kick serve out wide on that point from Carlos. Using that kick, that spin, and that change up from Alcaraz working in that game.
Is this sort of going how you thought, Jill, here tonight?
Not really. You?
No, I think the same, actually.
I think from the game.
Rublev with a good first point there.
Yeah, sorry. When I say that, I think I'm impressed with how Rublev, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of weird to say like he's hitting with a lot of power because he always does.
Yep.
But it's like 5 to 7 miles an hour more, I think, on everything. It seems like that, which has been great to see.
He's been turning up the dial, hasn't he? That's a good serve from Rublev.
And also from the stance of thinking that he hasn't allowed Alcaraz to actually use so many of the tools we're so used to seeing from the Spaniard. I think that stands out to me as well.
Yeah, Alcaraz hasn't quite been able to impose himself on proceedings here tonight, as he so often does. Rublev, 30 love, that's a let. So ignore that out call. We'll start again this point. Rublev, the former world #5, he's outside the top 10 at the moment. So that first serve is out. Sort of hit the ball away in some frustration there, Rublev. Second serve to come here. Alcaraz has time to wind up on the forehand. Alcaraz is defending here well. Backhand up the line. Rublev, the forehand into the net.
That's the one I like from Alcaraz, if he can get that backhand deep down the line, but it has to be deep. It has to be almost into the corner every time to get that mistake from Rublev, but that's one that Rublev's missed a few times.
Rublev serving at 30-15. We're 2 games all in this third set. Alcaraz with a forehand return, but it was a let. Getting out calls everywhere at the moment. First serve to come again. No doubt this time. Into the net. Second serve here. Alcaraz waiting, and he will take on a backhand return. He goes cross-court. That was deep from Alcaraz. He's on the front foot here now, the Spaniard. Can he make it count? He can. Forehand of real quality.
That was huge. There was actually a lot of pace off that second serve from Rublev, and if you even take a little bit off, that's what can happen. Carlos just taking control of that point.
Is this a little opening here for Alcaraz? 30-all on this Rublev serve. First serve to the backhand of Alcaraz, who sends it long.
40-30.
And Alcaraz is a little frustrated with that.
I think because he felt like he had a play on that.
Yeah.
And just lost control. It was a little bit of a mishit, just floated on along the baseline.
40-30 to wriggle in front here, Rublev. Again, it's a ball toss that's way out in front of him that he just catches instead of goes for the serve. Backhand return from Alcaraz, and then Rublev with a thunderous forehand. He has so much power in his ground strokes, and he's using that power, harnessing that power well here tonight.
Again, that was huge off that first strike. Just good to keep that pressure on. Rublev doesn't want to back down any time he gets something short. He really wants to stay on Alcaraz on that first strike on the ball.
And it is Rublev who leads 3-2 in this third set. On serve, though, as Alcaraz will look to try and level things up here. A real buzz around the place. Just a little chance once again for the fans to limber up. Is it our turn to limber up as well?
I know,
Jill?
I know. Why? Yeah.
Stretch out.
I keep my neck is starting to hurt. I keep trying to stretch. I'm getting a little massage, which is kind of nice.
We
right
have
now.
Raj in the box now to offer a
Yeah.
massage to Jill. Do I get one as well? Okay, fantastic. Yeah. Oh, this is excellent.
Who was
stuff.
it the other day? It was Pedro Martinez. He was playing center right, and someone came out and gave him a foot massage, and all of a sudden he won two or three games in a row. It works.
We've had the magic hands of Raj. Expect a real upturn in quality in our commentary coming up now, because that feels great. As Alcaraz, can he just play with some swagger here? He so often does. He always does, with a smile as well. The young Spaniard, he is still young, 22 years of age, everyone. Dread to think what I'd achieved at 22, but Alcaraz, he is a phenomenon. As Rublev with the return, and Alcaraz is out of position, and the volley is out anyway.
Definitely not as much as Alcaraz. I didn't. I was just trying to find my maturity, maybe.
I think I just left university, so yeah.
Same.
I think I was losing to Alcaraz there. But hey, we take different paths, everyone. Carlos is a special 22-year-old, that's no doubt at all. It is Rublev who leads in this game, though, is that the forehand comes back in from Rublev. Alcaraz with so much power on the forehand again. Rublev, though, he can respond that intensity as well. The forehand from Rublev. This is An intriguing rally, and Rublev wins the rally. Alcaraz goes along with it.
That was so good. I mean, Rublev in that point did such a good job of changing defense to offense on the full stretch, that slice going deep in the court, but the very next ball, instead of being on the run, he actually took those steps and still cut inside to be aggressive.
Well, maybe opening up here for Andrei Rublev. Love 30. Alcaraz, the two-time defending champion, with some work to do. Rublev finds a good return. It's an awkward position for Alcaraz, and now he is just scrambling a bit, but Rublev, the forehand goes long. 15-30 now.
And that's the only thing sometimes when you have that aggressive court position. If Alcaraz is able on the stretch to get that pace with depth, it can rush Rublev on the baseline. And that was the case in that point. Got the mistake from Rublev.
Alcaraz, a few deliberate bounces of the ball as he stands at the baseline. Now he delivers with that beautiful service motion that he has, and it's right into the body of Rublev.
I like that body serve. I like that. I think Carlos can use that a little bit more. It's sometimes it's tough. It can be risky if you don't get it quite so accurate as fast as Rublev is sometimes to get away out of the return. But if you get the pace, it can really jam Rublev.
30 all here. As Alcaraz delivers a first serve, and Rublev scampers forward. Can he finish it off? He can.
Wow.
Well, it was close to being out, that cross-court forehand from Rublev, but it just about landed safely. And now Rublev with a breakpoint chance.
Well, he needed the speed up to that drop shot because it was quickly dropping off the bounce. And Rublev did well to catch it just above the net to create that acceleration through the ball.
Breakpoint chance here for Rublev. Can he make it count? Alcaraz says no. What a serve, an ace down the tee.
So mentally tough, Alcaraz, and that break point took a time to set up to make sure he got that first serve in.
Just when you think you have a chance, Alcaraz slams the door in your face, and Rublev will have to try and conjure up another breakpoint chance. Alcaraz with a first serve of real intensity and venom, and Rublev can't find the return. For Alcaraz, he moves to advantage in this game.
I feel like if he wins this game, there could be a roar from the Spaniard. He does sometimes like to get the crowd involved.
Here comes the first serve into the net, trying to go down the tee. It's not been plain sailing for Alcaraz. I'm sure he didn't expect it to be. He has lost to Rublev in the past as Alcaraz delivers a second serve into the net.
Interesting, he was looking to serve and volley on that second serve and go down the tee. I don't think he looked like he quite got up to that toss. He was already falling forward.
On to juice we go. Got to dig a little deeper as Carlos. Rublev looking to cause some mischief here as he is patrolling the baseline, but he can't get that back into play. That was good intensity on the serve from Alcaraz. So often he finds that the serve that he just so cherishes, just so needs in the situation he finds himself in.
I think especially on that deuce side, he's mixing it up quite a bit, not always going to the same spot. Giving him another game point.
Alcaraz with a first serve, which is a bit less pace than usual. Then Rublev goes long with the backhand. And just as you said, Jill, there was a bit of a roar from Alcaraz.
It was a small roar.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be bigger, but there was a small one.
I'll count that as a roar, I think, as he looks towards his team.
There was a little bit of a conversation there, but I mean, you got to watch Alcaraz's demeanor, and he's definitely showing more positive body language than in the first set. We didn't see much in the first set, but we're seeing it more often now from Carlos to his team.
Certainly are, as they offer some positivity as well. Juan Carlos Ferrero and the rest of the crew in the Alcaraz corner, they are so important to him as Rublev starts this game very well, and Alcaraz moves to the other side of the court as Rublev 15 love up. This is the 7th game of the third set here. Good first serve down the tee from Rublev. The forehand up the line from Alcaraz. There's the backhand drop shot, which isn't really working for Alcaraz today.
It hasn't, no. Actually, that was a much better attempt. I think that was closer. From the moment that he hit it, it actually looked pretty good, but just a little too low. Was trying to cut it too fine.
30 love. Now Rublev with love a solid service hold here, just to nudge in front midway through this third set. This is the last match of the week here on this old stage, centre court here. As Rublev finds a double fault. That was a bit of a tame second serve. Little shake out of the shoulders there for Rublev.
That one looked like he rushed a little bit. He's been taking such good time between the first and second serve.
Third double faults of the match for Rublev. Alcaraz has also served 3 double faults. Rublev with a first serve that lands safely this time. Alcaraz has been able to get that back into play. He was on the stretch with the forehand return. Now Alcaraz has a chance to pass, and he doesn't pass that up, does he?
And a little smile from Carlos as he looks up at Juan Carlos Ferrero, but what a smart play, purposely going over the backhand side of Rublev on that lob. Just gave him another look at a ball for that pass. It's so difficult to get a pace on that backhand volley. Well-constructed point from Alcaraz.
And he is sniffing around here, Alcaraz. He's got a spring in his step here. 30 all as Rublev desperately searches for a first serve of real intensity. Once again, he doesn't like the ball toss. This time he goes with it, though. Alcaraz with a return of real quality. Here comes Alcaraz again with a cross-court forehand. Oh, how well he does to just sense the moment and pick and choose the point where he says, I'm going to another planet here.
I mean, how do you come up with that shot in that moment? It's the exact shot that he wanted. He was so far outside the doubles alley to get that ball back inside the court, swinging inside the court, but still finding the line.
Breakpoint chance here for Alcaraz. Can he convert? The first serve lands safely for Rublev. Then the forehand is ripped by Rublev, but Alcaraz has put the barricades up, and again he slides to the backhand side. Alcaraz, can he get this? He can! That is just ridiculous. Carlos Alcaraz, as he puts his finger to his ear, he wants to hear each and every person here on centre court. That is tennis from another planet.
You said it perfectly, Mike. Tennis from another. That was so ridiculous. Oh gosh, I mean, if I could be picky, I could say Rublev, okay, there are moments, I'm like, come forward, but he's missed a couple volleys, so you can't blame him for trusting his ground strokes with how well he's been playing today to stay back in that point. That was just an insane pass. I mean, he almost did the whole splits, and to find that pass, God, just incredible.
Oh, what a cool reaction from Alcaraz.
I mean, what do you do?
He sort of said, what big deal? He puts his hands out.
I felt like it was like admire that. I mean, it was in full admiration.
Sunday night blockbuster, this one, as Alcaraz has just found a break from the heavens. Spectacular last couple of points as he just grabs this third set in his direction. And now Rublev will have to try and lift himself as Alcaraz has the momentum big time. First serve from Alcaraz, that lands perfectly. Is Rublev just gonna shrink a little bit here?
Well, he also got the crowd involved, right? I mean, he put his hand to his ear, Alcaraz. It was just an incredible shot, and Alcaraz really lifting himself up with the crowd after that point.
Alcaraz just has such an ability to find another level, doesn't he? Just when required, and he sensed his moment in the previous game. Has he broken the spirit of Rublev in this set? It comes back from Rublev, the backhand cross-court. That's a good bit of gusto from Rublev, but he sends it into the net, and I think Rublev's going to change his racket here.
It looks like just walking to his chair, and his bench looks like he's just going to grab a little bit of a different racket, but a little more powerful off the ground in these first couple points, Alcaraz.
Yeah, just hands that little bit of plastic from the new racket to the ball girl. There does Rublev. Puts a new dampener in the strings. And Alcaraz, 30 love up here as he looks to try and move to 5-3. First serve to the forehand of Rublev, which just sees a return wide.
Yeah, just dropped his shoulders a little bit after that. He did swing, full swing on that return like he's been doing all night. But I think the pressure of Alcaraz coming forward there to the net, just maybe Rublev caught him out of the corner of his eye.
40 love as Alcaraz with that first serve into the net. Rublev has to find something quickly to rectify this situation in set 3. Second serve is safe from Alcaraz. Rublev with a forehand wide. Oh, it's good.
That will help rectify it a little bit.
It will. That was very close. It was bang on the line.
Yeah, huge forehand out wide from Rublev. And that's what he's got to show Alcaraz, that he's not going to back down. Even with a couple unforced errors, he's still going to go after it.
Yeah, he's got to be brave here, Rublev. Alcaraz 40-15. That first serve is out. Trying to tie a bow on this service game here is the two-time defending champion. Second serve here to the backhand of Rublev, who finds a return, and then Alcaraz goes long with the backhand.
That was interesting, just trying to guide that ball. Alcaraz, again, a little bit pace off that return from Rublev. Alcaraz just going to his towel. These are the moments that he understands just to stop the speed of the play when a couple points have passed him by.
I think a few fans trying to just lift the spirits of Andrei Rublev here. Alcaraz 40-30, misses that first serve as well. So maybe an opening here for Rublev. Second serve for Alcaraz. It's to the backhand of Rublev, who sent a backhand cross-court, and Alcaraz gets good depth right away. Can he get on the front foot, Alcaraz? Rublev wide. It is the game for Alcaraz, and he moves to 5-3 now in this third set.
Wow, we can hear the crowd a little bit, the reaction of how close actually that ball was that Rublev missed. Just like a half an inch, actually, just wide. Great strike on the ball, but keeps Alcaraz in the lead, consolidates the break 5-3 now.
So Rublev to keep this set alive. That's a terrific way to start with an ace. $15 love here. Rublev, the 14th seed, taking on the second seed. That first serve is long. He will turn and get a second ball from the ball girl. Doesn't like to have the tennis ball in his pocket when he plays. Second serve here to the backhand of Alcaraz, who gets good depth. But then Rublev really finds a terrific strike on the forehand side.
Oh.
30 love.
Yeah, good serve, just opening up the court again. Rublev.
30 love. And Rublev misses with that first serve. Good pace on it, 140 miles an hour. But it was out. Second serve here, Alcaraz with a backhand return. Backhand goes long from the Spaniards.
Well, this will feel nice for Rublev, just a few quick, easy points on his service game.
Yeah, this is what he needs, Rublev, just what the doctor ordered. If he can sign, seal, deliver this game, that first serve into the net. Just to ask the question of Carlos Alcaraz, who usually has the answers, but at least to put some pressure on him. But that's an excellent return from Alcaraz. Then Rublev goes long.
Well, both of them just sort of slapped at those two shots. Alcaraz off the return, very fast, and Rublev just trying to pick it up.
Both these players with ridiculous power in their ground strokes. Rublev so often tees off, and that is an ace. So it is over to you, Carlos, to try and win this set.
Alcaraz leads 5 games to 4.
As we are just about
Third set.
2 minutes shy of the 2-hour mark in this match. It's been intriguing. It's been keeping us guessing, certainly.
It's going to be interesting to. I feel like I said I needed Rublev. He needed that quick game just because previously when he got broken, it was the first time, a sign I would say to his box of a little bit of frustration that we haven't seen. He's been handling himself so well as far as his composure and just keeping the game plan. But that was a good, quick, easy game that'll give him a little bit of that confidence back, but he's been returning so well. So Carlos has got to be really sharp with this service game if he wants to close it out.
Well, this is the third match of the day here on Centre Court today. The 2 previous matches from the ladies' side of things, both of those were pretty close. Pavlyuchenkova needed 2 tight sets to get past Sonny Kartal, and Aryna Sabalenka also needing 2 tough sets to get past a player that she knows well, Elise Mertens. They've had so many wonderful moments together in the doubles format, but Sabalenka again showcasing her qualities on this big stage. And is Carlos Alcaraz going to send another message to the rest of the field? He's looking for 3 Wimbledon titles in a row, and that is a perfect start to this game. An ace down the tee. Rublev can't get near it, and Alcaraz moves 15-love up.
And get a little fist pump after that serve from Alcaraz to himself and his team.
There is an ongoing relationship all through a match between player and his crew with the Alcaraz camp.
Well, I think he likes that a lot.
Yeah.
In particular, he's always kind of chattering away. Even when he's been in a winning position, he likes that interaction with Juan Carlos Ferrero.
30-love. Making light work of this game is Alcaraz. And Rublev with a big return attempted. Into the net it goes.
Oh, wow. Just saw Juan Carlos Ferrero actually say, calm, calm, stay calm. 40-love. Pretty good calm position, I would say.
Yeah, he's shown a clarity of thought in this set, hasn't he, Carlos Alcaraz? And he's got 3 set point opportunities here. Second serve to come here from Alcaraz to the backhand of Rublev. There's the attempted drop shot. This one just about sneaks over, and it's too good. And Rublev sends that wide. And Alcaraz is 1 set away from a place in the quarterfinals. Once again, thriving on the big stage. Takes this set 6 games to 4.
Wow. Well, in that last game, you just got to say that was just too good from Alcaraz. Big serving and an unbelievable drop shot just when he needed it. We've been talking about he actually hasn't been executing that particular shot that great. But as soon as it comes to set point, beautifully executed. I thought it was funny that Juan Carlos Ferrero at 40-love is the time that he says calm. I'm like, I would think you would be feeling pretty good in that moment, but he understands Carlos so well that, you know, he can rev up quite a bit. He's been getting the crowd involved. He's been showing good positive emotion, and sometimes you can get too excited. And obviously understanding Carlos' position just got him in a great place. That's where that coaching interaction has been enjoyable for a lot of the players and coaches, where now you can talk to your player on the court as long as it doesn't disrupt play. We have the numbers up on our screen again, but really throughout these first 3 sets, it has been tight both ways. There really hasn't been much separating the two. I would say, again, Carlos in that second set, the serve has been particularly higher than Rublev's. That's been a big deal for Alcaraz to win the second and third set.
Well, it just gives us a chance to take a little breath, doesn't it? I mean, it was quite spectacular, some of the tennis in that third set. Rublev's headed off court for a bit of a comfort break, so we can just take a breath and look around, and Alcaraz is doing the same. He's stayed patiently out there on court, and he's just sitting and taking it all in as it is coming up to 8:15 here on this Sunday evening.
He doesn't feel the need to leave the court, Carlos. Actually, someone just brought it to my attention, which I didn't realize, is during that long Roland Garros final between Alcaraz and Sinner, which was really long, it was neither one of them went off the court.
No.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Neither one of them. It was over, what, 5 hours?
It was.
Neither one of them left the court. That's incredible.
Well, we are just about to start this 4th set as Carlos Alcaraz waiting patiently out there on court. He's spinning his racket around. He's very good at that. But Rublev off court, having a bit of a break. Oh, this is very impressive from Alcaraz. Been doing the spin for about 15 seconds there. I'm not sure many could do that much better. He's doing a different spin now. He's entertaining the crowd even when the tennis isn't going on.
Well, he looks so relaxed. Even after he lost that first set, he was showing off some soccer skills, kicking the ball around, looked very relaxed, and he lost the first set 7-6. Now Rublev is back on the court. He actually doesn't waste that much time, actually, when Rublev leaves the court. He's pretty quick turnaround for him to get back on the court.
So Rublev, he needs to start quickly in this 4th set. Alcaraz, all the momentum feels like it's with the Spaniard right now. And can he just get a vice-like grip of this encounter here? Rublev serving first. Will that help him in this 4th set? As he winds up for the first serve here, which is long. Important first game, you feel, in this 4th set here for Rublev. We're past the 2-hour mark in this match. That was a tame second serve, but it just sneaks over. So it will be a let. Second serve to come here from Rublev. That's better depth this time from him. The forehand with good ferocity from Rublev.
15 love.
Well, even though Rublev lost that second and third set, it was close. So I don't think he has to change much. Maybe just the first serve could increase, of course, the percentage, which was so good in the first set.
There's a good first serve and a terrific finish on the drive forehand.
So I think he could take a lot of positives off that, right? When he's gotten in the rally, when he's been competitive in these points, I think he's got to remind himself, if he wants to, push this to a 5th, that he's been right in it, even though he lost the second and third set.
30 love opening game of set 4. Just about bang on 8:15 here on this Sunday evening. Rublev with a forehand off his toes, then the backhand comes cross court. Alcaraz leans into that forehand, gives it a bit more juice. Here's an Alcaraz forehand cross court into the net.
That's well done from Rublev, just to fend off the extra pace from Alcaraz. Again, he's been anticipating that Alcaraz is going to use that inside-out forehand. He's been over in that backhand corner, covering it well.
40 love here for Rublev. First serve into the forehand of Alcaraz, who sends it into the net, and that is just what Rublev needed to try and dampen down the spirits here of Alcaraz.
Well, we know Rublev's capable of keeping that intensity. Even in the past, when we've seen him get hard on himself, he never lets up in the game. He's always looking to stay competitive in every point.
Alcaraz with a spring in his step, though, as he scampers towards the far end, away from the royal box. And he will serve for the first time in this 4th set. Does a place in the quarterfinal once again await for Alcaraz. First serve comes from him. It's to the backhand of Rublev, and then a backhand winner up the line from Alcaraz. Picked off.
Yeah, that's the thing when Alcaraz is serving so well and you get the short reply, you really feel like you just don't know where he's going. That backhand has been so accurate tonight from Alcaraz.
15 love here for the 2-time defending champion. That had good intensity from it. from Alcaraz. A bit more zip on the serve.
Yeah, now that he's thrown in those serve and volleys, Alcaraz is the one now that is finishing that serve inside the court more often. And it kind of sends a message to Rublev, wondering if he's going to come in or not. It's been good to kind of take that momentum away from Rublev on the return.
40 love.
There's an ace down the tee. 40 love.
You know what I mean? I feel like Rublev felt a little bit more freedom, I think, in the beginning to know that Alcaraz wasn't coming forward. But now that that serve and volley feels like it could be more of a threat, it gets you thinking on the return.
And another good serve down the tee. Alcaraz not messing around. Light work.
What a good game. Well, we spoke about, you mentioned, I think, that you heard in Alcaraz's press conference how much he was looking forward to this challenge, and he knew it was going to be a challenge. He respects the game and what Rublev brings to the court, and I think we saw that in the second when we did see him start to smile more, especially when it was a tight, tense moment. It just showed you that he was embracing this challenge.
Well, I think all his contemporaries know that the qualities that Andrei Rublev can bring, that the firepower that he has, the shot-making ability that he has, but down the years it has been consistency and that clarity of thought that has been lacking at times for him in the big moments as Rublev finds a serve and Alcaraz with a return into the net.
It's just that kick serve that gets above Alcaraz's shoulder, especially on the backhand, that maybe he struggles to find that range from that height.
First serve from Rublev is too hot to handle for Alcaraz, who's on the stretch and sends it long.
What are we at? Just over the 2-hour mark in this match, 2 hour and 9 minutes. It's gone quick for 3 sets, I think.
It has, yeah. It's been pretty pacey. That's another good serve, and it's because of games like this that it is a pacey match so far. .40 love. Andrei Rublev will be very content with a service hold to love if he can find it, and that's exactly what he does find. Oh, that's a bit of a statement. Wow, 1 minute 7 seconds that game.
Rublev leads 2 games to 1.
I feel like the first 3 games were that fast.
2 sets to 1.
All 3 already in this 4th set, going by quickly.
Well, it is 8:20 here on this Sunday evening. Good way to spend your Sunday if you are listening to us, bringing the action live here from centre court. Forget about your Monday plans. Don't worry about that big meeting and that exam that you might have in the morning.
I agree with you, Mikey.
Just let's not think about that, guys. Let's just enjoy this Sunday.
Take the rest of the next 8 days off while you're at it.
That's a good idea, everyone.
Wow, this is a fabulous contest. We knew this was going to have some excitement to it. Both players love to get up for these challenges on the big stage.
Time.
Yeah, and they have played on a few occasions in the past. Andrei Rublev has recorded a win against Alcaraz. That was on the clay courts of Madrid. Oh, hold on, we're just seeing some fans with Rafael Nadal mask and Roger Federer mask. Didn't see them on the order of play. They've snuck in. What a doubles team that would be.
Reliving the 2008 final.
Absolutely. There's Alcaraz. First serve into the net. Rublev 2-1 up, and he's got some support certainly here, Rublev. Shouts of "come on, Andre" from the crowds. And there's the second service, very good from Alcaraz. On the stretch there, Rublev couldn't get it back into play.
15 love.
And just a response from Rublev after that serve, just throwing his hands up in the air. Just, I think it's that particular serve that he's maybe a little bit flustered. He's not reading.
Has won 2 Wimbledon titles in a row. Alcaraz trying to become the 5th player to win 3 years on the spin here as he rains down another ace. Those other players, Bjorn Borg, Pete Sampras, Roger Federer and Novak Djokovic, who have won 3 times in a row here. Good crew to be a part of that. There's Alcaraz into the net with that serve. 30-love, he leads in this game. Second serve comes, and Rublev with a backhand onto the shoelaces of Alcaraz. Cross-court forehand from Alcaraz is wide.
Yeah, he was rushed a little bit on that, and Alcaraz going for a shot that was maybe helpful to give himself more time, that high, heavier ball. Actually, it looked like it was going to land, and he has so much spin on it that you never know at the last second. It can just drop in the court, but that time missing.
30-15. Alcaraz with an excellent serve out wide. I just wonder, Jill, I mean, Alcaraz, he is one of the great players we've seen, but in terms of producing great moments, I'm not sure I've seen a player who can produce as many great moments as Alcaraz.
Yeah, what he can come up with.
Yeah.
And I think that's what stands out, is how often he can do it under such high pressure. I think that's what's incredible, especially when he uses that drop shot. I mean, he can be break point down and hits the most incredible. I mean, most players would not choose that shot in that moment.
Rublev with a return, and Alcaraz just pushes that wide. Yeah, I'm not saying we're not talking about a greatest player of all time conversation, but in terms of great moments, he has so many.
And I think that's what Juan Carlos Ferrero saw in him at such a young age. It's how he was willing to do that even 6-7 years ago at someone so someone so young.
Yeah, stands at 6 foot now and all muscle. Carlos Alcaraz. 40-30 he leads. That's a little clip of the net on the way through. So second serve to come again here. I'd like to tick off this game to get back onto parity in this fourth set. Second serve is in this time, and Rublev does return. Alcaraz with a forehand down the line, and Rublev drags the backhand wide.
Excellent, excellent pressure there from Alcaraz. You can tell as he approaches the ball that he's deciding to come in to the net no matter what, no matter how the quality of his approach shot is. I mean, it usually is high quality, but it's a very decisive, he's so decisive in doing that, and that's what can apply that pressure too on Rublev's side.
2 games all in this fourth set. Back with the Andrei Rublev serve. Former world number 5 finds himself outside the top 10 now. But on his day, he is a top 5 performance player. He can find such a high level, Rublev. Can he keep finding that level? He's missed with that forehand, and he kicks the ball away in some frustration. It was a good connection, actually, from Rublev. He wants to see this replay, Rublev.
Yeah, he's not convinced that he's missing some of these shots off the ground. They've been so close. That one looked long to me.
Well, they've just shown the wrong replay on the TV screens.
Cancel the review, please.
Cancel the review. Okay, he's content. Just about. Love 15. It was long. It did look long from Rublev. Alcaraz awaits this serve and gets a forehand return. And Rublev, he just needs to be careful here. He's got to refocus the mind. He's done well in regards to being focused.
I mean, he actually looked okay with the call in the end. Wasn't bothered by it in the end. Trusted the umpire. But now with Alcaraz, that one just blocking the return back in play to get the point started.
Alcaraz licking his lips. Does he sense this moment here? Look at a second serve now. Rublev under the microscope, and he's missed there. It's a double fault. Things are unraveling here for Rublev. That was out by a whisker. We see the replay of that one. And now he needs all the support he can get from those inside centre court on this Sunday night. But Alcaraz on his toes as he awaits that one. It's just about landed safely there. It is a let. First serve to come again. Break points here for Rublev, for Alcaraz. It's another let. First serve once more. We'll try again. This one is in, and Alcaraz bunts that backhand wide.
Kept going to the same spot there, Rublev, even after that, those two let courts on the serve. He's just saw that one, 133 miles an hour. He's consistently been above the 130 range on that first serve, Rublev.
2 break points still. As Alcaraz on the prowl, it's another let. And Rublev just strides away from the baseline. He wants that same ball back, so he just goes over to the ball girl who has it and says, can I have that one? Goes back to his mark now, does Rublev. That one is out. Second serve to come. Alcaraz applying the pressure here. Here on centre court, the backhand with some intensity and ferocity from Alcaraz. He then winds up with a big forehand. Can he find the break? Not just yet. Into the net it goes with a backhand.
30-40.
Last backhand, Rublev striking through much lower and flatter. Just shot through the court on Alcaraz.
Has to try and resist here, Rublev. He's done well to see off 2 break points. Still work to do. He's got to dig a little deeper. Here comes the first serve. That's out comfortably. Have to get it done behind the second serve as the 2-time defending champion is sensing his moment here. Alcaraz stationed at the baseline. The big forehand from Alcaraz into the net.
Wow, that was a very off-pace second serve from Rublev and very short in the box. But the reason that Alcaraz missed that, he was so far behind the baseline, tried to adjust, but just let that ball get so low on him.
Break points slip through the fingers of Alcaraz. This would be a big, big hold if Rublev can find it. 2 ball tosses. He doesn't like Rublev. This one he takes on, and Alcaraz with a forehand return deep. There's the backhand slide from Alcaraz. Forehand cross-court from the Spaniard. Then it's a backhand up the line. Rublev resisting well, though, at the back of the court. Alcaraz with a backhand cross-court. Can he get on top? He can. Rublev into the net. It's another break point. That didn't take long to come.
High-quality exchange off the ground from both players, and Alcaraz just the slight shift of using the shorter part of the court. That was just that slight difference that got the mistake.
A look towards his team, Alcaraz. He raises his fist. He wants this one. 4th break point in this game. And can he convert? Rublev with a first serve that's long. Pressure cranking up on the shoulders of the 14th seed. Second serve, Alcaraz stepping in inside the baseline, took the return early, and it is Alcaraz who breaks. He grits his teeth, looks towards his team again, and Alcaraz, is that the big move he had to make? He leads now 3-2 in this 4th set.
Well, Mikey, you said earlier is the clarity of thought that Alcaraz has sometimes in these moments, and we just saw him on that ad side on that before this break point, miss that return where it was slower because he was so far back, and then all of a sudden on that one made complete adjustment, just decided to rush forward and take that return so early. Just the clarity to change it up in that moment. And I think part of and it's just a surprise from Rublev. All of a sudden it was on top of him so fast.
Well, we did see Rublev just hit his foot with his racket. I mean, we've seen that in the past. He's kept things all under wraps and all under control so far this evening, but he just let it out a bit there.
Yeah. Time. Still not too bad, though. Yeah, just a little frustration from Rublev.
Pretty restrained for Rublev, I think. Which is good to see. Well, you can sense the frustration for Rublev. It's just getting away from him now. Alcaraz, he has this ability to squeeze the life out of a contest and just start to drag it in his direction. What a champion he is, and he is now a few games away from a place in the quarterfinal here once again. First serve into the net. Still work to do, though, for Alcaraz. As Rublev, he has firepower. He can rattle off games quickly, but on the flip side, games can go against him quickly. He can just start to unravel. We're seeing that now. Love here for Carlos Alcaraz. Leads the way 3-2. And that's a good serve. Rublev sends the backhand long.
I think, too, in these situations for Rublev, I mean, he's been playing so well in this match, and you can see why this would be frustrating, because you feel like you've given it your all in this situation. You're just connecting with the ball. So one mistake, you just got to keep going after it. But sometimes the scoreline, the ball can start flying on you. Another return that just flew on Rublev there, but it has a lot to do with the pressure, how much Alcaraz has been serving so well since losing that first set.
Yeah, he's taking pretty big swings at these returns, isn't he, Rublev? As it is 40 love. Carlos Alcaraz, that first serve into the net. Second serve to come here. Time has just gone 8:30 here on this Sunday evening. Second serve, good pace behind that from Alcaraz. There's the drop shot, that's nicely done. And Rublev, he got there, but then the forehand into the net.
I love that Alcaraz, even though he was missing the drop shot in the beginning, he just is so determined to make that shot work, because he knows how well he can hit it. It's not easy, too, on this surface. That ball just dies. You have to really hit through the ball, hit up on the ball. Quick game for Alcaraz.
Rublev serving at 2-4 in this fourth set. It's a must-hold now. Just cannot afford a double break against, as Alcaraz, excellent forehand return. Backhand slice comes from the Spaniard. Rublev trying to get on the front foot. Alcaraz stepping in. He's inside the baseline, and it's too much power from Alcaraz. Rublev fires long again.
Yeah, and push Rublev back, actually, throughout that rally. Haven't really seen Alcaraz do that often. Rublev's been so good about staying up on the baseline.
Love 15. First serve is good from Rublev, but that is an unbelievably good return from Alcaraz to the shoelaces again of Rublev.
I mean, that must have not hit that much part of the baseline there. It was so deep from Alcaraz.
Love 30. And Rublev not taking too much time in between these points. There's the first serve, and Alcaraz gets a backhand back into play, then predicts well and goes to the backhand side, but Rublev with soft hands.
Nice.
Needed that.
Yeah, nice volley, just short in the court.
15-13.
Well, I think he had a lot of room to play with as well, too. Didn't feel that much of a threat there from Alcaraz, who was so far back. Still get an execution on the volley from Rublev.
Couple of deep breaths from Rublev before this point. He knows the importance of it. It is a let. First serve to come again. Alcaraz just patrolling a few feet behind the baseline. He gets a good return back into play, but Rublev really should have done better with that forehand.
How did he even get that return back in play? It was such a good serve. Part of the reason why Rublev missed that shot, maybe not super ready for that return to come back.
Big problems here for Rublev. It is 2 break points for Alcaraz to move a game away. 15-40. Misses that first serve, Rublev. Suddenly, this is going away from him quickly. And Alcaraz moves inside the baseline. He charges forward there. The backhand taken early. He's now at the net, Alcaraz, and misses wide with the volley.
Well, I like that play. Just take it. Just go after it, and Alcaraz knows how good he is at the net, and still not even hitting that cleanly, but love the fact that he still charged forward, forcing Rublev come up with the goods, and he did.
Still a break point for Alcaraz. Rublev must hold here, and he finds a good serve down the tee. Alcaraz on the stretch.
That's good focus from Rublev.
On to juice we go. This crowd would love to see Rublev just get some momentum here. There's a let. First serve to come again. Rublev just gets a few tennis balls to choose from here and sends a couple of away. He only wants one. First serve comes again, and that is long. Alcaraz, can he find another breakpoint opportunity to nearly put him within touching distance? The return is back into play. Then a big forehand comes from Alcaraz, and again, two hammer blows from Alcaraz.
And that was just so fast from Alcaraz, and because it was so fast, Rublev felt like on the second forehand he had to cover the open court, and Alcaraz went just right back behind him.
10 forehand winners in the match now for Alcaraz, and he has another break point here. Rublev misses with another first serve. Second serve here as Alcaraz once again steps really close to the baseline. He might just charge this one again. Second serve once more. Alcaraz with a backhand return taken early. Rublev responds well. The forehand cross court from Rublev. Now Alcaraz rips a forehand, but this time into the net.
Well, that's one of the hardest forehands I've seen Rublev hit. Alcaraz not able to maybe get that forehand wide enough and just went more into Rublev's strike zone.
Yeah, Rublev, he is a boxer on the ropes right now, but he feels the best way is to come out swinging. Couple of haymakers on the forehand side. Juice here. Here's a good serve from Rublev, and it just had Alcaraz stretching and sent it long.
That's great fighting in this game from Rublev, not backing off. Really had to work hard to get a game point here on his serve.
What a competitor he is. We know that, Andrei Rublev, as the first serve lands safely. Backhand comes from Alcaraz cross court. Now Alcaraz can move forward with the half volley, which he just about gets in, and Rublev sends a forehand long. What a ridiculous touch again from Alcaraz. He's so good at those half volleys.
Well, he just doesn't panic. He stays so calm, even when the ball's coming at him fast. He trusts his hands so well. Yeah, outstanding pickup from Alcaraz.
You know that warm-up players do just to play in the service box at the start of a training session. He must be unreal at that.
I wouldn't want to be on the opposite side of the court when that happens, no.
Okay, back to juice we go. And Rublev finds a good first serve. Alcaraz, he just about got the frame to it.
It's good change-up, using that slice out wide.
Can he resist Rublev? Advantage here for Andrei Rublev. He misses with the first serve. Alcaraz has had breakpoint chances in this game. Second serve to come from Rublev. Backhand up the center of the court from Alcaraz. Now he sends it up the line, but that is into the net with the forehand from Alcaraz. And Rublev does survive crucially in this game. He does hold.
Alcaraz leads 4 games to 3, 4 sets, by 2 sets to 1.
Well, he needed that, didn't he, Jill?
Yeah.
That service hold from Rublev.
I think, you know, you said that was such a crucial hold, and it was in so many factors. Obviously, 5-2 down is not ideal, but also I think the way he came back in that game, he had to save a couple break points, because in that situation it shows the fight to Alcaraz that Rublev still has in him, which is another crucial factor as well. And the serve has been outstanding from Alcaraz since he lost that first set. That's been a massive reason why he's been able to turn this match around after losing that first set.
Time.
So time called with Alcaraz still 2 games away from victory. He nearly was one game away. But a bit more work to do for the Spaniard, who doesn't mind hard work, we know that. And he winds up for the first serve here. Down the tee. Easy pickings. Ace right away. Love here for Carlos Alcaraz. He can see the finish line. Can he scamper towards it? First serve to come. That's just away. Is Rublev running out of time, running out of ideas? Second serve safely in. Rublev with a decent return deep, and there's the forehand from Rublev. Once again, he goes with the forehand. This time, the backhand from Rublev a little bit shorter, and Alcaraz goes long with the forehand.
Yeah, went huge on that forehand. Alcaraz didn't miss it by much. Again, Rublev covering the backhand side well. It's been a while, I feel like, since Alcaraz has missed a forehand.
He missed one there, and it is 15 all. In this Alcaraz service game. He leads 4-3. This one right on target down the tee again.
He's been using that serve on the deuce side a lot today, and it's been very accurate, almost on the line every single time. 20 aces from Alcaraz in this match already.
30-15. Carlos Alcaraz. We've seen some special moments from him this evening, as he shunts a forehand slice towards the backhand corner of Rublev.
Yeah, completely fooled Rublev there. Rublev was expecting the drop shot. Can't blame him. The way Alcaraz changed the racket head, your first thought is to immediately expect the drop shot, and he went hard slice down the line.
Talk of special moments for Alcaraz tonight. We've seen some special moments from Rublev as well, notably that first set that went his way, but now Alcaraz is a game away from the last 8.
Alcaraz leads 5 games to 3, 4 sets.
Can he tie a bow on this, Carlos Alcaraz? Rublev serving to stay in this match. The first serve lands safely, and Alcaraz with the attempted backhand slice into the net.
Rublev's just got to keep working here and try and get a quick game under his belt, put that pressure back on the shoulders of Alcaraz to try and finish it off.
What a tussle this has been. The last match on centre court in his first week of these championships. Alcaraz on the slice on the forehand side. Rublev rips a forehand.
Nice. Nice, 2 big slaps of the forehand there from Rublev. That was a ton of pace, trying to match the pace of Alcaraz's forehand, really.
Rublev, such a calm demeanor off the court. He is a gentle soul with a savage forehand. Here comes the serve from Rublev. It will be another first serve. Alcaraz waiting a few feet behind the baseline. First serve into the net. 30 love. Rublev leads the 14th seed here at this year's championships. Second serve. Alcaraz rips a forehand. Great depth from him. Now the touch from Alcaraz moving forward. He's got everything, hasn't he? And Rublev pushes that wide.
Yeah, just using that nice deep slice on the forehand side as well. But I think also the pressure of just charging forward. It's so tough to lob off that ball, and Alcaraz knows his only option is to hit through it. That's why he can get so close to the net.
30-15. Andrei Rublev, Alcaraz on the stretch, somehow gets that return back into play, and then that forehand cross-court attempt is just wide.
His right shot to go for it. Good hit from Alcaraz, just missing.
And Rublev doing his job for now. 40-15. First serve into the net. Can he just ask the question of Alcaraz? Second serve from Rublev. Alcaraz with a backhand down the center of the court, and that is A real injection of pace there from Rublev. That is a huge forehand. Some of the forehands we've seen tonight.
Alcaraz leads 5 games
And he
to
sits
4,
down,
4 sets.
and he will say to Alcaraz, go on then, if you want this, grab it yourself.
I think in that game, though, those are probably the 2 biggest forehands I've seen Rublev hit, and he's hit big ones. But those 2, he just sort of slapped at the ball, and I like that he's been going after it this whole match, but that I sort of liked even more because I feel like maybe it'll make Alcaraz think like, wow, he's just gonna swing so freely, even more freely, even though Alcaraz is serving for the match now at 5-4. Just seeing pictures of Rublev with his eyes closed, just looks like a slight meditation. He's been doing that a lot more in all of his matches in the last month or so.
But Alcaraz is quickly up from his chair. He was up before time was called. He wants to get on with this, and Rublev will take a little bit longer to get up, and he will head towards his end. Rublev at the royal box end. Is this to be the last game of this contest? Carlos Alcaraz will deliver here. He has the first serve. And that is a great start for Alcaraz.
Starts slice out wide, completely got Rublev leaning in the wrong direction.
Love. Alcaraz closing in here. First serve into the backhand of Rublev. Here comes another backhand from Rublev, this time cross court, and then the forehand is long.
Great length on the backhand cross from Alcaraz, just forcing Rublev. Knows he has to go so big. 2 points away now, Alcaraz.
Closing in on a place in the quarterfinals once again. 30 love. First serve is accurate from Alcaraz. Here comes the backhand from Alcaraz up the line. Rublev cross-court forehand. He's trying to play the shots to keep himself alive here. Rublev is just about landed this one safely. Here comes a big forehand from Rublev.
It has to be that good, that backhand cross-court of Rublev's off the corner of the court. Alcaraz for a moment, I think it thought it was going to drift long and just took a little off one shot, and Rublev made him pay.
Still alive here is Andrei Rublev, just about. Alcaraz 2 points away. 30-15. First serve is safe and lands in, but that backhand into the net from Alcaraz. A little stutter from the Spaniard.
Yeah, just a little surprised look from Alcaraz himself after that miss. I think maybe just at the last moment changed his mind of what he wanted to do with that shot.
Well, well, well. Tension ramping up around centre court. Rublev bouncing around, and now it will be Alcaraz to fire a first serve, which is brilliant down the tee. How nice it would be to find that when you need it.
And again, he's hoping.
Ace number 22 for Alcaraz in this match. And it brings up a match point here. Carlos Alcaraz with the first serve that's out. Match point here for the two-time defending champion. Rublev awaits the return. Second serve is in this time. The backhand into the net from Alcaraz. Not just yet.
Great return angle off the court from Rublev. Just made Alcaraz think what to do with that ball. He was slightly on his back foot.
Could this just have a twist in the tail, everyone? Juice here. Alcaraz winds up for the first serve. That's out wide, and Rublev finds a good return, but Alcaraz has the response on the backhand. It's now sent high into the sky, and Alcaraz with time to put it away. It will be another match point.
It was another good return from Rublev. I mean, he's going after it. It's just a good reaction from Alcaraz, and just gives a big fist pump to the crowd after that point.
The crowd loves him, but he loves the crowd, Carlos Alcaraz. Born showman, born entertainer. And we have seen some more magic moments tonight. He needs just one more. Match point again for Carlos Alcaraz. That will do it. Carlos Alcaraz, he is built for every surface, but born for this center court. And he is safely through to the quarterfinals. A big hug with Andrei Rublev, who took the opening set here tonight. But Alcaraz, as he usually does, finds a way. He solves the riddle. It's arms aloft, and the celebrations are with the Spaniard. Our two-time defending champion does move into the second week at this year's championships.
It was incredible to watch just how Alcaraz rose to the occasion there. I mean, huge credit to Rublev, first of all, for how well he came out, just firing on all cylinders. I think it's one of the best contests I've seen him play actually against Alcaraz. Even the time he beat Alcaraz, I would say he played so well. He's just waving to the crowd as he exits the court and gets a huge round of applause. It was such an exciting contest to watch, but the way Alcaraz again was forced to lift, and how much he continues to show us that he can do it over and over again is just outstanding.
Well, credit to Andrei Rublev. He's just staying back and signing a few autographs, those giant tennis balls, those young fans who have stayed here on this Sunday night and are waiting patiently. He's going to get to a load of them. Andrei Rublev, he's one of the good guys, and he is going to take time. He's taking photos as well. A big heart, Andrei Rublev, and that's why he has a big fan base. But he heads off, and he doesn't quite get into the quarterfinals. It is Carlos Alcaraz who moves on. He'll take on Cameron Norrie in the quarterfinals. That could be a lot of fun. But Alcaraz, a 4-set victory here tonight. And he's just packing up his bag. And it will be interesting to get his thoughts. And of course, one of the key things is we have to find out who won that golf match with Andy Murray. They were 1-1 in their
were they 1-1?
golf matches.
I just saw the first one, I think.
Yeah, 1-1 with their golf that they've played during these last few days. And apparently they had another match in the last 24 hours. Andy Murray has sort of teased everybody of the result on social media. I wonder if Rishi Persad will ask Carlos about it. Who knows? I think the suggestion is that Sir Andy won that one, but we shall see. Alcaraz, he's still packing up. He's very diligent. We are all set to get his thoughts.
Carlos, a fabulous performance, but just how tough an opponent was Andrei Rublev tonight?
Well, Andrei is one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful player that we have on tour, without a doubt, with that aggressive to the ball, with that forehand, with that shot. It's really difficult. I mean, to face him is kind of, yeah, you're feeling he's pushing you to the limit in every ball, running from side to side. So that's make really difficult to face him. But just really happy with the way that I moved today. I think I played intelligent, smart today against him tactically. Really good match, which I'm really proud about.
Can you explain to us who aren't the greatest at sport what it's like when you're a set down, you're up against, as you say, one of the most powerful players on the tour, how comfortable a feeling it is for you to know that if you play your absolute best, it's just about good enough for anyone?
Well, it's just, I always say that it's just about belief in yourself. It doesn't matter that you are set, one set to low down. Tennis is a sport that it can change in just 1 point. 1 point can change the match completely, turn around everything. So I just, in tennis, you have to stay there all the time. You know, being strong mentally to, you know, to, stay there. I knew that I was going to play better. In the first set, it was about few points. So I just thought, okay, just keep it going, trying to make the most of the chances that he brought to me. And yeah, just I'm gonna say the break that I did in the second set turned around everything, and just started to feel more comfortable, calm, and thinking more clearly.
And you're through to the quarterfinals. And I am sure this crowd will cheer for you as much as they will for Cam Norrie. What do you think about that matchup?
Well, I'm gonna play against I'm gonna play against another British player. So I think I've never played against one before, and this tournament is gonna be the second time. So I will try to enjoy as much as I can. You know, quarterfinal in Wimbledon is super special. As I said, I think after the first round, every time that I can step on the court, in this beautiful court, it is a gift. So I have to make the most of the time that I'm playing here. It's gonna be difficult, of course, but it's gonna be really difficult. Cam, I know him pretty well. He's playing great, but it's gonna be an interesting one. I'm just excited about playing another quarterfinal here.
Well, I have one more question for you. And I know a couple of nights ago, you were kind enough to let us know how your ongoing battle with Andy Murray has been at golf. You said it was 1-1 after the first 2 games of golf. Andy Murray says the decider took place yesterday. What happened?
He said that? I didn't remember to play any match yesterday. So. Yeah, I mean, I had to show up. I had to say he beat me. So I just yeah. We were playing in his home, so it could be really bad for him, you know, if I beat him, you know, in his home. So I let him win, you know, once, But yeah, I lost against him as a player, as a coach in the golf course, so I'm not going to play against him anymore. So,
well, thankfully, he's not playing tennis. Otherwise, that will be a good spot for you and he to battle it out once again. Let's leave it to the golf course. Let's leave the tennis to Carlos Alcaraz. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well, I mean, Sir Andy did sort of give it away. And, yeah, we find out that he did beat Carlos. He's got the bragging rights right now.
Yeah, I know. He didn't really want to say Murray won, but in the end, he knew everyone would probably find out.
He said he let him win.
He said he'd let him win. There you go. Yeah.
Okay, that's nice of him. But
I love the fun battle, though.
Yeah,
it's great to see. He loves having fun off the court too. I think that's why he knows how to bring that joy on the court. There was a moment during that match, I don't know if you saw it, where he was serving 30 love, right, to close out, and then it got to 30 all, and the crowd started cheering, obviously, to maybe give Rublev a push, and he kind of looked around and gave a smirk and smiled, and that's what we were talking about, how much he loves those challenges, he loves those moments, and he takes it on,
He certainly does tick on. I just wondered, Jill, just your assessment of Alcaraz over the first week as we move into week 2.
Well, obviously he's gotten better, and he does that all the time. These top players know how to manage these 2 weeks so well and know that it's so important. Yes, of course you want to bring your best tennis in every match if you can. It's not always going to be that way. But when it matters, he knows how to lift. It's just incredible to watch every time. And I think he would have preferred not to get pushed the way he did in that first round. That first round's always a battle. Fognini played insane. But from that moment on, you know, he sharpened things up, and that's what you want to do. Manage yourself throughout this whole 2 weeks.
And he is managing it so well, Carlos Alcaraz. Thanks, Jill.
Thank
you,
again,
Mikey. It was fun.
very fun, as Alcaraz is able to get through in 4 sets, lost the first set, but came roaring back in style. And that does wrap up proceedings on this Super Sunday. We do hope you can join us for all the fun and games from Centre Court and all the other courts from tomorrow. From myself, Mikey Pereira, Jill Krabus alongside me, and from everybody here in SW19, it is bye for now.
And you can join us for, once again, every single ball live tomorrow as we continue on the second week of Wimbledon. Starts tomorrow. You can join us for it then. We are currently live on the JB Motorsports channel, part of the JB network, on the NASCAR Grant Park 165. Just search for JB Motorsports Chicago NASCAR and you will find us. See you there.